Thank you very much. I declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee into the 2026-27 budget estimates, and I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their elders, both past, present and emerging, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday the 23rd of June 2026, and it has fixed Friday the 17th of July of this year as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sports and Arts. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I will enforce that rule throughout the proceedings. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Regional Development, representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development and Local Government. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Morning, Chair. No thanks.
Thank you, Minister. I now welcome Mr Jim Betts, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts. Mr Betts, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Just a short one, if I may, Chair. Senator Cadell wrote to me on the 14th of May 2026 on behalf of opposition senators requesting detailed information in relation to a number of funding programs administered by the department. Consistent with past practice, I'm pleased to table an extensive package of information which responds to the Senator's request. Senator O'Sullivan wrote to me on the 19th of May requesting information in relation to 9 infrastructure projects in Western Australia. All but 2 of these, Henderson Defence Precinct and East Kimberley Regional Airport runway extension, are covered in the department's response to Senator Cadell, and we will be happy to provide information on the other 2 under the relevant outcome. A key announcement in the recent budget was the government's decision to consolidate the Inland Rail project by completing construction between Beveridge in Victoria and Parkes in New South Wales by 2027, with works north of Parkes focused on the preservation of the rail corridor as well as protecting sites for future inland rail terminals in Queensland. I expect this announcement to be of considerable interest to senators during today's proceedings. To help inform the committee's deliberations and with the agreement of the Minister, I'm pleased to table the ASIL Allen report, Verification and Assurance of Inland Rail Scope, Design, Delivery and Cost, which was commissioned by my department in 2024 and submitted to us late last year. The report is subject to limited redactions, which relate solely to commercially sensitive information which would prejudice Inland Rail Pty Limited or ARTC's commercial interests as it relates to current or future contracts, the commercial interests of parties that are currently undertaking works south of parks, and other legislative requirements, for instance, in relation to cultural heritage. My team will be available to discuss all of these matters under outcome 1. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr Betts. Question, Senator Mulholland, and I welcome officers for corporate matters.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Betts, for tabling that report and I understand it's making its way around. Can you please talk me through the cost assurance contract that you have with ACIL Allen that underpinned the $45 billion figure to complete the Inland Rail project?
We can deal with that now, or we can deal with that under outcome 1 for infrastructure. Sorry?
I'm happy to support the government's desire to talk about it in corporate matters.
Okay, so I'll talk while the relevant officials come to the table. So the ACIL Allen contract, as I've explained, was commenced in October 2024. ACIL Allen services were procured in accordance with Commonwealth procurement rules using the whole of government management advisory services panel. The work commenced in October 2024 and the contract closed on April 2026. The total value of the contract was $1.87 million. And the report responded to recommendations 13 and 18 in the report submitted to the government in 2023 by Dr. Kerry Schott. That report had been commissioned after the government came into office to review the status of the Inland Rail project and made a number of comments on the rapid escalation in the costs associated with that project and the lack of confidence that Dr. Schott had at the time in the ARTC's costings. And her recommendation was that the government should undertake an independent verification and assurance exercise to firm up the cost of the project, which we have now done on the basis of the advice from ACIL Allen. And the headline from that is that the estimate of the project's projected costs to complete the full scope as originally envisaged is north of $45.6 billion. But the ACIL Allen report also puts down some markers in terms of, if anything, the actual cost of the project, if we were to proceed from here, is likely to be higher than that on the basis that the ARTC's costings made some optimistic assumptions around start dates for key packages of work, particularly north of the Queensland border. So I think that's the overview of the ACIL Allen report. As I say, we've tabled it for the purposes of informing the committee's discussions today. It sits within a series of reviews over time, going back to the original business case in 2015 for the project, which estimated its costs to be $10.657 billion. In other words, less than a quarter of the cost as currently reported. At that stage, the benefit cost ratio of the project was 1.02, using a 7% standard discount rate. That figure has been revised over time, and the budget as it stood at the point where the current government came into office was $16.378 billion, of which $14.8 billion relied on contributions from government. That was reset by ARTC in 2022 at more than twice that figure, at $33.8 billion, and has continued to rise since. I might ask Ms Hall if there's anything to add on that.
No.
Thank you, Mr Betts. You have also touched on the 2023 independent review into Inland Rail undertaken by Dr Schott. Can you also touch on some of the government's implementation of the report's recommendations as a whole?
Yes, certainly. We can talk you through some of those key recommendations. Maybe we start with some of the commentary that Dr Schott made on the status of the Inland Rail project to provide some context for that. In recommending that further review work be undertaken by government, she said, and I quote, "There is insufficient certainty about the completion date and the final costs to have confidence in the current estimates for the project. There are a number of reasons for this regrettable situation. The first lies in the governance and project management arrangements for Inland Rail. The board and its subcommittee do not have adequate skills to oversee the project, despite an informed request by the chairman of ARTC to the then minister responsible. Replacement appointments to the board did not provide the skills required. So a key action for government in response to Dr Schott's recommendations was to establish Inland Rail as a separate, discrete subsidiary of ARTC with its own board and its own CEO. Dr Schott commented, quote, somewhat surprisingly, the project has commenced delivery without knowing where it will start or where it will finish. She went on to make some recommendations in relation to the location of intermodal terminals at the Victorian end, at the Queensland end, and the government has, as is known, has made significant progress in terms of identifying Beveridge and Ebenezer as the locations for those terminals. Quote, the detailed and clearly defined scope of much of the route has not yet been settled or approval processes are not complete. Until this scope is finalised, an assessment of schedule and cost cannot be made with confidence. And that feeds through into the work that ACIL Allen have now undertaken for the government. As I mentioned, that work was submitted to the department in November 2025, and a minister was advised of that in December 2025, and that's fed through and informed the budget deliberations, which have led to the government's announcement on the 6th of May.
Mr Betts, thank you, Senator Mahoney. If I may just come in there. And this committee did do a real in-depth study into the Inland Rail, as everyone knows, and it was a very interesting exercise. The $45 billion estimate so far, does that get us double stacked to the Brisbane port? Sorry to drop that one on you,
That's okay.
Ms Hall?
Kangaroo. Oh, it gets you to double stack to Ebenezer and then single stack to Kangaroo.
Okay, thank you.
The $45.6 billion is the lower end estimate. In other words, the conclusion from ACIL Allen is, if anything, the actual project cost would be higher than that. As I explained, the 45.6 is based on some reasonably optimistic assumptions, for instance, that work would commence during 2025, which it clearly hasn't on some of those key packages. And obviously we are flying blind in the sense that the planning processes for the packages in Queensland has yet to pass through the statutory planning approval process in Queensland, and those approvals might be subject to further planning consent conditions, which might add to that cost. So if anything, it's a lower bound estimate.
Yes, and I remember I thought it was $4 billion when we first kicked off the inquiry, but 10 you said. 10 billion was...
10.65.
Yeah. Yep, okay. Thank you, Mr Betts. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Chair. Now, with the report, you've just touched on, obviously, the overall project figure has gone up from 10.65 to 16.8 to 33 to now 45.6 billion. In engaging ACIL Allen to do this work, can you talk us through what data they particularly collected to enable them to get to that figure, and what were some of the key risks identified within the report and some of the key findings?
Yeah, okay, so I'll ask Ms Hall and the team to talk you through the detail of that. The first thing I want to say is that in response to Dr Schott's recommendations, the government did constitute Inland Rail as a discrete entity and did appoint a board which had the skill sets which Dr Schott had specified needed to be on that board. And a key task for the board and the management of Inland Rail was then to undertake detailed, updated costings for the government, which they did, and that information was then provided during the course of 2025 to ACIL Allen as the basis for their verification and assurance work. So ACIL Allen haven't generated this figure from scratch. They've relied on management to a significant extent, but the work that they've undertaken for us is to stress test management's assumptions and to give advice to us on whether those are capable of being relied on.
Thanks, Senator. On the question of risks, Stephanie Werner, First Assistant Secretary, Commonwealth Infrastructure Projects Division. So as Mr Betts said, ACIL Allen relied on a data pack of information that had been provided by Inland Rail Proprietary Limited, or IRPL. ACIL Allen assessed that significant risks remaining were delays to approval from statutory bodies such as environmental approvals, construction work approvals, pressure to enhance or modify the scope or the design of the project, so the need to maintain social licence with communities, delays in access to parts of the alignment to undertake construction works, and unexpected technical matters. ASIL Allen noted that the 4 sections of the project in Queensland had not yet received primary approvals. ASIL Allen also made findings as to the maturity of the project. Maturity refers to the extent to which the project is defined. So Class 1 and 2 maturity would require full definitive design outputs. Class 3 would require preliminary design, major structures definition, and Class 4 and 5 maturity would rely on high-level alignment studies, broad environmental scoping, and macro-level historical data. ASIL Allen found that the Beveridge to Albury Tranche 1 and Stocking Bingle to Park sections of the project were at Class 1 maturity, which means 65 to 100% of full project definition, and the estimate was at a high accuracy. Beveridge to Albury Tranche 2, Albury to Illabo and Illabo to Stocking Bingle sections of the project were at Class 2 maturity. So for all of those projects, Class 1 and 2 maturity meant contracts were in place or complete, or they were in the detailed design or construction phase and had all key approvals in place. For Narromine to Narrabri, North Star to Border and the material distribution centres, ASIL Allen found these projects were at Class 3 maturity. This means key approvals were in place and they were in the preliminary design phase. Narrabri to North Star, Border to Gowrie and Gowrie to Kangaroo sections of the project were at Class 4 maturity, which meant between 1 to 15% of project definition was complete. Some of those phases had not yet received key approvals and some had approvals and were in the preliminary design phase. As such, there remained significant risk as to the cost estimates that had been provided. Inland Rail had made significant provision for design-related contingency in the total cost estimates, but ASIL Allen still assessed that the $45 billion number was likely a minimum.
Okay.
Thank you. So you've gone through some of those key risks, you've gone through some of the challenges around the maturity of different parts of the proposed route and the project. How did this inform the government's decision to consolidate the project at Parkes? How does this decision match with the government's commitment to move more items through freight by rail?
Okay, so one of the recommendations that Dr. Schott made back in 2023, recommendation 16, was that the government should examine options for staging the completion of Inland Rail. And particularly the option of completing Melbourne, Beveridge to Parkes sections by 2027, which is where we are now at. She made that recommendation on the basis that at that stage the costs were at large and the schedule was at large, and that has been confirmed by the ASIL Allen report in the sense that the project cost is now more than four times what it was at the point where the original investment decision was taken. The decision to consolidate the project and to build up to Parkes Narromine enables significant levels of functionality to be unlocked, including providing supplementary access across the west to Perth, allowing double-stack trains to operate from Melbourne to Perth, and provides for access to the Hunter Valley. So there is significant additional utility for the network. But faced with an unfunded component for the project of $30 billion, I think the government reflected on that and took some decisions to consolidate the project, which involves continuing to preserve options for a future government to reactivate the project should they decide to do so through prudent approaches to corridor preservation and land acquisition, to completion of processes where appropriate through statutory planning processes, particularly in Queensland. And so that option remains on the table. But rather than pursuing a project where the cost has just escalated by a factor of 3 just in the last 4 or 5 years, the government has reached the conclusion that a more prudent use of resources would be to invest in the existing ARTC network.
Yeah.
Now, it's well documented that there have been some significant challenges with that network in recent times, prolonged outages as a result of historic underinvestment in that network, 200 days of weather-related closures in the last 5 years on the ARTC network. In January 2026, a 14-day closure of the east-west route, which is critical in terms of linking WA to the rest of the continent. In March 2026, the Broken Hill corridor was closed for 17 days. And what industry have said to us is that the priority is to invest in the integrity of the existing network, and that involves improving the reliability of the east-west corridor, investing in the capacity of the north-south corridor in order to build its capacity and enable rail freight to compete more readily with road-based alternatives, including things like loop extensions, re-railing, ballast renewal and improved signalling, and other sort of less glamorous things on the network like replacing turnouts and trenching of aerial line wire to reduce disruptions across the network. And that is the focus of an additional $1.75 billion which has been allocated in the current budget for ARTC network investment, coming on top of the network investment program of $1.04 billion which was allocated last year.
That's good.
Thank you, Mr Betts. So we heard earlier from Ms Werner that there are significant sections of the proposed alignment route that didn't have any planning approvals in place, that the still was working its way through some extensive processes, particularly in the Queensland jurisdiction where I come from. What is the overall planning lesson from the report from ACL Allen about such a significant commitment of public funds without any of this planning work being done?
Well, it's not for me to express opinions.
What does the report find?
Well, the report is largely a technical report which does what it was asked to do, which is to provide technical verification and assurance of inland rail. But I guess to go back to the sort of foundational commentary, you would probably want to look at Dr. Schott's report. This is somebody who is highly respected in the infrastructure sector, who's occupied senior positions for governments of all colours over many, many decades, and is highly regarded. And I think the summary of Dr. Schott's advice is that insufficient investment was made in the planning of this project at the front end, which meant that there was no certainty as to the reliability of the costs or the schedule. Those subsequently proved to be undeliverable and remain undeliverable, and that was compounded by failures of governance, which are extensively documented in her report and which are subject to her recommendations, and which the government has now responded to all of those and accepted all of them and implemented them.
Thank you. I'd like to draw your attention to table 1.6 P6, which identifies the estimated costs of individual sections of the ACL Allen report that's gone out. To identify the estimated costs for individual sections of the Inland Rail project. Can you please explain the maturity columns in that table? What does Class 2, Class 4 and 5? Ms Werner went to that in a little bit of detail earlier. And I also note that there are some sections at the beginning of that table where the cost estimates have been redacted. Can you also explain why that is the case?
I'm happy to expand on maturity. So the maturity matrix that was used to assess the project is the AACE International Recommended Practice Cost Estimation Classification System, which is applied in engineering, procurement and construction from the road and rail transportation infrastructure industries. Estimating maturity relies on the specific deliverable that has been committed. The primary categories that were tracked in the matrix included general project data such as scope descriptions, project execution plans and contracting strategies, route alignment and site data, the maturity of topographical surveys, geotechnical investigations and corridor alignments, environmental and utilities, environmental impact assessments, clearance statuses and utility relocations, structural and facilities, the level of bridge and tunnel design and road geometry definition. So key design inputs measured against the matrix included alignment and geometric studies ranging from route corridors in Class 5 to finalised vertical and horizontal alignments in Class 1 and 2, geotechnical investigations progressing from high-level geological mapping in Class 5 maturity to comprehensive boring logs and foundation design criteria in Class 2, environmental and property matters ranging from preliminary scoping at Class 5 to finalised environmental impact statements and secured rights of way in Class 3 and 2, and utilities and structure ranging from unverified assumptions in Class 5 to detailed utility relocation plans and major structure sizing in Class 3. And sorry, Senator, I've forgotten the second part of your question.
The reductions at the beginning of the table about the cost estimates as well.
I might ask Mr Muldoon to speak to the reductions, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Senator David Muldoon. Assistant Secretary, as the Secretary touched on the minor reductions in place, including in tables 1.2, go to live contracts that are south of parks at the moment. So as to not prejudice Inland Rail or ARTC's commercial interests or the commercial interests of the parties that are undertaking those works.
So an important point following Dr Shott's review was that the government decided that from there on, north of Parks, it would proceed on a least regrets basis, which meant that since that time, no new major works contracts have been let. However, the packages which relate to the projects between Beveridge and Parks are still on foot from a construction point of view and from a commercial point of view, and therefore that information is commercially sensitive. So that's a very small number of items have been deleted on that basis so as not to prejudice Inland Rail's commercial position.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. Chair, I'll hand back to you.
Yep, fine. Thank you very much. I was just Googling the Senate inquiry into it, and it did say it started at $4.7 billion. Just letting you know, I had that figure in my head, but anyway. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for tabling this report in such a timely manner for us to be able to go through it in detail, which we obviously will when we get to the appropriate outcome. I just had a couple of questions. When it comes to cost blowouts, and we go to budget paper number 1, the IIP includes a general slippage adjustment. Can someone talk me through what the general slippage adjustment actually means? Because to me, that seems a way that we're accounting for cost blowouts.
It's more about time than cost. So we work with the states and territories. We develop forward programs for Commonwealth co-investment in infrastructure projects with those states and territories. We develop schedules to the federal funding agreement with the jurisdictions, and those include payments tied to particular milestones. Historic practice suggests that, or experience suggests that sometimes those project milestones are subject to slippage. That's always been a risk with major infrastructure projects. So rather than assuming that the states and territories will exceed all past levels of performance and deliver everything on time, the government makes a prudent assumption about the way in which projects will inevitably be subject to some degree of slippage.
And how have you quantified that slippage in this budget?
Okay, I might ask Ms Hall to speak to that one.
I might actually ask Mr Milnes to speak to that, actually.
Just the general slippage.
Just the general slippage. Senator
Quantification.
Simon Milnes, Assistant Secretary, Budget Policy and Assurance Branch. So the general slippage is quantified by looking at the underspend compared outcome versus actual over the last 2 financial years, and that's averaged 10.5% across those financial years.
10.5%. So are we... Is that what... Our budgeting and our actuals are out by 10.5%?
Yes.
What's been inflation in the construction industry in that space of time, and does that differ by state?
So, sorry, Senator Andrew Bourne, First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure Group. This isn't about inflation or anything like that. This is about
I thought this was about cost blowouts.
No, it's not about cost blowouts.
General slippage
No,
is...
this is about getting a more accurate forecasting of the IIP, and it's designed for the fact that states often have... There are a few factors. States often have optimism bias in how much they can actually deliver over that period.
Optimism bias.
There is just the general complexities with delivering construction. There is also the effects of severe weather and those sorts of force majeure events. When you compound all that across the nation, it is unlikely that they will all hit their targets.
What about the CFMEU? Have you counted in their involvement, particularly in the states of Queensland and Victoria, in public infrastructure projects and driving up the cost? Is that part of the general slippage assessment?
Senator, I can only tell you that it doesn't. It's not about driving up the cost. This is about getting a more accurate reflection of the forecast over the forwards.
So when I look at the budget, infrastructure payments over time, 24-25 budget, page 145 in budget paper 2, $10.1 billion was paid out over and above what was thought to be paid out to states and territories for these projects. So when you talk to me about general slippage, I'm trying to work out, is this what the government is having to pay in addition to what you plan to pay on the, what do you call it, optimistic assessments by states, coming to your minister saying, we expect X project to cost this many billions of dollars, only to find on completion it costs a lot more? Or you're saying this is not...
There's two distinct concepts here.
Yes.
One is around time and schedule, and
yes,
the other is around cost. We know that for the reasons that Mr Bourne has articulated, historically the states have not always delivered projects on time. So rather than tying up Commonwealth dollars over the forward estimates period based on forecast delivery schedules which we know to be overly optimistic, we make an allowance, a prudent allowance for the slippage we expect, and Mr Mills has explained the methodology that we use to calculate that. However, if a state exceeds everyone's expectations and delivers everything perfectly, they get the money on time. That is different from the response that we have when cost pressures emerge on projects, which they do from time to time across all jurisdictions and have done. And there, the Commonwealth is in a position where, whilst it has a capped contribution to those projects, often those cost pressures may be because of the cost of rising materials or because of weather events or other things which are beyond the control of the individual jurisdiction, or they may just be general. Or not, they may be general inflation, in which case the Commonwealth has the option of working with those jurisdictions to share some of the pain and make a contribution towards the relief of those cost pressures. But this is something which has happened routinely for many years now.
So it's my understanding that in this budget, an additional $10.1 billion has been paid to states for cost blowouts.
Senator, I don't know where you're getting that number from.
I'll ask where I'm getting that number.
Thank you.
Thanks, team. I think it is, yeah. It is page 145 on budget paper 2. So I'm wanting to understand how we can get a $10 billion blowout in one financial year. Given
So, Senator, I've got the notes section of budget paper 2.
Apologies, that's the information I have.
So, Senator, I think in terms of cost pressures at this budget, $1.7 billion was provided to 28 projects. $1.7 billion, and there was $3.8 billion additional for Suburban Rail Loop.
Yeah. So
Sorry, say that again.
$3.8 billion for Suburban Rail.
$3.8 billion for the Suburban Rail Loop.
Yep.
So $1.7 billion for cost pressures, 28 projects. Put that in the context of a $120 billion infrastructure investment pipeline for the Commonwealth over 10 years.
Yes, I appreciate that. Over the time in government, how much has been cut from the IIP?
Nothing's been cut from the IIP.
The $6.6 billion following the review?
But that fund, okay, so that funding...
So not an extra kilometre of rail, kilometre of road, The $120 billion is still there, but Australians are getting less for it.
No, I think there was that process was done a few years ago, 2023, 24, I recall, and there were some projects that both jurisdictions withdrew from, but the funding remained within the jurisdiction and used for other priorities.
So the government has maintained its commitment to a infrastructure investment pipeline of equal to or greater than $120 billion over 10 years. It's been consistent.
How did you calculate the 10.5%? That's the average over the last two.
Yes, Senator.
That is what we've been dealing with at a Commonwealth level.
Yes.
Just in terms of the Acel Allen report on the Inland Rail, I just want to go to Appendix B, where the limitations and conditions, as I assume, will be the service order. And I'm sure once we go through this in more detail over the day, I'll be coming back with more questions. But just in my preliminary examination, it said the service provider will not undertake an independent value engineering assessment of parts or all of the Inland Rail project. Can you just talk me through that component of the service agreement?
I'm happy to start, Senator.
Thanks, Ms Werner.
Yes, that I haven't located the exact paragraph, but yes, Acel Allen was not asked to undertake a value engineering exercise. So a value engineering exercise is obviously when you try and perhaps de-scope the project and make other savings in the project. Acel Allen was only asked to verify that the methods that IRPL were using were fit for purpose and consistent with industry best practice. So Acel Allen did undertake analysis of the value engineering work that IRPL had done, and that is reflected in the report, but Acel Allen itself was not asked to undertake value engineering work.
So how does that marry when SHOT actually did ask for an independent value engineer / cost estimator should be appointed by the Commonwealth to conduct this work, given the difficulties that the ARTC have had in providing such estimates. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, as I understand the evidence, and I could be wrong, you were checking Inland Rail's homework, that they'd done the right process, not checking that their figures, that they'd done the right costing at an engineering level, at a spec level. So, is that correct?
I'm not sure. I think they were checking the figures and the basis of the figures. So they were assessing whether the estimation that IRPL had produced was fit for purpose and consistent with industry best practice. So to that extent, they did look at how the costs were generated.
Yes.
But they did not undertake a value engineering process through this procurement.
Yes.
They only assessed IRPL's value engineering work. That is true, Senator.
Yep. But Kerry Schott wanted the actual homework checked because there wasn't a confidence, and I think everyone, including Senator Sterle and others, you know, ARTC hasn't got this right, and Kerry Schott identified this and the government made appropriate changes to their governance. But nobody's checked their homework, that the actual figures we're basing all of this on are actually correct. Because my next question is, they've checked IPRL, whatever we call it now, processes. When were the figures generated that they were checking the process against from IPRL or IRPL?
So, Senator Jessica Hall, Deputy Secretary, when Dr Schott was acting chair, she and would need to make sure that this is correct with IRPL tomorrow. She hired people to do value engineering of costs south of Parks before those projects were entered into contract. That formed the basis of the costings that were used for the work that was south of the Parks, and that went into the contracts that were used and the scope that was used to form the basis of the work that was then done. So that work was value engineered and done and assured through that south of Parks. That formed then the basis for the work that was then verified through the ASIL Allen work.
But not north of Parks for the rest of the Inland Rail.
But the work north of Parks at the moment has only been done in design. It has not actually gone out to contract. So if you actually look at the way that this has been developed, it has actually been based on the work south of Parks.
To answer your question, IRPL provided material to ASIL Allen in March 2025.
And what figures, like the figures that, or whatever they were provided, when was that generated? Are we talking about very up-to-date, like what?
In December 2024.
December 2024.
No, that was when it was provided to ASIL Allen?
No, that was when it was generated.
Generated. But it's only south of Parks.
No, the numbers generated were for the entire project.
For the whole project.
So the department initiated the work with ASIL Allen in October of 2024. The department then requested IRPL or Inland Rail to prepare a package of information to provide to ASIL Allen. That information was based on December 2024 figures, and it was provided to ASIL Allen in March of 2025.
But the only value engineering piece is the south of Parks, because that is the actual constructed.
Well, the ASIL Allen report does reference value engineering having been done on the border to Gowrie section. So I think value engineering had been done, some value engineering had been done north of Parks, Senator.
Can you give me more detail on that, Ms Werner?
So on page 31 of the report, Senator, the report states B2G or border to Gowrie.
I haven't had a chance to read it all yet.
I understand. Has $278.5 million of value engineering estimates assumed. IRPL had confirmed with ASIL Allen that those deductions were value engineering deductions based on analysis by Inland Rail. Specifically, they had changed from a 1 to 80 ruling gradient to a 1 to 64 ruling gradient, and a reduction in formation width from 7 metres to 6.5 metres wide. ASIL Allen had also identified small amounts of value engineering related cost savings applied to the estimates for N2N and NS to B, totalling $3.6 and $0.7 million respectively.
Thank you. So the service provider was not to undertake an independent value engineering assessment of parts or all of the Inland Rail. The fact that they've done bits of it is a fluke rather than a requirement of your contract. The service provider will not undertake an assessment of any future proofing of the Inland Rail project. Why was that put in there? Who's going to answer the question? Who's in charge of procuring this work from ASIL Allen that's at the table? Assistant Secretary?
Senator, in regards to your question around the scope and sort of value engineering on that goes to sort of scope and design, which ASIL Allen did assure that the scope and design that Inland Rail had been designing and putting forward aligned with what the government's requirements for the project were. So I suppose that they did provide a cost engineering assessment that was fit for purpose.
But you didn't... I don't know why you wouldn't have asked them to do that for the whole piece. So I'll go through I've got another question, Secretary. The service provider will not undertake an assessment of any future proofing. Why wouldn't you be looking at future proofing the Inland Rail, particularly given what happened to the East-West link in South Australia and the impact that had? And I know the government's got a huge program of works around wanting to build resilience into our infrastructure network? Why wouldn't you look at future-proofing?
So I think the part of the story may be missing here is the fact that we, or the government, established and then populated an expert board in Inland Rail, IRPL, and tasked it with generating that package of material that Ms Werner described that was then submitted to ACL Allen for the purposes of verification and assurance. It was never ACL Allen's job to take over the full set of responsibilities of that board, and that board was tasked with identifying the pathway towards the optimal scope and costing for that project, including through value engineering, and then strategies to ensure that future optionality was preserved and the corridors were future-proofed. So you're missing the bit which IRPL itself will be able to explain to you in its evidence tomorrow, which is the substantial body of work which was done by the company itself. And then the role of ACL Allen was to run the rule over that and assure and verify it for the purposes of government, not to second-guess the whole thing.
So, but you didn't do... ACL Allen was not tasked with actually checking the homework of Inland Rail, despite the independent nature of the board. Does the department still sit on that board? No, there's no representation.
It's a GBE, so it has its own, or it's a GBE subsidiary.
Okay. So why wasn't ACL Allen looking at future-proofing Inland Rail when it's coming up with the costing? Like, this is being sold as we can't afford Inland Rail. It's $45 billion. The ACL Allen report proves it. That's what all the media stories say. So I'm just actually wanting to know why you explicitly ruled out future-proofing the Inland Rail.
So the ACL Allen report does not operate in isolation from the body of work that's been done by the government business enterprise.
Please just answer the question, Mr Betts. Why did you rule out future-proofing the Inland Rail in the ACL Allen report?
I don't think it was ruled out, Senator, in a way that the role of it was to actually look at what the actual scope of Inland Rail is at the moment, and that is to actually build a railway line that has no hydrology, for example, of a 1 in 100-year flood. That is already future-proofed. That is actually what its service offering actually is.
So, Ms Hall, I respect what you're saying, but your actual contractual arrangements will not undertake an assessment of future-proofing. So I'm entitled to ask the question, and I'm going to continue, because you also did not want ACL Allen to undertake an independent risk assessment. Now, why wouldn't you seek this body of work to have an independent risk assessment of the project, rather than rely on the board itself to be telling you it's all okay?
The board itself is the accountable authority and responsible for the delivery of this project. What we didn't want to do was pay consultants money to go and second-guess things which had already been settled.
It doesn't bother the rest of government from doing that. So why,
I can't respond to that point. Yeah, thank you.
For being the only secretary in this government who doesn't pay consultants to mark their own homework and give them a gold star.
Good to have that in the Hansard. We wanted to clearly constrain the scope of this. It was to provide verification, not to second-guess decisions, for instance, around what level of flood risk we were prepared to accept as part of the scope. That is rightly a decision for government as the shareholder and for IRPL as the accountable authority. So we wanted to make sure that the consultants were doing their job, and the principal task that Dr Schott had recommended was that we get an independent rule run over the cost estimation so that we could have more confidence in future about the costing of this project than we've had over the last 10 or more years.
But it is a decision of government, and you're right. But governments should be given all the information in order to make appropriate decisions. And it would seem, with the ruling out of explicit information here in the service verification and assurance limitations and conditions, that this report doesn't provide the Minister with all the information she might need. The final one, which I found fantastic, like having been there, the service provider will provide each of these reports in draft form. When was the draft provided to the department?
I'll ask Mr Muldoon to answer that.
It's routine to obtain draft reports from
I know,
consultants.
and I know why it's routine.
So that you can, for instance, check that the scope, as you've just interrogated it, has been complied with, and that any matters which may require clarification can be dealt with in the finished product. And I think there are a number of iterations of the report which were shared with the department.
Let's walk
we,
through
after all, were paying these consultants to undertake work on behalf of the taxpayer, and you'd expect us to scrutinise the quality and transparency of that reporting.
Of course. When was the first draft provided to the department?
Senator, the first draft was on the 25th of July, 2025.
2025. And when was the Minister briefed on the draft? Post 25 July.
The Minister was given an update brief on the 15th of October 2026, which was just on the emerging findings of a report which hadn't been finalised at that stage. And then once the report had been finalised in late November, she was briefed on the 4th of December.
So the first draft's received on the 25th of July. When was the second draft? Understanding this is an iterative process, and I just want to go through all the
Sorry, Senator. I just
interactions between the department and ASL Allen on this report.
Correct what I said earlier. The first draft was received in June, sorry.
Okay, June 25.
Yeah, that's right.
And Secretary, I presume you haven't briefed the Minister on the 15th of October 2026?
2025, yes, you're right. Thank you, Senator.
I was listening.
Thank you for that, yes.
There was later drafts in July, August and October, Senator.
Do you have those dates, when you received them and when the Minister was briefed on them?
I don't have the specific dates. As the Secretary said, the first briefing was on the 15th of October 2025.
Right. And when was the final draft signed off by the Minister?
She was briefed on the 4th of December 2025 with the final report.
And this obviously formed her ERC submission,
Yeah.
and you
And
don't want to go to the detail?
Just to be clear, the department signed off on the report and then briefed the Minister on the final report.
And when did you sign off on the report?
It would have been, we would have received it in late November 2025.
24th of November. It's an independent report.
Okay,
Didn't sign.
thank you. I will have and ASL Allen still stands by despite the changes. What sort of changes had to be made, Assistant Secretary, to the first draft you received in the July?
Senator, the report is the product of ASL Allen. I suppose, as the Secretary said, it's normal to receive drafts to ensure that they're correct, fit for purpose, was achieved.
Correct. Did you have concerns with their maths?
Well, Senator,
It might be matters of clarity, for instance. What did you mean by that sentence? Can you clarify that point?
So there was no changes once they clarified their position?
it's a contract management approach, Senator, but that we would be ensuring that they were delivering the report that we had procured them
That
to.
you needed.
Yeah, and that covered all the points that we needed advice on. So that was finalised as independent advice to the department, to public servants, and then the Minister was briefed on the outcome once ASL Allen had concluded its report.
No, that's not correct, Secretary. The Minister was actually briefed prior to ASL Allen completing their report. So there was a lot of to and fro between ASL Allen and the department and the Minister's office on producing the final report.
No, there was you know that because I just told you it.
I know.
15th of October, we updated the Minister on the emerging findings of the ACEL Allen report. The Minister didn't review or comment on the content of that report. She was given an update by the department, and you'd expect when we're paying almost $2 million for a report on a $45 billion project that a minister would take an interest in that and would want to be briefed from time to time. But that shouldn't, no implication should be drawn that the minister or our office in any way insinuated themselves into the process of formulating ACEL Allen's advice. They just didn't.
The department was doing that.
Exactly.
That's my understanding. So have you done a similar interrogation of the costings of the suburban rail loop?
Okay, you'd like us to talk about suburban rail loop?
I'm just asking about the process within the department in corporate matters around how you run the ruler over big projects.
Okay, so...
you spent a lot of money in this budget on the suburban rail loop, and I'd like to have the same assurance that and verification on that project.
So just to touch on the headlines then, as you'd be aware, the Infrastructure Australia undertook a review, which is published, of the business case for the suburban rail loop east. And in providing advice to government and in their published advice, they identified a series of pieces of analysis and documents which the Commonwealth Government should receive from Victoria before it proceeded to make any further investments in the project. That was in the wake of the $2.2 billion allocation which was made in 2025. Those documents, where relevant, were received from Victoria, and that enabled us then, going into the budget process, to comply with the terms of the Land Transport Act, comply with the terms of the PGPA Act, to provide the advice that was necessary for the Minister to be able to recommend that $3.8 billion allocation to suburban rail loop in the recent budget.
So you don't think those figures need to be verified? You're happy to accept Victoria, which has actually known corruption within their infrastructure pipeline and big build from the CFMEU, documented. You are happy to take on their word the verification of those costings?
When you say on their word, we
ask for
extensive documentation. The documentation specified by Infrastructure Australia that has fed through into a project proposal report which has been received from Victoria, which is a detailed document supporting the proposed $3.8 billion, which we are working through at the moment, and that will then feed through into advice to our Minister before the detail, for instance, of milestones associated with that project and related payments are finalised. So there is a lot of documentation from Victoria. There is a lot of scrutiny being applied to those documents, and that was sufficient for the government to take the decision it took in the budget, and further analysis is going on now to make sure that we calibrate the milestones and related payments appropriately.
So has the Victorian government provided a more up-to-date cost estimate of the suburban rail loop than what was provided in their first request?
Before I hand over to the team to answer that, recognising that we're now squarely in outcome one, by the way, that to the extent that suburban rail loop is underway right now, it is operating within agreed budgets, that's my understanding, but I might ask the team to give you more detail.
Sure. Lachlan Wood, Assistant Secretary.
Hello, Mr Wood.
Hello, Senator. Yes, Victoria did provide an updated cost estimate of the project. What was that? So it was consistent with previous cost estimates. They provided greater breakdown of information and they updated...
So the price didn't go up?
The price remains the same for the total project cost.
Wow, it's the only project in the country where the price remains the same. What was the price?
$34.5 billion.
$34.5 billion. And what date did they first give that cost to you?
I believe it goes back before this process. I'd have to check when the 34.5
could you, before we get to outcome one, check? Because that's quite the miracle that this project of this size and scope is the only project, given roundabouts are going up at the rate they're going up, that this project has remained the same.
So we did seek additional verification from Victoria. From the time that first cost estimate was done, we did look at what the contract values have been for those contracts that have been awarded, and they remain within the budgeted.
Can I just...
Are you waiting for the bill?
Sorry, Senator. Keen to hear all this.
Yeah.
But while we're still in corporate matters, Do you want to leave that till 1? You've put
Well, it ties in with the...
I get your line of questioning. I have no
it's
problem.
not specific to suburban rail loop.
No.
It's more about how do we actually process, but also how do we actually account for state governments continually coming back to the Commonwealth with an extra
I have no problem with your line of
invoice,
questioning.
shall
I
we
get that,
say.
Senator, but I just want to know if we'll come to that, but if we can finish corporate matters if we can. You've made your point.
Yep.
Okay, got that.
All right, we will come back with that. So I would like some answers around
Thank you.
when states come back cap in hand for a few more lazy billion.
Do you have any
I don't care which one of us is on the hook, but yeah, it's just a rant. It's just a rant.
Do you have any more inland rail?
I do have inland rail and actual corporate questions.
So I might... No, keep going. Then I just want to make a few comments on inland rail, but I'll wait till you're finished.
Oh, okay. I'll come back to... I wanted to ask about the cost escalation, the near five-fold increase that we have seen since this project was first gone through. And I guess what we want to do is whether the $45 billion figure that is in the public domain and obviously verified and assured by ASIL Allen, does it include or exclude contingency, and if so, how much is the contingency?
So it does include contingency.
Sorry, Ms Hall, you're very quiet.
Sorry, Senator. It does include contingency. Information on that is on page 48 of your report.
Tell me.
Okay. We will go through it with you.
Thank you.
Senator, so on page 48 of the report at table 7.2,
Yep.
risk and contingency at P90 is $7.766 billion and 17% of the total cost of the project.
So 17%, and why have you set that, or why has ASIL Allen set that at 17%?
Well, I outlined the risks that the project faced earlier. So south of Parkes, the project is either constructed or it's under contract, which means it's at a high level of maturity in terms of, you know, the costs of the project are to a large degree known. North of Narromine, as we mentioned previously, in Queensland, the primary approvals for the project are not in place. That means that what has been submitted to the Queensland Government for consideration is a concept design, and then as the Queensland Government goes through the EIS process, it's possible that changes will be made to the design and to the scope. This is what happened in the section south of Parkes. And the experience in the section south of Parkes was that that added considerably to the scope of the project, including a number of what we refer to as non-freight scope items.
What might that include?
Well, it goes to things around maintaining social licence in communities, so noise barriers, level crossings,
Pedestrian bridges.
you know, upgrades to stations, and it can include route changes, bypasses, those kind of things. And because there was so much uncertainty in the Queensland sections, that is the risk and contingency allocation which has been provided. But of course, ASIL Allen was asked to assess whether that was in fact appropriate. And ASIL Allen's view was that its approach, Inland Rail's approach to contingency and risk, was reasonable and fit for purpose. I think actually it may have found in some areas, actually I won't speculate, I'll wait till we find it, but ASIL Allen did consider whether that was appropriate, and ASIL Allen did consider that that risk allocation was appropriate for those sections.
Assistant Secretary, was the risk and contingency percentage something that was changed in any of the iterations or discussed in any of the iterations of the draft report?
Senator, I would expect no. I suppose page 6 provides a breakdown.
See, if you had have actually tabled this when it was asked for by the Australian Senate, or indeed responded to FOIs for the request for this report, or if the government was not afraid of this report, it should have actually been released so we could actually have this conversation in a sensible way instead of you having
tabled
to
it this morning,
walk
Senator.
me through it, page by page.
We proactively tabled the report.
Oh, Mr Betts, seriously, throwing it down on the table at 9 a.m. of a Senate estimates is hardly being proactive.
It's 14 hours of opportunity for you to ask us questions just today.
Yeah. Well, I would have appreciated a week to actually look over it.
And we needed to go through the report.
You needed to make sure I didn't have that opportunity is what you needed, and that's what your minister needed, and we all know it.
We're having a good hour so far. Let's keep it above board.
Assistant Secretary, the risk and contingency.
Do you wish to answer that question? Oh, not do you wish, sorry. Would you please continue? Sorry.
It's not really an option.
Yeah, it's not an option, sorry.
Senator, to be clear, the risks and contingencies amounts are not ACEL Allen's amounts. They are what Inland Rail Proprietary Limited has developed and then has been assured by ACEL Allen. And
they've checked off that they used the right process to come to the 17%. Not that the 17% was an appropriate number.
And the 17% represents a global number across all the work packages.
Yeah.
Each work package will have a different contingency amount.
Yeah,
reflecting its level of maturity. And I would say 17% for a project which north of the border is still in the planning phase, 17% is not an unreasonable contingency and quite in alignment with other projects of this kind, let alone projects which have got the troubled history that Inland Rail's got.
And what's the risk and contingency on the suburban rail loop?
We'll find that.
We'll come back to you on that one, Senator. In regards to the...
I hope it is at least 17%.
I hope it's, because it's a huge risk.
So in regards to the risk and contingency, what they did find in this paper is that 17%, they do look to see if the numbers are fit for purpose and that they have been done in accordance with best practice, and so they have actually looked at both of those things, Senator. What they did find is that for Gowrie to Kangaroo, that they did think that they were still quite low, given that there have been no approvals in place. So I think there's
still a bit of ambiguity about that.
There is a significant amount of ambiguity in Gowrie to Kangaroo, Senator.
Well, I would suggest more broadly. Okay. I am happy to go to regular corporate if you have more inland rail.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. We do. Before I go to Senator Mulholland, I just think this is very, very important, as you said in your opening statement, Mr Betts, about the $45.6 billion so far in counting. And a quick estimate, so from Bromelton to the Port of Brisbane, 80 kilometres. From Ebenezer to Port of Brisbane, 88 kilometres. And we're talking going through peak hour traffic morning and afternoon on B-doubles or road trains, not quite sure how they're configuring up there in Brisbane at the moment. But a quick calculation from, and please just bear with me, colleagues, because I'm on the record saying that I'm a massive supporter of more freight on rail. I've never hidden that from a trucking bloke, because there's plenty of freight to go around. Let's make no mistake about that. And one thing governments do get right every 20 years, our transport task does double. But the Melbourne end, my frustration on the Melbourne end, and this is talking to my trucking colleagues down in Melbourne, and I took three of the main, and I'm reading my own notes here, three of the main trucking areas in Melbourne being Altona, Truganina and Dandenong, which I frequent regularly. So from Altona to Beveridge, where this project's kicking off down the Melbourne end, 65 k's at peak hour traffic time. Truganina, 57 k's, Dandenong, 90 k's. When this project was first mooted, for those that were a part of the inquiry and up to their neck in it like I was, there was misgivings taken by the ARTC, which I've never held back on this. The ARTC falsely put out there that they had the support of the road transport industry for the Inland Rail project, because it would pick up and deliver either end within 24 hours, which is the biggest crock of bulldust around. The trucking industry was never, ever, ever consulted. So who in their right mind would think $45 billion now, and while we're talking 60 to 80 kilometres in the Melbourne end, and then 80 kilometres from from Bromelton and Ebenezer to Brisbane, we're going to be nowhere. We're going to be up around 55 billion, let alone the time frame. And I just want to start on that. I want more freight on rail. And I think that the better investment in this nation is to put it into our existing rail lines. While we have these once-in-a-100-year weather events every 2 years that close our rail down. I've had me rant, so I'm just going to...
I've got one more on the back of that.
Senator Mackenzie, and then
Thank
I'll come
you.
to Senator Mahal.
And thank you for your rant on behalf of the trucking industry. Every trucking industry, as I understand it, believes there is a role for both freight rail and indeed our road transport industry. They just wish the roads were in a bit better nick as well, and that fuel was a lot cheaper. I just wanted to understand if the government had a preferred level of confidence in their costings, whether a P90, P50. We know that the minister had a P50 for the high-speed rail project. I'd like to understand what the preference for confidence in a costing is from the government.
I'm not sure whether there are hard and fast rules about this, but rather there are conventions, and to a certain extent it depends what you propose to do with the costing. If you propose to take hard and fast investment decisions and go to procurement, you're more likely to need a high degree of confidence, which would point to a P90. If, on the other hand, you're thinking long term about how you might allocate capital, then P50 will give you a rule of thumb indication about what a project might cost. So it's about the extent to which you undertake risk analysis around a number to give you higher degrees of confidence, and that will depend on where you're at in the project's life cycle and how close you are to spending real dollars through a procurement process.
So what is the confidence that the government had? What did they apply to? What have they applied to this project?
The work that has been done by ASL Allen and based on IRPL analysis is that this is a P90.
It's a P90.
And so the risk and contingency in the escalation is based into that.
Okay, and why did the minister only accept a P50 for the high-speed rail project?
Because it's at a much earlier stage of development. So the high-speed rail project has been funded to the tune of around $660 million, precisely in order to undertake another 2 years of work in order to firm up alignments, to do the kind of risk analysis, to do the provide the kind of clarity which was not provided for inland rail at the point where an investment decision was taken. So if you want to draw a contrast between the two projects, the contrast is, rather than a business case with a BCR of 1.02 in 2015, immediately leading to an investment decision in the 2017 budget without much work in between, and which subsequently proved to be a factor of 4 or 5 or 6 underpriced. The approach to high-speed rail, which is a large, high-risk project, is actually to do the work up front and to allocate the dollars to doing that work to make sure that when an investment decision is taken, if it is by some future government, that all the information is available and all the risks have been appropriately assessed. So the two projects stand in stark contrast to each other.
So can I just understand what oversight the government, through the department I'm assuming, has at a governance level on the visibility of the costings of this project over, since the changes?
This
to
project
the
being inland rail?
Yeah. Like what visibility does the department have, or the government through you?
Okay, I'll ask Ms Hall and the team too. We obviously, our minister is a shareholder minister along with Minister for Finance in Inland Rail Pty Limited. I, as secretary, meet
But what level of scrutiny does the shareholder minister, are you on weekly meeting? How does that actually work in a day-to-day?
So we can give you advice currently. Going back to 2015, I can't give you advice back to 2015.
We've made changes in a lot, response to the SHOT report, and I just want to understand what level of granularity the government has over this project.
So we can talk you through the governance arrangements that we've put over the top.
Thank you, Senator. So the Inland Rail project is funded under an equity financing agreement between the Commonwealth and ARTC.
Yeah.
And an estimated annual expenditure is approved for the project each year through the ARTC corporate planning process.
Yep.
And then once that expenditure is approved, all of the drawdowns underneath the equity financing agreement are required to be consistent with that schedule. And if any changes to that schedule are required, ARTC is required to notify the Commonwealth and seek agreement to any changes to that schedule, and the schedule would then have to be varied, which would require the approval of the Minister. So that's the funding agreement through ARTC. However, we also have a project delivery agreement between the Commonwealth, Inland Rail Proprietary Limited and ARTC. The project delivery agreement defines the scope of the works. It also defines the schedule of the works, so what works are to be undertaken and when are they to be completed by. And there is also a budget for the works in that document. Inland Rail is required to report to the shareholder departments, both us and the Department of Finance, monthly against cost, schedule and a whole range of other matters, such as progress with land acquisition, progress with environmental approvals. So they will provide a monthly written report to us, which is around 80 pages long, detailing all of the progress that they have made over the past month. The department will review that report, and then once a month, the project monitoring group, which is comprised of myself, the First Assistant Secretary from the Department of Finance, and the CEO of Inland Rail, will meet to go through the project report, and explanations as to any variances are provided there. So that's our sort of standard reporting process. However, there are also additional requirements on Inland Rail through the project delivery agreement. Should they expect that the cost of a contract will increase by more than $20 million, they are required to provide a significant notification. That's considered a significant notification event. They need to notify the Minister that that is occurring. Where they propose to enter into contracts above a certain value, they need to notify the Minister that that is occurring. Where a percentage increase of 5% or more is experienced, they need to notify the Minister that that is occurring, because all of those things are likely to take them outside the agreed bounds of the budget for the year, which has been agreed through the equity financing agreement process. So there are reasonably rigorous controls in place, Senator.
However, how long have they been in place?
Sorry, how long have they been in place? I think the project delivery agreement was agreed in 2024, Senator. So following the SHOT review, there were revisions to the governance.
Yeah, but how long has this monthly sit-down, the project management group, been meeting?
Rachel Fagursky, Assistant Secretary, Rail Delivery. The monthly report project management group has been in place under these arrangements since the project development agreement was in place. Prior to that, there was similar governance arrangements in place where they met on a regular basis.
So given the blowouts in that time period, can I run through the project management group?
Yes.
What has happened? It seems like you're quite a passive investor. If you have set up this, and similar things seem to exist in the previous governance arrangements, but that there is a monitoring space for the Commonwealth taxpayer on this project, and yet we've seen this project blow out under both colours. So I'm just wanting to understand, someone here is not doing that job.
No, thank you for the question, Senator. So since accepting the recommendations of the SHOT review, the government has consistently said it will not commit to construction further north than Parkes until there was greater certainty about cost, timing and deliverability. As such, the only approved project works under the project delivery agreement for construction are from Beveridge to Parkes. There is no approved construction funding north of there. And so this project, those elements of the project are not part of a funding agreement, and they are not monitored through the project monitoring group because it only monitors the approved project works. The approved project works also include land acquisition or securing of the corridor and the seeking of environmental approvals for the entire project. But the approved project works do not include any construction north of Parkes.
So
that's
there's
all
no
we're
monitoring from the two shareholder ministers on this project north of Parkes, nor has there been.
There is monitoring of the process of the seeking of environmental approvals and the progress in land acquisition.
Who does that?
We do, Senator. That's through the same process. So that's part of the approved project works. It is funded in the approved project works. It is reported on monthly through the monthly report, and it is discussed regularly.
That corresponds,
I'll come back.
that corresponds to the least regrets approach which the government adopted after the SHOT review in 2023, and I don't accept the proposition that this rising headline cost is a function of people not doing their job properly. It's actually a function of people doing their job and revealing the true cost, which was always part of this project but was not declared previously.
So you were aware of increasing cost pressures?
Yes, it's in the SHOT review. And
since the SHOT review?
And the SHOT review said the cost has doubled in 2 years, and Kerry Schott said, and I have no confidence in the numbers which ARTC are now giving me.
I had a private briefing with Kerry and she told me why.
Yeah, we're now at 45.6 billion as opposed to around 32.
So my question remains, was the department unaware, month by month, what was being done about the cost blowouts? Because they're not just happening because people feel like spending more money.
No, so we are, through the processes that Ms Werner has described, we are constantly scrutinising Inland Rail Pty Limited in terms of their management of works which are under construction and the ancillary works associated with least regrets.
But the cost kept going up.
Exactly, because information kept being revealed about what the true cost of this project was as Inland Rail, and we did our jobs properly.
What's the point of having a project management group if they're not managing the project, if they're just listening to ARTC saying, no worries, boys, off you go?
So can I just clarify a couple of things here? Firstly, as Ms Werner said, there is no construction cost north of Parkes. So the 45...
There is land acquisition.
There is
that
land
costs
acquisition.
money.
Yes, that's within
scope. That is within scope.
What we can do, sorry Miss
my
Hall.
apologies.
Yeah, that's all right, we're going to go across. Sorry Miss Hall to cut you off.
Okay.
But what we do know from that magnificent report by that scallywag from Perth, Inland Rail derailed at the start. Even in the time the inquiry was going, we'd gone from 4.7 billion to 10 point something. And I will say this, and the biggest thing that came out of the inquiry was the serious lack of engagement from ARC. They talked up a good fight sitting in here, but out on the ground it couldn't have been further from the truth.
That's right.
So, Senator DeLiga.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Mr Betts, I just have a question following on from Senator Mackenzie's question about the timing of the of tabling the cost assurance report. That was subject to an order to produce documents from the Senate, is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding, yeah.
And what was the date that it was supposed to be tabled by?
Sometime in June.
22nd of June.
So, Minister, that's the government tabling the report almost a month early?
That would be an accurate reflection.
Thank you. It's worth adding that the report was an input to budget processes. The budget's only landed relatively recently, and obviously we needed to go through the process of the targeted redactions to make sure that we didn't expose commercially sensitive information which might have compromised the interests of taxpayers. So that means that added to the lead time, but we've taken the first opportunity presented to us to table the report for the Senate.
Thanks, Mr Betts. That's very helpful. I have a couple of questions in relation to the fuel security and the public education campaign.
Get your roof racks ready. Pump your tyres up. He's going to pump our tyres up.
All right. My first question is the Every Little Bit Helps campaign. When it comes, can you give me an insight into the themes of the campaign and how did you determine the themes?
Yes, so I'll ask the team to take you through the detail on that. The purpose was in many ways twofold. First, to alert the community to the fact that the fuel situation was emerging and that the government had a staged plan for responding to that, so there's general community awareness raising. And the second was to point the community in the direction of specific measures they could take, which would be relatively straightforward, which would make a contribution in the sort of spirit of every little bit helps to manage a crisis which was not of our making but which the Australian community can help us to manage. So, Susan.
Susan Charles, First Assistant Secretary, Enabling Services. Secretary is correct. The objectives of the campaign were to raise awareness of the National Fuel Security Plan. It was also to encourage people to adopt some simple, practical actions that reduce individual and family fuel consumptions and build a sense of a shared responsibility of the fuel security. The messaging was evidence-based messaging. All concepts around the messaging that were in the ads were tested, and it was ensuring that the communications were proportionate to the current plan setting. So we were level 2. It talks about voluntary actions that were taken, and the tips that were talked about in the ads are also on the fuel plan website, are based on cited research and mirror advice provided by the government. Other websites, you can go to the energy website and the green vehicle website, so they're consistent with those sort of messaging. So it's about practical tips, voluntary actions individuals and public could take.
Thanks, Ms Charles. And has the department done any research, or is there any ongoing research about the efficacy of the campaign at all?
So the campaign is currently in market. As normal practice, all campaigns undertake an evaluation and tracking. That is an ongoing exercise. The campaign went into market on the 13th of April, so it's early indications so far. But what we are seeing is the amount of hits on the website, which is about just under 500,000 hits to the website on the first month, and we are seeing people discussing about the practical steps they can take to reduce the fuel, improve efficiency in their fuel consumption.
And is there any notes or any sort of findings that you've got about the demonstrated reduction in the usage of fuel since the commencement of the campaign, and in what ways have people been doing that?
Maybe that is best dealt with by the transport officials under Outcome 2. They would have access to some information along those lines, I suspect.
No worries. And you said it was 500,000 in the first month that's accessed the website?
Correct, that's correct.
And traffic is still coming through?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
But we're wanting to stop the traffic. But anyway, I've got questions on this topic too,
Sure.
Chair.
Well, let's keep going on this topic.
Yeah, so how much... it's a $20 million campaign?
That is correct.
How much for the creative?
The contracts are currently all on AusTender. The creative contract...
Haven't had a chance to look.
No, that's okay. The creative contract, the value of the creative contract was $2 million.
Sorry?
$2 million.
$2 million for the creative?
Correct.
$2 million to tell Australians to pump up their tyres and remove their roof racks to save fuel?
It's $2 million is the contract value, yes.
Did the $2 million do the research that these were the things that would save fuel?
As I mentioned, the research and the fuel tips are from cited research. The campaign, we undertook some research, market research testing on those concepts.
How'd that go?
So the market it went well. The market research indicated, informed us on what fuel tips best resonated with the audience, and those were reflected in the ads.
Okay. Did the minister request some an education campaign, or did the department suggest to the minister she needed an education campaign? Where did the request for the campaign come from?
It was a decision of government through Cabinet.
They asked for a campaign to help Australians.
It was a Cabinet decision, yeah.
Yeah.
Senator, it
Cabinet
is
special, that one.
the government announced the National Fuel Security Plan, as you're aware, on the 30th of March.
Which we don't have any detail about, particularly stages 3 and 4. We'll get to that a little later. But the education campaign came out of that Cabinet.
Correct. That is correct.
Right. Was the department involved? Was that Cabinet, and I don't want to go to the details, but was that a submission that came from Minister King to Cabinet, or did Cabinet say to Minister King, I think your department can get on with an education campaign?
I think the way these things routinely work is that the responsible minister brings forward a proposal to Cabinet.
Yep. And so when did the first sub go up to Minister King on the education campaign?
When you say submission, well, obviously we're not talking about Cabinet documents.
No, I'm not wanting to know the contents. I want to know the date that the minister received a brief from the department on the education campaign.
Okay, well.
So the way the campaign runs is we sought approval for a campaign from the Minister for Finance, who approves government's campaigns.
Yep. When did you do that?
Well, we received the authority from the Minister on the 2nd of April.
Okay.
So it would have
When did you apply for it?
We commenced work after the announcement.
I believe it was the 2nd.
Yeah, the 2nd.
You commenced work on the 2nd and got approval on the 2nd? That doesn't...
No.
Senator Rosie Marr, Acting Assistant Secretary for Communication, I think we sought approval on the 2nd.
And received it? At the meeting, is that Comms Committee of Subcommittee of Cabinet still
the
going?
government, the GCC, Government Communication. No, this was handled through an exchange of letters.
Right, thank you. Okay, on the 2nd of April?
Correct.
Great. Then you go off to procure your $2 million, pump up your tyres, remove your roof rack, save the world campaign. I'm paraphrasing.
RFQs were issued on the 4th of April to procure the relevant suppliers.
Okay, thank you, the 4th of April. That's quick work. Now, you said 500 engagements.
500,000 engagements
500,000 engagements on the website. Can I have the media hits, social, TV, print?
We can take that on notice. It is a live campaign. We get ongoing tracking. We don't have...
Weekly tracking?
Weekly
tracking. So what's your last week say?
Senator, I don't have details of that particular report with us, but as Ms Charles said earlier, that the campaign is tracking...
Because there'll be people at home in the department watching, and this is a routine report that you'll get, and I want to see...
Yeah, we'll see what we can
the traction.
We will come back to you,
because
Senator,
you will be tracking that.
Yeah.
The 500,000 engaged in the website, what was sort of the tone and tenor of that engagement?
It's just visits, Senator.
Probably shocked Australians, but were there any sort of, can you give a flavour of, they're just site visits, there weren't any space for them to commentate on?
That's correct. It's just information which contains more fuel tips and some further information that they can...
I reckon they were journalists. Can I just ask, so when you get back to me on the media hits, I'd like to understand the feedback the social media has received, because this has really gone off online. Australians in the middle of a fuel crisis, pretty angry that $20 million, and this isn't your decision, it was the decision of Cabinet, pretty angry that $20 million has been spent telling them how to save fuel in pretty ridiculous ways. And I'd be really interested to know if you'd received that feedback through the website or your social media channels. And I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
We will take that on notice.
Minister, have you received any feedback from Queenslanders or more broadly across the country how ridiculous that was? Are you going to justify to me? Did you take your roof racks off?
As I've got out and about, Senator Mackenzie, I've received lots of feedback about the government response to the fuel crisis and understanding the effort that we've been going through.
On this campaign specifically?
Yeah, I've received plenty of people. It's been a topic of conversation, no doubt. I must admit that I haven't removed my roof racks, but I did move house.
Neither have I.
I did move house last week, so I will do it when I get home.
Have you pumped your tyres?
I do that, but I do that regularly. I'm pretty diligent on my tyres.
And Minister, what sort of car do you drive if you've got roof racks?
I've got a Land Cruiser, Senator Mackenzie. Yep.
There's no EV version of that one. I will leave the questions for this campaign.
Okay.
For now.
Senator Mulholland, do you have some questions? If not, Senator Scarr or Senator Colbeck.
Keep going on another topic.
We've got morning tea break for 11 minutes. So if you want to keep going. Okay.
I would like to go to the big build in Victoria.
Isn't that under outcome 1?
Well, this goes to the letters that I've written to your minister, that your minister has written to the Premier of Victoria. There's been a lot of correspondence.
Yes.
And I think that's appropriately dealt with in corporate.
Okay.
Specifics of projects we can get to in...
outcome 1?
Yeah. So, Minister, this one's for you. Following the serious allegations raised in the Victorian State Parliament committees on the 15th of May, Friday the 15th of May 2026, and recent media reporting regarding labour hire firms such as Women in Construction who have been linked to criminals and abusers of women, as reported in the SMH, on Victorian big build sites. What specific due diligence does your government undertake before approving federal funding agreements for major infrastructure projects involving labour hire companies?
Thanks, Senator Mackenzie. And obviously, any instance of abuse or mistreatment on the workplace is unacceptable, and the government have taken strong action in terms of how we've responded to that. And Minister King has been forthright in her stance on that at the same time.
But you're still giving them money.
In terms of how we deal with that and various state governments and jurisdictions around the country. I'm happy for the department to talk through the process that we've gone through over many months in terms of how we've responded to this. So I'll hand over to them.
So, Minister, I really want to ask you about... No, I'll go to the department. I've
asked them to add to that answer, Senator Mackenzie, and they should be allowed to do that.
So we can talk you through, obviously, the processes that we go through in terms of the allocation of money to jurisdictions, and we can talk you through the extensive steps that the Minister has taken, that I've taken, and that individual jurisdictions have taken in response to the allegations which have appeared in the media. Where we are advised of reports, generally of alleged unacceptable behaviour, our focus is on ensuring that these matters are referred to the relevant authorities. Now, where things are subject to investigation and where findings have yet to be landed, it will be a big call for the Commonwealth to disinvest from infrastructure projects across the state and penalise communities who have done nothing wrong as a result of that. However, your questions around what precautionary steps are being taken to make sure that any criminal or unacceptable behaviour are identified and dealt with, whether it's by the police or by other regulatory authorities, are very legitimate. And I might ask the team to give you an update since the last discussion we had at Senate Estimates.
Thank you.
Senator Toby Robinson, Assistant Secretary, Land Transport Infrastructure Division. So in previous estimates, we've spoken about the new measures that the government has included in the Federation funding agreement schedule with the states and territories which go to these matters.
Can I just ask you, Mr Robinson, that's been in place for a little while. The reports keep coming. Can you give me an action that this government, the Commonwealth government, has taken in response? Because I've got all the letters, we've had all the conversations, and the reports keep coming. So what action's been taken?
So Senator, obviously these are allegations that have been reported by the relevant states to the appropriate regulator or to law enforcement in accordance with the obligations under the FFAS. The department is notified of those. When we're notified of those, we work with the relevant jurisdictions to understand the nature of the allegations, ensure that they've been reported as per the obligations under the FFAS, and also work with the relevant jurisdiction to understand what steps they're taking with their head contractors to explore the issues, to understand the severity of them, and to ensure that there's no systemic issues.
Systemic issues. Wow.
So we can. I can run through some of the steps that states are taking in relation to those things.
So can you just run me through the active and open alerts that you've received by jurisdiction and by project?
Yes, Senator. So overall, the department has been notified of 63 allegations.
Well, that's a big jump from the 4 we had
projects.
last time.
So I can break that down by state.
Please.
So in Victoria, the department's been notified of 56 allegations across 11 projects.
Well, there's one gold medal winner there, isn't it? Let me do my maths.
In New South Wales, the department has been notified of 4 allegations across 4 projects, and in Queensland, the department has been notified of 3 allegations across 3 projects.
Sorry, 4 in New South Wales? I was just...
Yes, 4 allegations across 4 projects in New South Wales.
So the 56 in Victoria, can you run me through each and every one of those projects and their dollar amount? Who notified who? How did you find out? How did the Commonwealth find out? Was it all from the department, or have other contractors been able to advise you, or is it only through the Victorian government that you would become notified of a concern?
So Senator, I guess there's lots of different ways that allegations on projects can be reported. In some cases, they're reported directly to law enforcement or regulators. The numbers that I was mentioning before are allegations that the department has been notified of by our state and territory counterparts, and in all cases those allegations have been reported to the appropriate regulator or law enforcement by that.
So what if a subcontractor or someone in the construction industry had a concern, legitimate concern, they are unable to report it to you? It has to come through the state government?
So Senator...
In order for the provision in the FFA to be actioned?
So there's a range of different ways allegations can be reported.
Yes, you've said that.
One thing that jurisdictions have done is work together to improve the information that's available on project websites, on project work sites, both to head contractors but also workers on those sites, on the different ways that allegations can be reported. So those unacceptable behaviour guides were developed jointly by Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland, and they list different types of unacceptable behaviours and the different ways that people who are concerned can report those, including through various dedicated hotlines that the states have set up, directly to regulators. There's a range of different ways.
How long did it take to come up with the acceptable behaviours regime? When did it start and when did it go live?
It started in 2024. I think work underway, led by officials in Queensland, rapidly joining forces with their counterparts in Victoria and New South Wales.
And when did it go live?
I'd have to check that. It's been subject of discussions by ministers, including at the Infrastructure and Transport Ministers meeting. Minister King raised that as an issue at the ITM meeting as recently as the 21st of November 2025.
Okay, I want to know when the acceptable behaviours, how long it took to actually get that up and going. But sorry, you were going to go through the 56 projects in Victoria that have been reported as being problematic. That is 89%.
Sorry, just to be clear, Senator, There was 56 allegations, and I think they're on. Is it 11?
56 allegations out of 63?
Yes, for 11 projects.
11.
For 11 projects?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. 56. Thank you.
And we will be breaking at 10:45.
Do you want to... Well, I can get the list. If you table it now, or we can run through the list when we come back.
Yeah, either or.
We can go
Why don't we
through
go?
quite quickly.
Okay.
Right.
So, Senator, the projects from Victoria that we've been notified that allegations pertain to are North East Link, Clyde Road upgrade, Gippsland Rail Line upgrade, Barwon Heads Road Stage 2, Barwon Heads Road upgrade, Shepparton Rail Line upgrade, Suburban Rail Loop, Murray Basin Freight Rail Program, Melbourne Airport Rail Link, Ison Road extension, and Western Highway duplication.
Okay, if I run through the major projects for Victoria, what's not on? What's in the major projects for Victoria list that's not on this list? Is there any major project in the state of Victoria that is not subject to an allegation?
Well, Senator, there's around about 92 active projects in Victoria.
I understand the difference between active and major. Do you?
These aren't.
I know you do.
These are the major projects within the IIP.
Within the IIP.
Correct.
And on that, we'll give you time to contemplate over the next 15 minutes. We will take a suspension and be back here at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Hansard Broadcasting, thank you. We're all here. Senator Roberts, questions to corporate matters.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here again. Seems like only yesterday, doesn't it?
It's their pleasure.
In February estimates, I asked a question regarding the extent of works on the M1 motorway between Brisbane and the Gold Coast. Mr Bourne replied there were a lot of projects on the M1 and offered to take the question on notice. Your answer is on notice, SQ 26, which said, quote, the information on M1 projects can be found in documents tabled by the Secretary on the 9th of February 2026. This is the first few pages of the document. To help identification, there are 1,535 pages covering all of your projects, some of it going back to grants awarded in 2014, 12 years ago. I interpret this answer to be you telling my staff to find the answer themselves amongst the 1,535 pages of data you provided another senator. You provided electronically to him, spreadsheet. Do you dispute my interpretation?
So, Senator Andrew Bourne, First Assistant Secretary. Senator, that document holds all the information in relation to the question that you asked.
Prime Minister and Cabinet document on the correct behaviour of estimates witnesses and the Privileged Committee rulings over the years all require a witness to provide a full and accurate answer. Minister, how is this any sort of an answer, let alone a full and accurate one? I asked for a summary.
Thanks, Senator Robertson. I think Mr Bourne said it was a full and accurate information. It might have been more information than what you needed, is the suggestion, and I'd sort of feel as though it's a bit critical to, be disappointed in receiving too much information. Senator Roberts.
Well, you've cut our staff in half. We have only limited staff. You've cut our staff in half. We can't go through 1,535 pages. It's organised by state, not project. We wanted the M1 project. And by name of project, M1's not even named. You gave Senator Canavan a spreadsheet, but not us. You're burying the answer in 1,535 pages is not an answer, not a summary. So I'll repeat my question. You can take it on notice. Please provide a summary of all roadworks funded at any point in their project life cycle, in whole or part, by the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts, on the M1 between Brisbane and the Gold Coast.
Senator, I'll just ask my colleague, Mr Brummett, to take you through that.
Thank you, Senator. Bill Brummett, Assistant Secretary, Queensland Transport and 2032 venues. I'll run through these projects in order. So M1 Pacific Motorway, Daisy Hill to Logan Motorway, that's in progress with an Australian Government commitment of $50 million.
Is that 50 or 15?
50.
Thank you.
50 million.
Sorry, is anyone else struggling to hear? Yeah, I'm struggling to hear too.
Can
we just get a little bit more volume? Thank you. Sorry. Yep.
The M1 Pacific Motorway exit 45 North in planning, so that's a $10 million commitment. That was a budget commitment, a new project. The construction funding for the M1 Pacific Motorway, Daisy Hill to Logan Motorway, that's not, the exit 45 is a $10 million commitment with a total project cost of $20 million. The construction funding for the M1 Pacific Motorway, Daisy Hill to Logan Motorway, which has not commenced construction yet, Australian Government commitment of $450 million, total project cost of $900. The M1 Pacific Motorway, Varsity Lakes to Toogan, that was completed in 2025. Australian Government commitment of $750 million, total project cost $1.5 billion. M1 Pacific Motorway Upgrade Program, exits 41 and 49, completed in 2025. Australian Government commitment $117 million, a total project cost of $234 million. The M1 Pacific Motorway 8 Mile Plains to Daisy Hill, completed in 2025. $510 million Australian Government commitment and a $750 million total project cost. M1 Pacific Motorway Upgrade Program, exit 45, that was completed in 2022. $7.3 million Australian Government commitment, $14.6 million total project cost. The M1 Pacific, M1 Pacific Motorway Upgrade Program, Majiraba, thank you, Andrew, to Varsity Lakes Upgrade, closed. That was closed and that project was completed in 2020. So we're going back a little bit there, but I wanted to be as comprehensive as I could for you, Senator. $194 million Australian Government commitment, $217 million total project cost, and another one completed a while ago in 2020. The M1 Pacific Motorway Upgrade, Gateway Motorway, Pacific Motorway Merge, $111 million. 0.5 Australian Government commitment and $189 million total project cost. There's also, under the SEQ Growth Brisbane 2032 Business Case Development Program, there are 3 planning projects in progress. So that's the Pacific Motorway Warringary Interchange Improvement, planning for that, $1 million Australian Government commitment with a total project cost of $2.9 million. Pacific, this is a project I mentioned earlier, and I'll explain. Pacific Motorway, exit 45 north. The business case, so there was a $750 million contribution from the Australian government and a total project cost of $1.5 million. And then what was announced at budget was $10 million, which was additional funding for detailed design and pre-construction work to get that project really shovel ready and well prepared. And then the final one under that program is the Pacific Motorway, Logan Motorway to Nerang, planning for smart motorways, also still in progress, and that was a $700,000 Australian government commitment and a total project cost of $1.5 million. Sorry, and in total, since 2019, that's a total Australian government commitment to projects on the M1 of $2.2 billion.
Thank you very much. Was that available last time?
Sorry. I think I did offer to go through those with you last time, but you asked us to take that on notice.
Okay. To confirm, Chair, for tomorrow, the high-speed rail questions are at 4:45 tomorrow?
Well, we'll go for tomorrow, but 12:45 might be one of them.
But it's on tomorrow, scheduled for 4:45?
I believe so. High-speed rail tomorrow, yes.
Thank you. I've got questions around the suburban rail loop in Victoria. Is this the correct session?
Well, no, it'll be outcome one, probably.
Outcome one?
We're still in corporate, Senator Roberts.
Right, so that's why I'm asking. So outcome one, that's definite?
Outcome one, sometime today.
Okay, thanks.
I might try and get an indication, Senator Mackenzie, we've still got a fair bit to go through corporate.
Yes, we've got distracted on the Inland Rail report, and so now we're going to hard and fast corporate budget decisions on infrastructure.
So it'll be a while. It'll be a while, Senator Roberts.
Thank you.
I wouldn't say distracted. I was engaged.
I was engaged,
that doesn't happen too often with me in estimates, I tell you. But anyway,
main game.
Sorry, Senator Roberts.
Government cuts to infrastructure.
That's it. Come back in. Okay, thank you very much. Then I'll come back to you, Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. Now, we were running through the 56 allegations across 11 projects in Victoria that have been reported to the Commonwealth. And I will need a new pen to write these down.
Yeah, mine conked out too.
Oh, it's working now.
Where's all our pencils? Have you been stripped?
They're there, sharpened, ready to go.
Oh, so.
Remind us what the question is.
So, Mr. Robinson, we went through the infrastructure pipeline where allegations had been raised of inappropriate, shall we say, CFMEU involvement, actions on infrastructure projects, and when we ran through the list, we had 56 individual incidents within Victoria across 11 projects, and the officials were going to run me through, thanks, Del, what they were, etc., the amount of the project, etc.
So, Senator, we can tell you how much the value of each of those projects are, but in terms of the allegations themselves, they are still going through the appropriate regulatory process. So it's hard.
So we can't really talk about those. We're saying they're allegations.
Correct. And we can't really talk about.
So it's all right, and we're also under privilege. So let's go.
So, Senator, I can't tell you exactly what each of the allegations are because they are matters that are being dealt with by regulatory bodies, and to talk about those may put them at prejudice.
You can't
take them on notice.
Paraphrase or summarise allegations on your feet at Senate estimates. It's not.
Where else do you think that would become public? If not here?
Perhaps through decisions of the regulators or the relevant investigatory authorities, but I think it puts Mr Bourne in an impossible position if he's asked to summarise allegations which he hasn't been subject to.
Yeah.
Mr Betts, I'm new to this committee.
You're still a lawyer,
but certainly, and I'm a lawyer by background, but don't hold that against me. Certainly in other contexts, you can summarise generally what the type of the allegation is, the nature of the conduct, without prejudicing an investigation with respect to providing particulars regarding types of allegation. But you can certainly provide Much useful information for the benefit of the committee, I would have thought, Mr Betts.
So thank you for that, Senator. So my guidance to Mr Bourne is summarise it at an appropriate level of generality such that you do not put yourself at risk in terms of misrepresenting allegations which may have been made, which are A, unfounded, and B, have been made by third parties. So I would keep it general. I would take it on
sorry,
notice.
if they're you can't actually say that. So, Mr Bourne, you have been informed by the regulators or indeed the Victorian Government of 56 incidences across 11 projects in the state of Victoria. I'm not asking you to make a call on whether they're founded or unfounded. I am asking you to outline what the allegation is in a factual manner, and I'm sure you're able to do that without prejudicing any investigation or the outcome of any further actions.
I could give you a sense of the types of allegations, Senator, if that's okay.
There's 56 of them. I'm going to go through. We've got 11 projects. There's 56 of them, starting at the top. You don't have to give me their names. I'm sorry.
Mr Board, I'll help you out. If you choose to take them on notice, you'll have the backing of the committee.
Senator, given that for some projects there is only one allegation, that would make it very, very hard to be very... so are you...
Give it a go.
Are you comfortable with us giving you a sense of the allegations more broadly across the Victorian projects?
Or should we take
No, you've given me a list of the 11 projects, right? There are 56 allegations across 11 projects, and I would like to know, the committee would like to know, the Victorian public would like to know, and the Commonwealth taxpayer would like to know. Not in specifics that will get you in trouble, but you're a clever guy. You will be able to do this.
So, for example, Mr Bourne...
Excuse me, Chair. It's better when there's one person asking a question and
I ceded to my learned counsel friend.
I absolutely agree.
And I think Senator Mackenzie did somewhat have a question in there that we should be able to respond to.
Cheers.
So, Mr Board, do you wish to...
No, it's not a matter of wishing.
Do you wish to...
Senator,
Point of order.
I would appreciate the opportunity to take that on notice and come back to you, just to make... I don't want to get myself in a situation where I've overstretched, so if I have the opportunity to be able to do that, I may be able to come back to you shortly today.
Want to go?
Fair enough.
Sorry, can I ask for something?
Yes, Senator Scarr.
And sorry, there's one senator asking a question this time. Minister Chisholm. So, Mr Bourne, you're not in a position, and Ms Hall, to simply tell us if, for example, there is an allegation of corruption in relation to project XYZ, or there is an allegation of criminal extortion, or there is an allegation of harassment and bullying. This is the sort of general subject matter which we were hoping to extract in terms of getting an idea for the concept, the nature of the subject matter of the allegation.
Yep. I understand the question, Senator. If I could have the opportunity just to make sure that I don't overstep, I'd appreciate that. I could talk generally in relation to the 56, but if you want what you're after...
No, I did. That's what I asked for. And I'm absolutely confident that you would be able to do exactly as Senator Scarr outlined without prejudicing any investigation whilst maintaining public transparency.
So the best way to do that is for us to take it on notice.
No, you can make a public interest immunity test.
No,
you are not taking something like this on notice because you do know what the allegations are.
Order.
Not necessarily.
He does.
Senator Mackenzie, just order. Senator Mackenzie, you've asked Mr Bourne that you wish to consult, and then you will come back.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, are there any further questions?
Well, can I, just as a follow-up question, I'm interested, you said there are 3 projects, 3 complaints made in relation...
You might want to come closer to the microphone. Sorry, Senator Scarr, just a bit happy.
Sorry, Chair. There are 3 complaints in relation to Queensland projects. Which are the projects?
So, Senator, they are Centenary Bridge, Gold Coast Light Rail Stage 3 and Coomera Connector Stage 1 Central.
Okay. So, for those projects as well... the question is, what is the nature of the allegations that were made in relation to those projects? Is it corruption? Is it intimidation? Is it bullying? Whatever it is, that's what we're interested to know.
Thanks. Senator Mackenzie?
Thank you. We'll park that.
It was all peaceful before you came in, stirring everyone up.
Yes, you've got everyone fired up, Senator Roberts. And just, Senator Roberts, I did want to let you know that Senator Canavan's writing to the Minister and the Department on behalf of all senators, and that's public knowledge about every single infrastructure project and its funding profile that you're able to access if you require. I want to go to infrastructure cuts. Since the election, the funding for infrastructure over the 4-year budget forward estimates has progressively decreased. Over the 4-year forward estimates, this year budget delivers a $4.7 billion cut to the states, including $3.9 billion less for road funding. When there's a backlog of road infrastructure projects to match the population growth and roads are deteriorating, why has the government planned to cut road funding to states and territories to the tune of $3.9 billion over the forwards when compared to last year's budget?
Okay, so we've explained that the infrastructure investment pipeline overall remains at over $120 billion over 10 years, and I'll ask the team to take you through more detail over the forward estimates.
Senator, I'll ask my colleague Mr Milnes to talk about that.
Gee, it's like an AFL football match with the handballs. Yep.
Senator, as we talked about before, there's a slippage adjustment that's applied to national IRP payments, and when we look at payments to states, and in terms of the specific reference to the slippage adjustment is under road investment component and rail investment component. So page 74 of budget paper 3.
Hang on. Sorry. Which page?
74.
Yep.
And it's footnote A under both the rail investment component and the road investment component.
Mm.
And it talks about state totals do not sum to the national total.
Yes, so that's your 10.5 slippage.
So that's the 10.5% slippage across 25-26 in the forward estimates. And so when we took so the slippage adjustment does not apply to state totals and does not apply to specific projects. So in terms of budget to budget, so 25-26 budget to the 26-27 budget, there's been a $3.2 billion increase in terms of payments to states only.
So, Senator, if you were to add up those columns, New South Wales columns, Victoria's columns, and that's how you get that number. So this is the opportunity for states to put forward their delivery schedule and the Commonwealth's commitment to meet that if they can actually deliver. So the funding's there, but as we mentioned before, there are a lot of variables in that delivery, and hence why there is the slippage adjustment.
How are states performing? How long has your slippage adjustment process been in place?
Since my EFO 2024-25.
Okay, can I have a rundown from every single state and territory?
And I should say previously it was also applied in the 2021 budget, and it's also applied.
So I would like over recent budgets.
Yes.
How each state and territory has responded and behaved with this slippage adjustment. Has it improved delivery times?
So we can talk about the...
Has it improved the quantum of infrastructure delivered?
So we can talk about the 24-25 outcome. So that's following the 24-25 MyInfo. And states, so I think the estimate was about $12.6 billion for 24-25. And as a result of states meeting profiles outlined in their funding agreements, the Minister of Finance agreed to move some funding to allow them to pay on top of what was in the 24-25 budget. So 25-26 budget for 24-25.
So you're blaming the states are the reason the roads
I'm not saying
are not being...
I'm not saying that at all, Senator. So
well, it sounds like...
So the budget estimate was 12.6 billion. The outcome was 13.1 billion. So
and you're saying that's the slippage?
I'm saying that the government paid out more than was estimated for 24-25. So
And what was the reason for that? Timing?
Yes, states were able
or
to...
inflation?
States were able to deliver their projects
on time.
Senator, historically, you know that we have always done a movement of funds. Historically, jurisdictions have not been able to deliver what they have asked the Commonwealth Government for in regards to that. This has been for 10 years, at least, that jurisdictions. So to try and better match delivery to expenditure, both governments have put in a slippage methodology.
And are you...
and this is to try to ensure that expenditure matches delivery. That is all it is. It has nothing to do with inflation. It has nothing to do with cost.
And it has nothing to do with cuts.
And it has nothing to do with cuts. The funding is still available, and if they meet their target, they are entitled to that funding.
So when budget paper 1 says that expenditure on transport infrastructure has fallen by $3.7 billion over the forwards, compared with your own last budget, that's a 6.4% cut.
No, it's not a cut.
It's not a cut.
It's not
the budget papers show that there's less money going out.
The program is still, in fact, the IIP has actually grown from $100 billion to $104 billion. So it's not a cut at all. It's an actual trying to align delivery to expenditure. It has always been like this in the IIP.
But it's also very helpful in being able to cover cuts.
There have been no cuts in regards to investment.
So as I look at the last budget from the Coalition to this one, there's been an over $7.4 billion difference in spending on road funding. So
it will be a movement of funds to make sure that projects actually align with their expenditure. And projects roll on and off.
So we used to pay
in
advance and now we're paying in arrears?
No, we've never. We've always paid on milestones.
Money didn't get spent. Is that what it was?
We've always paid on milestones under both governments.
So what... Okay.
So Senator Mackenzie, you summarised it accurately. This is not about cuts. This is about rephasing to reflect past experience of slippage in the state and territories' deliveries of their program. The money's still there. If they hit the targets, as Mr Bourne said, they get the money. So it's not a cut. Right. It's more like a prudent planning assumption.
Beauty. Good business, I reckon.
Oh, I'm sure you do still. I don't think the trucking industry is approving of this government's approach to fuel excise, the truckie tax, or taxes on small business.
Happy to have that debate.
Let's have that debate
On any forum, in any state,
I will
anywhere in
happily
Australia.
have that. Let's go to the National Press
Because
Club.
I'll cut you up.
You'll cut me up.
Right? Metaphorically, yes. I will carve you up, is what I should say. Very happy. And you can announce the time.
Yeah, I'll be writing to Katie and Penny on that one.
Start talking about
okay.
Sham contractors?
So, yeah, I'm happy to fight sham contractors.
You weren't
Why
in
aren't you
government.
doing anything?
Oh, my goodness me. Can I come and sit down there, Minister? Can we swap? And I can educate the ignoramus from the other side here what's been going on in sham contracting. You might want to
now
start,
you've called me an
instead of ringing up
ignoramus.
people saying, have you got any dirt for estimates? And they all laugh about it on podcast. Actually do your homework, Senator. You might get enlightened. Talk to all the agencies.
So ignoramus going to carve me up, going to cut me up. Anything else, Stel?
Oh, no, that'll do for now.
What a charmer.
That'll
Ladies, I hope you're listening.
Well, you're making
the
lies,
budget
and you just
papers
lie through
show
your eye teeth.
road expenditure this current year has fallen by $1 billion less than budgeted last year, and you're going to say... Sorry?
Yeah.
Sorry?
The travel.
Sorry?
Yeah, keep going.
When,
Talk about
when I
charges.
work...
How many times now have you had to pay back the government? Yeah, I'm happy to have that debate any time
Absolutely,
you want.
so am I.
You got
So am
any
I.
questions?
Do you want to go to Kununurra?
You got any questions?
Why didn't you turn up to the inquiry?
I was there on Friday.
You weren't
know
there
why
when I was
because
there.
I was at Cracklin.
You know
the
when
Kimberley
you weren't
Regional
there when I
Leaders
was there.
Network. talking about the lack of housing in the remote communities.
That's great, but we
That's
were
been going
conducting
for
an
30
inquiry
years.
and you were the
That's
chair
why
of
I
the
wasn't
committee.
there.
You were the deputy chair of that
So
committee.
if you're going to make accusations...
You're the one throwing the accusations around, mate.
Because you look like a fool in front of everyone. I should do a
And now I'm a fool.
poll here. Who'd like to see this person?
I hope we're
as the
actually going to be
infrastructure
counting all
Point
this.
of order, Chair.
Put your hand
Point
up.
of order, Chair.
I'm out of order.
You are out of order.
It's a new
and have
experience
been
for me,
a
this
while.
committee. And,
I'm looking forward to the National Press Club debate.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Sure. Would you like to suspend? Yeah, let's suspend for a couple of minutes, shall we? Everyone like go and get a cup of tea?
Maybe a cup of tea break.
No, we're suspending. As you can see, that was the worst of the worst being on display here. Its frustrations boil over. Language is used that shouldn't be used. I regret using a few of my choice words. I take that back, but I'm very happy to defend what this government has done around sham contracting and with the transport industry, the hard work we've been doing for many years. I will not use that language again, Senator Mackenzie, but if you wish to debate me, the offer is still there, and I'd be happy to have that debate with you.
Respectfully, I will take that up. So, Morris, if you're listening, book it. I just wanted to understand, because it's not just myself that's having difficulty understanding how you're treating or categorising cuts to the infrastructure budget, but AAA, the Australian Automobile Association, huge supporter of safety on roads and expenditure on our road networks, opening lines of their media release on the 12th of May says, following the 26-27 federal budget's $3.8 billion cut to road investment funding, and they're stating that overall transport infrastructure funding has declined. So is the AAA wrong?
We don't know, Senator, how they came up with their figures.
Sorry, Ms Hall, you've got a very gentle voice.
So, Senator, we don't know how they came up with their figures. We haven't been able to work that out.
Do you talk to the AAA?
Yes. We do, but we haven't had a chance to talk to them. My meeting with Mr Bradley is not till next week. So.
Okay. Well, I would put the budget funding cuts on the top of that list because they're a very good organisation that does their homework. So I find it incredible that we're all talking about billions of dollars of budget cuts, but you're not. I can understand why politically, but if I'll follow up post that meeting. I just had some questions around ministerial responsibilities. We've got Minister McBain making announcements in both Outcome 1 and Outcome 2, but I'm not sure whether it is because she's has responsibilities in that area or not. So I just would like to understand which ministers, in addition to Minister Catherine King, have been sworn in with responsibility for making decisions on expenditure programs in Outcome 1, and what are those specific programs?
Okay. So as you say, it spans Outcome 1 and Outcome 2. And I think principally in Outcome 2 in relation to road safety expenditure, but I might ask Ms Hall to talk through
ministerial responsibility.
Ministerial responsibilities have been delegated between Minister King and Minister McBain, unless Minister Chisholm wants to say anything.
No. Minister McBain is responsible for the sub-programs, so Roads to Recovery, SLIRP, the maintenance, those sorts of programs. She's not going to be responsible for the new ATF program, Active Transport. That will stay with Minister King. She's responsible for the road safety as the road safety minister. So she oversees the policy for that.
And makes decisions in those spaces.
In consultation with Minister King.
Yes.
So that's the separation of those. In regards to Minister Chisholm, Minister Chisholm is responsible for ADRs and the heavy vehicle program.
So when you say responsible, those ministers are responsible for decisions in consultation, but it is their decision-making responsibility around those programs, as you outlined.
Yes.
You're a bit loose. Sorry. Roads to Recovery, road safety, and any other for
all the sub-programs for Minister McBain, except for ATF.
Except for. Okay.
And obviously Minister McBain then has other responsibilities under Outcomes 3 and 4 in our department and more broadly across government, for instance, in relation to emergency management.
I just wanted to understand Outcome 1 and then Outcome 2. What responsibilities, in addition to Minister King, who's been sworn in with responsibilities for making decisions on expenditure and programs for Outcome 2? Can you outline those for me, please, Ms Hall?
So in regards to the expenditure of the programs, overarching expenditure still sits with, in regards to if we were going to go to Cabinet and make a decision as to are we going to extend the Roads to Recovery program, for example, that all still sits with the Cabinet Minister, which is Minister King. In regards to the program that we have at the moment, so for example, if you were to have the SLIRP program and the amount of funding that's actually there at the moment and the decisions that would be made on a funding round, that would sit with Minister McBain.
Okay, the funding round decisions are with Minister McBain in outcome 2.
That's right.
And just clarify, is that for all programs in outcome 2?
For the sub-programs of the IIP.
Right. Okay.
In regards to broader transport, you'd have to ask the transport, because outcome 2 covers transport as well.
No, I'm asking about ministerial responsibility, which you guys know about.
If it's helpful, we can prepare a quick note for you.
That would be
during
great,
the course of the
just
day,
so it's very
sets it
clear.
out. Yeah.
Who's deciding what. And in terms of the so in the 47th Parliament, Assistant Minister Carol Brown had been allocated to Road Safety Black Spot program, but that is now
Minister McBain.
Minister McBain. Okay. So who do you report to on a day-to-day basis?
Me.
Okay, who do you report to on a day-to-day basis?
Minister King is the lead minister within our portfolio.
Yes.
My employment contract, I think, is with the Prime Minister, or was approved with the Prime Minister. But Minister King is the lead minister within our portfolio. So
Minister King trumps all other ministers with sworn responsibility? I mean, how does it work?
Well, she doesn't trump them in any general... So I've got... there are 4 cabinet ministers whose portfolios are served in whole or in part by our department. The 2 Ministers King, plus Minister Burke, plus Minister Wells. Lead ministers within diverse diverse departments like ours have sometimes particular responsibilities for coordinating inputs, for instance, to general cabinet processes. But that having been said, Minister Wells is the Minister for Communications. She is a cabinet minister. She is trumped by no one in that role. So.
Okay. Thank you. That briefing note will be important. Now, at last estimates, we were told the department was on track to reduce ASL by 47 as budgeted. When accounting for the additional ASL from machinery, from the mogging and my EFO, the budget papers suggest ASL this year is set to reduce by 106. Is that correct?
No.
No.
When you say this year, do you mean from 25-26 into 26-27? Or do you mean during
ASL
the course?
this year, 25-26, is set to reduce by...
So there are various data points over time in relation to ASL, which is in itself quite a confusing measure. So I might ask our Chief Finance Officer to talk you through the headlines on that.
Thank you, Senator. Charles Rodnowski, First Assistant Secretary, Chief Financial Officer. So, Senator, at this year's budget, as published in our PBS, our ASL for 26-27 is 2,264.
Yep.
So, in relation to the 25-26 number, so that's the numbers you're referring to because we only publish the current year or the forward budget year, not the forward estimate years.
Yes.
So in relation to the
that would get everyone a bit stressed.
Well, yeah, and it does look at agency resourcing year on year.
Yep.
So that's why we only have the current year ASL projections. In terms of the current year, you can see that in our budget papers in our PBS, I think it's page 27, the current year ASL or the annual actual is 2,172.
Right.
So in relation to that, that is made up of a number of factors, as you've mentioned. So we did have the MOG last year, where the department
lost some, you gained some.
We got lost some, gained some. We did gain about 62 from the Department of Health. We did have a number of terminating measures this financial year, and our appropriations were reducing. So the department took a number of steps to ensure that we could manage our ASL to affordable levels and meet the budget that government's handed down to us in terms of living within our means. So as you can see, we have trended down our ASL to 2,172 to ensure that that is affordable. And we've undertaken a number of steps. In the last hearing, we did talk about the recruitment controls that we deployed, a number of fiscal tightening strategies to ensure that, you know, our ASL isn't growing beyond what we can afford.
So just at a more granular level, from what divisions and program areas have staff levels reduced? And you mentioned some terminating programs, but I'd like a list of which divisions and what programs that ASL will be sourced.
So in terms of where those reductions have been, Senator, I have to take that on notice in terms of exactly where those reductions have been within the course of the last year. In terms of what we got funded for this year, though, there were a number of programs that were set to be considered to terminate because we do our budgets annually. However, there was funding received in this budget. So I'd have to take that on notice because there is a lot of complexity there in terms of breaking that down at the divisional group level. But that's what estimates is for. I'm very happy to take that and come back to you throughout the day. I can do that.
So, Chair, when that information comes back to us, are we able to go back to corporate to discuss it?
How far away is that info?
Oh, I can check with my team and we can come through.
Yeah.
I'll be here most of the day, so I can provide that to you.
If the chair's okay with that, that would be amazing. Thank you. I want to go now to...
Actually, so I may be able to help you in the sense that would it be helpful if I described some of the terminating measures which have terminated in this budget?
It's okay. I'm happy because some of it will be divisional sort of changes as well as programs. So if I can just get it all.
Average staffing level is, as I said before, it's a confusing number. It's mainly a financial metric. It doesn't relate to FTE. And sometimes what you can afford and therefore what you report in terms of ASL may be a function of the balance between supplier expenditure on the one hand and staffing headcount on the other. So a reduction in ASL doesn't necessarily imply a reduction to the same extent in human employees within the organisation. But with those caveats, we'll come back to you with the numbers.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Since the last Senate estimates, there's been significant changes in responsibility. If we go to the org chart, Ms Purvis Smith has moved from the Department Secretary, Deputy Secretary of Transport to a DepSec role in Finance. Marie Bridger has moved out of the Chief Operating Officer role to a new position. My understanding is Ms Bridger is on gardening leave.
No, Ms Bridger's not on gardening leave.
Okay. And that Ms Router continues acting as DepSec of Sport Territories and Regions following Mr Mackay being moved to Comms and Media, but that she's been acting in the role for at least 3 months.
Yes.
So what is the department's cap on the number of SES staff?
I'll get that for you. It's just over 100. I think it's about 104 from memory. We've been a little bit over that, but my commitment to the Public Service Commissioner is that we will be under the cap by the end of this financial year. To that end, for instance, we are undertaking a restructure which will come into effect very shortly, which we've been consulting staff around, which is the abolition of that Deputy Secretary position that you referred to, Sport Territories and Regions, which has been occupied on an acting basis by Ms Router, and those functions will be divided between other Deputy Secretaries. So that's an example of something we're doing across the department, which is to make sure that in the context of the financial stringency we're facing, that SES, Senior Executive Service, and including Deputy Secretaries are not exempt from the need for us to tighten our belts.
So you said you'd spoken to the Public Service Commissioner. Had he raised... think, still.
He was Gordon de Brouwer at the time.
Yes.
Routinely writes to secretaries, and
So when were you advised you were over the cap by the Public Service Commissioner?
We've been over the cap for as long as I can remember, to be honest, as have many departments. The Public Service Commissioner writes to us on a 6-monthly basis. He did that in the mid-part of last year.
Is that the first time he'd mentioned it?
No, he'd write on a regular basis, but I figured that at the time when the department was going through considerable financial stringency, that the cap had been set for a reason, and that notwithstanding the fact that pressures come along like 000 custodian, or like the need to stand up the REX task force or respond to the fuel situation, we should take that cap seriously and live within our means in relation to it, and that's what we're going to do in the coming few weeks.
Okay. So how many SES staff are currently employed? You said 101?
No, so we're going to get the figures for you now. There are a few
and just
figures.
How many non-SES employees are in acting roles for more than 3 months?
Okay. So we can give you that information.
As of the 31st of March, the department has 110 SES positions, and the Secretary mentioned the cap. Our cap is 104.5.
104.5. I love it when we have decimals when we're referring to humans. So 110, and does that also include non-SES employees acting in SES roles for at least 3 months?
I don't have that information in front of it, but Ms Donovan...
Ms Donovan?
I can give you the number of acting over... Kylie Donovan, Assistant Secretary. I can give you the number of staff acting in SES roles over 3 months, if you like.
That'd be great.
Okay, it is... Bear with me.
And then will you be able to tell me if they're non-SES staff acting?
I'll check on that one. So certainly there are 11 staff who are acting in SES Band 1 roles for over 3 months. This is as at the 31st of March. We've got 2 staff acting in SES Band 2 roles, and as you mentioned before, we've got 2 staff acting in SES Band 3 roles.
Okay. Well, on notice maybe, of all of those, of the 11 acting for over 3 months, are they all non-SES?
I'll take that on notice. I'd assume that the SES Band 1s would be EL2s acting up into
yes.
the band.
Well, how many of the 11 are in that category?
I'll take that on notice for you.
Working assumption is there'll be EL2s acting, taking advantage of an acting opportunity.
So have you sought approval from Minister Gallagher to be operating above your cap?
No, so you don't seek approval for it, you comply with the cap. So one of the reasons why we've got acting positions...
But here we are, Secretary.
Well, to be honest, there's been not much enforcement around this in the past, and the priority for secretaries has generally been to respond to issues as they emerge. For instance, forming task forces to deal with things like REX and like the fuel situation, as I've described. But we will be back within our cap by the 30th of June, and that was my commitment to the APS.
And you mentioned a restructure. Have you had any external assistance with a restructure?
Not with the restructure, no, that I'm aware of. We obviously, as discussed at previous estimates, we engaged the services of Court Mentha to undertake a financial sustainability review. That was completed late last year, I think, and I'm not aware of our having engaged any external assistance.
So the Court of Mentha, is that that's what's informing your restructure, that piece of work?
That was a more general piece of advice around some of the things that Ms Jordanowski was talking about in terms of steps that the department should take in order to live within its means and to make sure that we were being as efficient as we could. And that has led through to decisions, for instance, to invest in new efficiency driving solutions in IT.
So how many staff are going to have to be let go to actually get to your cap by the end of this financial year?
Well, we will get you the number in terms of the SES that are on our books. That's always by the way, a somewhat confusing picture because you get people who are on long-term leave, for instance, who we don't need to find positions for. But we will do that through a combination of natural attrition and targeted.
Is Ms Bridger on that arrangement?
No, Ms Bridger is in the role at the moment as a Deputy Secretary overseeing the ERP project.
Okay.
So we'll
Sorry, someone was getting a bit of information
I was also going to say that the number 110 was 110 SES positions. Currently, the department's headcount is 107 SES. As the Secretary mentioned, we have made a commitment to get to our cap by the end of the financial year.
Yes, no, he's mentioned that 3 times. Hope the Commissioner's listening. What is the purpose of the Enterprise Resource Planning Program and how long has the program been in existence?
Okay, so that's a procurement process which is underway at the moment, and its aim is to significantly modernise and integrate a whole series of outdated systems across the department in key enabling functions like human resources, like finance and so on. And we have Mr Howardson, who has been leading that procurement at the table, who will be able to answer any questions you might have on the detail of that.
Well, I wanted to know how long it's been in existence and what's the budget for the program for each year of the forward estimates and how many staff in the department are required to run it.
We will answer those. I would just say we're in the midst of a procurement at the moment, so some of the numbers are going to be tested through the procurement that we're in, which is obviously commercially confidential right now.
Anthony Hudson, Assistant Secretary for the ERP program. We're in the middle of the evaluation process at the moment. We kicked off with the program itself kicked off in early last year with the completion of a business case before approaching the market in July, 24th of July of 2025.
Sorry, July?
2025.
Right.
And we are just at the back end now of that procurement process, having gone through the selection process itself down to contract negotiations with sellers, and now we're into final contract negotiations with our preferred sellers.
Okay. How many staff are involved?
At the moment, we have a budget of 10.4 ASL, but I only have 9 physically on board with me.
Okay, we need 1.5 people. Has there been any material change to the work the program is delivering since you last appeared? Only that you're about to...
Correct. No, there's been no change.
Okay. Does this program now require the full oversight of a DepSec level SES position?
At the moment, that's my judgment that it does, yes.
It does?
Yep.
And once the contract's fulfilled, it doesn't?
We will see, yep.
You will see?
Yep.
What does that mean, Secretary?
Means I haven't made that decision yet.
Do you have a gut feel?
No.
So the department's organisation structure and enterprise resource planning programs previously been delivered reporting to the Chief Operating Officer, but is no longer. So you haven't made a decision? Or you have made a decision and are waiting for the contract to be in place?
Exactly. So I want to get the procurement process through to the other side, to decisions. Ms Bridger is overseeing that with Mr Howardson at the moment, and then we'll take some decisions on the other side of that about how we resource and oversee and govern the project. Okay.
I just wanted to go to voluntary redundancies. Thank you. There'll be more questions on that after when we next see each other. Is the department currently offering voluntary redundancies?
No, not in any generalised way.
Any specific way?
Well, occasionally, from time to time, as is allowed under our enterprise agreement, we may be looking to do a restructure at a very local level. We may have staff who are interested in doing something else with their life, and where there is an opportunity for an individual win-win, we might offer a voluntary redundancy to someone. My understanding is that there have been 7 of those things out of our 2,200 odd workforce during the course of the current financial year, so it's very small scale, very localised and not generalised. Obviously, we've seen reports and heard news of general voluntary redundancy rounds being offered in other departments. We are not in a position where we need to undertake such an exercise ourselves.
Okay, when you when the staff do take up a voluntary redundancy offer, which sounds like it's quite a bespoke opportunity, are they required to declare their positions are surplus to requirements, or that they're unable to perform their role? Or is it clear that it is you or a delegate of yourself offering them a voluntary redundancy, rather than then having to say, I can no longer perform this duty in order to access the redundancy regime?
So it requires a position to disappear. I'll hand over
Well, is that a general, the position, who makes the decision about the position disappearing in order to access the voluntary redundancy?
Management. So I'm asking.
So there's 7 positions that have disappeared.
Yes, so that will be the consequence of a localised restructure, where a manager or the relevant branch head has seen an opportunity to do things more efficiently, and that has coincided with a desire on the part of a staff member to take a package and leave, and we're able to facilitate that. The department saves money, the individual gets to make choices about what they want to do with their career. But that is very different from a generalised, open,
yes, no, I appreciate that. So what was the cost of voluntary redundancies over the past year, and how does that compare with previous years?
So the figure I have, and broadly speaking the rule of thumb is it's about 140,000 I think per head, is that there were 7 voluntary redundancies so far this financial year, and the cost of that is $864,141.
And have you got the 140 just by dividing the amount? Like, is that 140 the average figure?
That's a rough rule of thumb that's been generated in the past to give an indication of what a voluntary redundancy costs based on broad composition of our department, the salaries people are paid, etc.
Are there any other incentives that have been offered to staff to retire, depart, resign from the department since the 2025 election?
The only other incentives are, again, localised and individual, and those are for senior executives. 2 of those have been offered as at the 31st of March.
And what sort of incentive?
Those are incentive to retire payments, they're called.
Correct. That is correct.
Incentive to retire payment?
Not they're in essence, they're not dissimilar to VR arrangements.
Explain the difference.
I think it's more about terminology, but I also think
I'm
it's part of
interested in the terminology.
It's in SES determinations. It is a descriptor in the SES determinations around options to get a package to retire, an incentive to retire, which is what it's referred to. But Ms Donovan,
it sounds a bit opaque, Ms Charles. We've got a voluntary redundancy regime, which sounds very bespoke and individualised, according to the secretaries, and then we have an incentive to retire.
The difference is terminology.
And what's the impact of the change of terminology?
It relates to the administrative instrument, if you like, under which the payment is made for award staff who are employed under an enterprise agreement. It's voluntary redundancies in accordance with that agreement. And for senior executive staff, it's an SES determination, which is the governing administrative instrument, and that's pretty much the only difference.
Right, so the 7 we spoke about earlier are on EBAs and voluntary redundancy regime, 2 SES incentive to retire. Is there an impact on retirement benefits as a result of the language change?
The language changed. They're just two.
No, just 2 different,
It's purely terminology, and one sits within a SES determination.
So of the 2 SES incentives to retire that were taken up, how much were those packages?
In the combined total of those, the figures I've got, 190,940.
Combined?
Correct. I might just clarify that point. The numbers the Secretary has quoted does not include their annual leave or their long service entitlements.
Oh.
Just to be clear, because there is as you can imagine, a difference in that.
How do you quantify the annual leave if I've saved up my annual leave and then I take up the incentive?
Staff are entitled to receive their annual leave.
So if I included the annual leave, of course they're entitled. They're entitled to take up an incentive to retire as well.
Correct.
So how much, when I ask the package includes their annual leave, it includes those things. So what was the total package?
We don't have information here. We have the information regarding the actual incentive, but not the
package that these individuals
just to be clear,
have taken. And so just on the 7, on the 140 average, does that include annual leave, entitlements, etc.?
No, it doesn't.
That's
so just to be clear, you said
got it.
they're entitled to an incentive to retire. They're actually not. It's at the discretion of the Secretary whether they get an incentive to retire. But they are entitled to their long service leave and their recreation leave, and those sit on our books as liabilities.
When I said
anyway.
entitled, I didn't mean
it gets
everyone
one
gets
way
a
or another,
prize.
so it's cost neutral from our point of view.
Yeah. I've finished with that line of questioning. If Senator Pocock's.
Senator Pocock.
Chair, thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Thank you for your time here today. I've got some questions about the recent ANAO performance audit that looked at the administration of the FOI Act, published on Wednesday last week. I'm assuming everyone is aware of it. Yep. I'd like to read from page 8 of the audit. The audit identified a range of shortcomings with entity administration of FOI Act requests that are inconsistent with pro-disclosure objects of the FOI Act. The audit goes on page 9. The decision-making in the 3 audited entities was not consistently transparent, accountable and pro-disclosure. And this was interesting to know if the department thinks that it takes a pro-disclosure approach to freedom of information.
Yes. So, general response to the report, and I'll ask Mr. Burke to go through more detail with you. We welcome the report, and we've accepted the 6 recommendations which are in it. We have been on a journey of trying to improve handling of FOI over recent years, and I think we've been reasonably successful in doing that. Discussion of the detailed findings of the report is slightly complicated by the aggregation of 3 agencies together, and I would say that we are on quite different trajectories potentially, not least because I note the commentary on compliance with statutory timeframes. Our compliance with statutory timeframes in the last year has been 100%. So I think different departments will have different levels of compliance, and I'm pretty satisfied with where we're at. But there are other questions around regularly reviewing policies, monitoring and assurance for document searches and other things, and record keeping where we accept the recommendations and we'll take them on board. I think our track record in terms of referrals to the Information Commissioner and the findings that the Information Commissioner has made suggests that, generally speaking, our department is doing the right thing in terms of disclosure, but I might ask Mr. Burke to give you a few more details.
Thank you, Secretary. I just had some questions that I was hoping you could help out with. One of the things that I found most striking about the report was that 42% of FI requests looked at by the ANAO involved a courtesy consultation with the Minister's office, all for documents that actually originated in the department, not the Minister's office. Is that correct?
Andrew Burke, Assistant Secretary, Integrity Branch. Senator, I can't speak to the specifics of what the Auditor General has determined. Those questions are probably best directed to the Auditor General. I can talk about our process.
Sorry, that was in the report. Do you dispute it or you accept that finding?
Well, as I was trying to explain, Senator, I think in our view that there is a difference between the way that the document is defined under the FOI Act. It does not need to originate within the Minister's office to be a document of the Minister. For example, correspondence, briefing materials, they are documents that are considered documents of the Minister under the Act.
So can I'll just take you to that. So you're saying that, I think this is from what your department thinks. A document relating to the function of the Minister's office doesn't have to be a document which originated with the Minister's office. But the ANAO notes that the FOI Act, which you're meant to be going by, refers specifically to documents originating with or received from the third party, not documents merely relating to their functions. So you've in effect just manufactured a different definition to the FOI Act. Is that not what's happened here?
I wouldn't use those terms, Senator.
Okay, what terms would you use?
Senator, the department is using the definitions of the Act also as required under the Act to giving considerations to the guidelines as issued by the Information Commissioner, which I believe do a little bit further about how to consider documents of a minister. I don't have those guidelines in front of me at the moment.
And so where's this being driven from? Is the Minister's office saying that you have to raise anything that could be inconvenient or to do with the Minister's office, or is this, like, it just seems strange that 42% of the time you're checking with the Minister's office on something that isn't a document from the Minister's office?
Absolutely not, Senator. That's not coming from anywhere other than the Act also requires the decision makers to have consideration of all available information in order to make an independent decision, and the department has determined that that are the matters that the decision maker takes into consideration when forming a view of what should be released under the parameters in the FOI Act.
But you accept that that's not what the ANAO thinks?
Except that's what's written in the report, Senator.
Yeah. And so should we be basing our policies and decisions based on the Act and the auditor, or what might be good for the Minister?
So I think we're not suggesting that the Minister or the Minister's office interfere in the statutory decision-making processes of FOI. This is about giving people the opportunity to be consulted on the way through and alerting Ministers' offices when information is to be disclosed. But that does not usurp or diminish the statutory accountabilities of relevant staff within the department to comply with the terms of the FOI Act.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you for clarifying that. Mr Burke, one of the other things which I found a little bit concerning was, I've sat through many Senate estimates with the APSC talking about the Code of Conduct, obligations of public servants. Record keeping is one of those. But the ANAO raised concerns about the fact that there were not good records of responses from the Minister's office. Why aren't we keeping better records of what the Minister says when we flag something and say, hey, this could be a bit of a problem for you? Surely we should record what comes back.
Yeah, certainly, Senator. And so what the Auditor General, when they're referring to those information gaps, is referring to the documents are not recorded on our record workspace. They all exist and they're all within our email system. It's just that in prioritising maintaining our statutory obligations, we have fallen slightly behind on transferring those emails into the record workspace. That's something that we've taken on board and we are prioritising since receiving that draft recommendation from the Auditor General. It's been a priority for my team.
Okay, thank you. That's good to hear. One of the other, I thought, fairly striking findings was that the department classifies FOI requests from journalists and politicians as sensitive issue and notifies the Minister's office on receipt. On page 56 of the audit, the ANAO says that it was told by the OAIC that the identity of the requester should not be considered when processing requests. How did this policy come about?
Look, Senator, we do use the term sensitive FOI requests within the previous version, I'm going to say previous version of our FOI policy and framework. We have since changed that definition to be clearer. At all times, our decision makers, that the identity of who or how an applicant has come through is a relevant matter for consideration of the request, but we take on board that our policy did use the term sensitive request. We've since changed that to better reflect what we're talking about are matters that where we might seek to advise the Secretary prior to the release of material, but following the decision maker executing their decision, that something is about to be released so that the Secretary has time to consider what he might need to do with that. So it is keeping that independence away, but still good administration of letting the Secretary be aware.
But the FOI Act hasn't changed recently. So how did this policy come about where you are flagging things as sensitive based on whether a journalist or a politician has put in an FOI directly to the Minister's office?
So there are a range of criteria in which we would consider a matter to be...
I want to know how this
definition.
policy came about.
Yep.
How did the policy come about?
I'd have to take on notice the specifics of how the previous policy was crafted. It's been in place for some time. I think it came out through the course of 2024. So we're talking about definition that was in a previous version of our policy that...
So you have a policy in 2024 that goes against what the FOI Act and the OAIC says?
No, Senator, I wouldn't characterise it as that. And apologies if that's what the language
what the ANO says.
indicating. The Act and the guidelines do, and standard practice of FOI around the sector is to do this, what we call imminent release, to say, Secretary, you need to be aware this matter is being released in the next 24 hours. We would reflect through the course of the audit that has been reflected in our previous version of our internal guidance material as sensitive requests. We take the advice in the report and the OAIC's clear ruling and guidance that's listed in the report, and we've amended our policy accordingly.
Sure. Mr Burke, but you're saying that you give the Minister a heads up when something's about to be released, but my question is, you're flagging it when it comes in. You see a journalist is FOIing something and you're giving the Minister's office a heads up. That's not how our FOI system is meant to work. So why are you doing it? I'm genuinely interested. I'm not...
I think, sir, there's a range of reasons why the Parliament would seek to notify. Often FOI and the FOI process is a really good insight and heads up of emerging issues for community. We do see peak increase, so I will often advise my colleagues that we're seeing an increase on matters of relevance to them. It gets on their radar up that, one, they need to carve out time to meet their statutory obligations, but two, there may be a root cause issue that we can get ahead of a community. In terms of going back to kind of describe what was foreshadowed in that previous version of the policy, I can't speak to that, Senator. I can only speak to the practices of what we've done since receipt of the report and what our intentions are to maintain adherence with the FOI Act. Okay,
I mean, I expect if you got 500 FOIs about a certain thing, like, yeah, this is a problem, but why when a journalist or a politician, like, what business does the Minister have knowing that a journalist has asked about this if it's got nothing to do with their office?
So again, Senator, as I was trying to explain earlier, it was probably poorly worded in our previous document, which we have since amended, but there is no trigger that says because a journalist or a politician has put a request in that we go and advise the Minister straight away. We do run an eye over to see what is the nature of the request, and we do work with our colleagues internally, or if it is a matter of government interest to government, to advise that they may be subject to the FOI request and may need to support us in that process as well. So there are a range of factors. It just happens that a large proportion of those that, and what the Auditor General saw through the course of the report, is that those tend to, as you would expect, media are generally interested in those matters that are of interest and of high priority matters for government and the department. So they're the matters that they noticed a correlation on.
Mr Berg, that's not how FOI Act worked. If it was, you'd be doing your job, but that's not how it worked. You said that there was maybe a new term for sensitive request and that there are other categories. Could you talk me through what are the changes now? Are you still flagging things, and what are you flagging? How are decision makers deciding what to raise with the Minister's office?
Yep, so through the course of the audit very recently, we've amended our internal guidance material. In defining what we would consider to be a matter of that would warrant a notification internally to senior executives, such as the Secretary, we have been a lot clearer to remove any reference to the applicant, and it is more clearly focused around the decision maker making an assessment on the nature of the request they have received, that the matter could be considered of high interest to the Secretary or to other senior executives or other stakeholders.
So if a journalist puts in an FOI request tomorrow, will that get flagged with the Minister?
So that would be a decision taken by the decision maker for that FOI request, which would not always be myself. It is a delegated responsibility by the Secretary to align areas, and that would be for that decision maker to make a determination that the nature of what has been sought is of high interest enough that it warrants escalating for the Secretary's.
And which part of the FOI Act is that?
I don't have the FOI Act in front of me.
Is that how the FOI Act is meant to work?
It's my understanding, Senator.
Is that you flag things with the Minister even if it doesn't come from the Minister's office?
No, Senator, it's around good. We would consider that it would be around good administration and good making firm administrative decisions and ensuring that the decision maker has all the available information in front of them, as outlined within the FOI Act itself. What information should be taken into consideration to determine a fulsome picture of the information sought under the FOI Act.
Thank you. Minister, maybe to you, you know, Labor and opposition absolutely went the coalition government on secrecy, on, you know, the way that they treated the public service, all these sorts of things, and now you're in government and we hear that you're the most secretive.
Well, that's not true, Senator Pocock.
If you look at the stats, it actually is.
It's not true. We've gone through this in the Senate chamber multiple times about the increasing number of OPDs that are being put through the Senate,
not complied
and
with.
that we have to respond to as a result of. So it's not an apples comparison.
Well, comparing FOIs and FOIs is kind of the definition of comparing apples and apples. There may be more, but the percentage of compliance has gone down. But to this, you know, this is not even OPDs. This is FOIs, and a department clearly not actually just administering the FOI Act properly. What's the government going to do about this?
Well, I disagree with your characterisation of the evidence.
Of course you do.
That Mr Burke had given there, Senator Pocock. But
I'm just going off the ANAO's report.
My understanding is that documents that are relevant to the ministers, that it's raised with them.
So, Minister, do you agree with the ANAO's report?
Well, I understand they've delivered a report. The department have given their response. We welcome the changes that they've made and welcome the report by the ANAO.
Well, I'm asking if you agree with the ANAO's report.
So the department has accepted all 6 recommendations of the ANAO, and I completely understand your line of question, and I completely understand the concern that might be raised that the integrity of FOI processes may be compromised as a result of people giving people a heads up ahead of time. But frankly, there's a lot of legislation that we administer, including at arm's length from ministers, where it's routine to alert senior people and ministers and people in ministers' offices to emerging issues. But I want to give you an assurance as accountable authority, kind of under oath in this forum, that does not translate into inappropriate interference in the handling of FOIs by ministers' offices, either in terms of content or in terms of the timing of responses.
Thank you, Secretary. I guess I read that ANO report and I'm very concerned of the gap between the FOI Act, the OAIC, and then what seems to be happening in 3 of our important
Which is why it's
departments.
important for me to front up and give you the assurance.
Yeah. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to next estimates to hearing what's changed based on the acceptance of the recommendation. So thank you very much.
I've just got a question. Yeah.
Yeah, Senator Cadell.
Question Senator Pocock asked that wasn't explicitly asked. You said you used to have sensitive requests and they're no longer there. Are there different terms? Are there different categories of requests now?
So, Senator, as I was describing in our internal FOI processing framework, it did use the term sensitive requests.
Doesn't anymore.
We have changed that name. I can't off the top of my head, I don't have a copy of those in front of me, but reflect what we have changed it to. But in changing that definition, it is seeking to be clearer to my colleagues who are the decision makers that the advice that's outlined by the OIC in the report and underscoring that taking into consideration who the request comes from is an irrelevant consideration under the Act.
With the admission there is names now that you can't recall, will you table the classifications of requests that you get and the different classifications?
Yeah, we'll bring that back to this during the course of today if we can. I've
just got a couple of questions on this topic as well. How many FOIs have been varied as a result of consultation with the Minister's office?
Senator, consultation as defined under the Act, I would say no, in terms of the general premise. No.
According to your internal policy of highlighting and advising the Minister of sensitive FOI requests,
no.
How many have been varied?
None.
None. So are you stating that no FOI decisions have been varied by internal review?
No, that's a different question.
So
Senator.
how many have been?
Let me just find my stats within my folder.
I think that is a very important
Yeah.
piece of information relevant to the line of questioning from Senator Pocock, that no amendments have been made following consultation with ministers' officers. But we will source that specific thing about internal.
But I think there has been an issue around the scope of documentation that's been provided. But anyway, Mr Burke.
Yeah, so Senator, in the 24-25 financial year, there were 10 internal reviews finalised, 5 of which affirmed the previous decision, and 5 resulted in a varied review.
And what happens in the varied review? Why were they?
It can be varied for a number of reasons. For example, in the original decision, the decision maker might choose to exempt a document in full. The applicant might go, well, I'd like a little bit more information. The reviewer might then choose to instead release in part, which might provide greater context around why that document was...
So we're literally drip feeding the information. We're blacking out 100%, then 80, then 60, and hopefully everyone will lose interest by the time we eventually get the full document.
Senator Pocock was asking about our compliance with the legislation. The process that Mr Burke has just described is compliance with the legislation.
No, I understand, Secretary. And I also understand how infuriating it is, not just for parliamentarians trying to understand what the government is doing, but it is increasingly difficult for community organisations, community more broadly, and journalists to also, because the system itself is being gamed to prohibit and restrict the amount of information that people are able to access. So 5 out of 10 headed off into internal review or varied by internal review. How many of those 5 were actually found that more documents should have been provided?
Well, Senator, I don't have the specifics of those 5 internal reviews on hand. However, if they are varying that original review, my working assumption would be they wouldn't be varying that to redact further information. It would be releasing some further information. And sometimes that could
some further information.
Sometimes
absolutely.
that could even be providing the applicant some further contextual information within the context of the decision notice correspondence around the nature in which the administrative decision that the applicant is seeking access to was made. So it may not always be sort of through the course of unredacting material. It may also be providing greater contextual information to the applicant.
So how many reviews have resulted in increased release of documents and details originally hidden under Section 47C deliberative matters?
Well, Senator, I don't have that information in front of me. I'll have to take that one on notice.
Okay, thank you, if you could. On page 57 of the Auditor-General's report into FOIs, it's reported where matters were raised in response by ministers through their offices, there was an absence of record keeping. Can we confirm on no occasion when a minister's office has provided feedback on an FOI application, has there been any changes to the proposed disclosure? And you've got a lot of ministers.
Yep, so as I sort of foreshadowed when we were talking to Senator Pocock on a similar line of questioning, when the ANAO, my understanding from speaking to the Auditor and the Auditor General's office is that when they're talking about information not being recorded, it's within our record management system as where that documentation should ultimately be stored. We would have copies of all materials and all relevant materials, including emails, within sort of the team's shared inbox, but they were not stored through the sample year, the year of those requests sampled.
That's actually not my question. My question was about changes.
Yes,
thank you,
exactly.
Secretary.
And I think Mr Burke has already answered that, which is
well, I'm asking
none were amended following consultation with the Minister's office, but his point was rather
for
about
all the ministers that you are responsible for. Can I have confirmation that no changes were made as a result of feedback from ministers' offices?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I'll keep going. We're going, boys, we get the boys back up to talk SRL.
Is this corporate?
Yes, it is corporate.
Wow. Okay.
I missed that, sorry.
Because it's about... It's a corporate versions of that. We're getting stuck on the allegations and the legalities. Are we ready to answer those questions?
We're going to take it on notice, because I'm not going to put my staff in a position where they have to characterise on the floor of Senate estimates.
You don't get to make that call, Mr Betts.
Yes, I do.
You're not going to put your staff under...
I do, because this is information which has been provided to us by the states. We will provide it to you. We will provide it to you. We will provide it to you on notice on the basis of taking legal advice to make sure that we don't compromise procedural fairness or compromise inadvertently the ability of regulatory bodies and the police appropriately to pursue these allegations, and we don't compromise the safety of complainants.
Saying the word harassment, saying the word corruption, alleged harassment, will not prejudice.
Who is to determine what is alleged harassment and who is alleged corruption? The answer is the appropriate regulatory authorities, not
who have reported it to the Commonwealth Government.
I think, settle down, people. We no need to have a blue.
I just need to keep my people out of harm's way and make sure they don't compromise legal processes. I think that's legit.
Secretary, you've made that extraordinarily clear. You don't have to keep going on. That's fine.
And I'm happy to take it on.
Mr Betts, a follow-up question. Senate estimates hearings all the time discuss matters of great public interest where concerns have been raised in relation to public governance, potential criminal activity, done in a context where it's clearly understood if an allegation is an allegation, it's an allegation and it's going through a process. And quite often might be the Australian Federal Police we're asking questions of, and they'll say, well, we've actually set up a task force looking at corruption in the CFMEU, and we're investigating a range of allegations. But they don't hesitate in terms of providing a general description of the conduct. And if you're not mentioning who the parties are, if you're saying it's an allegation and you're simply providing senators with the benefit of the information as to the general subject, surely that doesn't have any... I put it to you, I don't think it has any impact in terms of prejudicing any potential investigation. It simply couldn't.
You wouldn't know that, and I wouldn't know that, which is why I'm saying we'll provide it to you on notice. But Ms Hall looks like she wants to intervene.
Well, Mr Betts, sorry, can I just ask you another question in relation to that? I mean, you say I wouldn't know that, and you wouldn't know that, but we also have something called parliamentary privilege, which says, as you would know, I assume, that allegations which are raised and aired in the context of Parliament cannot be used outside of this place, and we are all used to, as I'm sure you are, in terms of using appropriate language, and I'm sure your officers are quite capable of using appropriate language, or else they wouldn't be in the positions they're in. So could we at least get whatever Ms Hall thinks she could give us?
So Senator, we are going through the list. We do think that we may be able to, but we just need a little bit more time. So if we can do it after lunch or when we come back in outcome one.
Perfect. And just checking, Secretary, do you have legal counsel within your department?
Yes.
Yes. Do you know their number? Are they here?
I know their name. They don't go by numbers, they go by names.
No, phone number, Secretary, so that, you know, the last 4 hours you could have actually made the call. You don't have to check with the Solicitor General on this.
I did talk to my General Counsel, and the conversation was along the basis of you would be much safer to take this on notice, get proper legal advice and then provide the information in the light of that legal advice.
What did the Minister's office say?
I haven't spoken to the Minister's office.
Have you received a text from the Minister's office?
No.
No?
Correct.
No communication?
We are talking to the General Counsel about what if anything we can provide. If I feel uncomfortable in regards following that advice, I will take it on notice. If I feel that I can provide you with something, I will do so. But
there are legal responsibilities the other way too.
We have not finished going through everything, but if you allow me some more time, I will come back after lunch and answer the
You have made that quite clear, Ms Hall. That's fine. Can I just help out here? Senator Colbeck, you would remember in 2006 election, Senator estimates around the week for weapons conversation, and much to the bitter disappointment of this committee, the same attitude was taken and we got nothing out of it. As much as we were not happy, but there's a precedent
that they're
set.
involved in week for weapons?
No, I'm suggesting that I will come to you, Senator Goodell, that the precedence has been set. Senators might not like it, but the officials at the table have said they're going to seek. They're going to seek guidance, and they'll come back. And if there's anything they can tell us after, they will.
We ask questions. Privilege where information has been given in a certain form by another group to these would extend to that. If privilege would be biased if it was legal information, these are things that have been referred to the committee, and therefore privilege would be waived if information has been passed in that area.
And I'm taking it on notice. I'm not saying no. I'm taking it on notice.
You made it extraordinarily.
I have a right to take it.
Oh, okay. Senator Colbeck.
I just want to clarify. It didn't stop you asking questions.
No, that's right. Never got an answer. But
so
that's right.
the process, and I appreciate Ms Hall is.
And I'm just thinking for the permit.
So if we can deal with that, accept Ms Hall's.
That's right.
Assurances, I'd be very comfortable with that situation.
Thank you. Saves us going over the same ground.
I will put them off to the side and see you after lunch. I just have some questions around the regional MOG, I think it is. How many staff currently work within the region's function specifically?
That'll be the division responsible for regional development. We'll get that information for you. That's the function which is transferring out of sport territories and regions and will be located in future reporting to Ms Hall.
So, but how many currently work?
I'll get that information for you.
Isn't there someone in your? Yes, I think Miss. You'll be able. No, the staffing team.
Well, we could talk about it under the relevant outcome, but.
No, we're in corporate, so let's go the macro.
Okay, I'll find that out for you.
So will there be any reduction in staffing dedicated to Regional Australia policy and program as part of the restructure you've just mentioned?
No, not as a result of that, other than the Deputy Secretary position. That's the only position which is disappearing as a result of the restructure. Okay.
Has the department reduced regional engagement activities due to budget pressure?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Is anyone behind you aware? Minister's
you could
office,
ask under the regional outcome. Okay. Let's start.
How much travel expenditure? Here you go. Here's corporate. How much travel expenditure?
Okay, so
is a result.
Do you want me?
How much travel expenditure associated with stakeholder engagements in the regions?
I'll have to take that on notice.
No, I think we've got an official here who will know about the travel. You've got no
domestic
one in corporate, no one in corporate to do with travel.
I was just trying to answer your previous question. Yes, we can talk about travel, but whether it's to regional locations.
No, I don't want to know which locations. I want to know how much of the travel expenditure of the department has been spent on engagement in the regions.
Well, so you do want to know about the regions then?
Yeah, I do want to know about the regions.
Senator Lisa Rowder, Acting Deputy Secretary for Sport Territories and Regions. Currently we have an ASL of 153 working on regions, but that also covers a range of programs like our regional and urban grant programs, Office of Northern Australia. That's
all
the
of that.
cumulative total.
That's what I want, the cumulative, everyone focused on the regions. Ideally. How much travel expenditure has the department spent or is associated with stakeholder engagements in the regions?
I don't have that figure, Senator.
Senator, we've got, Ruth Wall, Acting Chief Operating Officer, we've got travel at the total level for the department, not down to into the regions.
Right. Is that a number that you could get on notice if you sort of took out the capital cities? of Australia?
I think we could look at the cost centre associated with the regional development, Northern Australian local government.
Would the regional division have its own travel budget?
Yes, that's the figure that Ms Wall was just referring to.
Oh, okay.
We do have our own
but that might not.
It might not
only
all be to the regions. We might have some travel to Perth or Brisbane or for forums or ministerial forums, for example.
And then also I'll add that across the department we have extensive staff travelling out to the regions in a variety of roles.
Well, that might be useful to understand that level. Now, when you're saying you haven't reduced regional staff footprint as a result of the staffing cuts or recruitment freeze?
As a result of the restructure was the question that you asked.
So what about the hiring freeze that we had or have? Has the regional footprint of the department diminished at all?
I think the regional footprint of the department, if by that you mean the number of people who are located outside of Canberra and other capital cities, I would say that it's increased over time.
Yep. Can I have a quantification of that?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that there are 131 staff in our department across various regional locations. We can break that down by location for you. Compared to June 2023,
yep.
For instance, we've now got 5 staff in the Gold Coast, which we didn't have previously. We've got 13 staff in Townsville as opposed to 5 we had in June 2023.
Yep.
We've got 13 staff in Cairns, which was 4 in June 2022, and we can give you that.
That's great. I'd really appreciate that. So can you outline exactly the changes you're outlining, like you sort of mentioned, Secretary, in terms of what's happening or is planned to happen in the restructure?
So the Deputy Secretary, Sport, Territories and Regions.
Yep.
The Office for Sport, reporting to that now being abolished Deputy Secretary function, transfers over to report to Mr McKay, who is now Deputy Secretary Communications and Media. The Territories division will report to the Chief Operating Officer under this new structure.
Yep.
And the regional division headed by Ms Router will report to Ms Hall as part of, I think it's Infrastructure and Regional Development, or Regional Development and Infrastructure.
Regional Development and Infrastructure.
Regional Development and Infrastructure, still a working title.
Yeah. I think it's now settled that that's the title following staff consultation.
And that includes Northern Australia program and local government as well, that whole... Okay. And only the Office of Sport is heading over to Mr Mackay.
Mackay, yeah.
Mackay, okay. Sorry, Mr Mackay. Okay. Righto. I think, can the department explain how regional Australia... No. What consultation's been done with regional stakeholders about this breakdown, or is it only internal consultation that you've undergone?
All we're doing is changing the alignment of Deputy Secretary roles, which I don't think most external stakeholders would care that much about. But we have consulted our staff thoroughly and in accordance with enterprise agreements and so on.
Okay. So how many SES positions will then be focused on regional policy after the restructure?
Senator, so we have one SES officer that's responsible for regional policy and local government. We have another SES officer that's responsible for Office of Northern Australia.
Yep.
We have another SES officer that's responsible for the implementation of our election commitments from the previous election and the current. And we have another SES officer who's responsible for all of our grant programs, urban and regional.
Okay,
so that's
thank you. Any regional engagement grants or program delivery functions being centralised into Canberra as part of the restructure?
No.
And will any of the regional offices be affected by the change?
No.
No. And can the department guarantee there'll be no reduction in service delivery to regional communities?
As a result of the restructure, no, there won't. I can't guarantee in perpetuity that no future government will ever change the service delivery.
No, I think the record's clear on that one. when it comes to this government, but I hear you and see you, Secretary. Okay, I think I've only got my corporate stuff that I've got comebacks for, I think. Anybody else got corporate questions?
A little early and get the corporate.
Sorry, Senator Cadell.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think if we're waiting on corporate stuff before we release, I think we break early for lunch and come back 10 minutes early and try and do that.
I'm in the hands of the committee.
10 minutes? Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. All right, well, let's, in that case, what time is it? Let's get back here at 1:50, shall we?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In continuation, corporate matters, I welcome Senator McCarthy. Minister McCarthy, my apologies, sorry. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. Can I just be run through the terminating measures, please, in this year's budget?
Okay, I'll run through the key ones and then I might ask Ms Jordanowski to give you more detail. So the most significant terminating measures for our portfolio related to funding for the REX task force, which is obviously time limited. Road safety action plan, again, time limited. Office of Future Transport Technology.
What was that one going to do?
That's looking at research into evolving forms of technology in the transport space and the regulatory challenges that might be associated with those. But we already have other parts of the department which are looking, for instance, at drone security and looking at connected and automated vehicles, and you'll be hearing from some of those officials.
Anything on the road user charge?
No, the road user charge is subject to a separate task force within Transport Group, and we'll be happy to answer any questions under Outcome 2. The Net Zero Roadmap, which again was a time-limited exercise, which...
We've reached net zero, Secretary?
No, but we have released the roadmap as of September last year. And then there was some resourcing for the TFES, the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme Independent Review. So those are some of the terminating measures. There may be a few others that are smaller than that.
There's quite a few others from my... So I'll just like the department to run that through.
And then there are some other measures which are not terminating but are tapering over time. So I'll ask Ms Jordanowski to take it. Correct. Yeah, as in the funding is reducing over time, even though the measure is still on foot.
Thank you, Senator. Char Jordanowski, First Assistant Secretary and Chief Financial Officer. So in addition to the measures the Secretary outlined, we also had a measure titled Regional Australia Level Crossings Program, the Heavy Vehicle Rest Area Initiative, the Northern Australia Roads Program.
Sorry, the Heavy Vehicles Rest Area
Initiative.
Yep. What happened? Is that completed? You said it was terminating. What happened to it?
Yes, it was a decision. This was a former decision, and I believe I'd have to ask my colleagues in Outcome 2, but that one I understand has been completed.
Completed or just terminated?
In terms of the funding profile, that's the funding was not extended beyond that. Then the other measures, in addition to the ones already mentioned, the airspace protection, airport safeguarding, the Transport Future Fuels Regulatory Impact Analysis, delivering for regional Australia.
The what, sorry? Which bit in regional Australia?
So this
I missed
is
it.
The delivering for regional Australia measure.
That's definitely terminated.
So we've delivered the programs associated with that measure. The Stronger Communities release, service delivery for Norfolk Island, services to the Territories landslide and rock mitigation, support for Australian live music festivals, and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic Paralympic Games departmental resourcing.
Where's that gone to?
So that was funding that we received from the Department of Health as part of the MOG, and that funding terminated. So this was part of the...
Yes, but now you're getting sport back from health.
So we've got health the funding. We've got sport under our portfolio now as a result of last year's AAO. But that funding that was previously in the health portfolio
hasn't followed the staff that are coming over.
It terminated at the end of this financial year.
So you're hearing generic headlines here, within which sit very specific sub-initiatives which have come to an end. Obviously work continues on the Olympics, obviously work continues on regional development across the country, but the specific measures which went under those banner headlines at the point they were funded 3 or 4 years ago have come to an end.
Yep. Thank you. Can I just then get the portfolio budget statement identifies funding for the Regional Australia Level Crossing program terminates on the 30th of June 26. Can you confirm that there's no additional funding allocated in the budget for this road safety commitment around level crossings?
Senator, I need our transport colleagues to come to the table to help us with this one.
The ARTC reports, I will save that for then. What about funding for the National Road Safety Action Grants budgeted to run out in this in the new budget year? Can you confirm that there's no additional funding for the National Road Safety Action Grants in the
I think it's the action plan rather than the grants. But,
So no, I'm speaking about the grants.
Okay. Well, we'll need to get our road safety colleagues to come to the table.
Thank you.
Answer both of those questions around the
level crossings
and as well as
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Katrina Kendall, Assistant Secretary. The Regional Australia Level Crossings program, there's no new funding in the budget for that, but that program was extended by 2 years so that the projects that are currently contracted under that program can complete. There's two components to that. So the level crossing program is within a broader previous budget measure that sits outside of the infrastructure component. I understand that broader part does terminate. The level crossing program itself will now run until 30 June 2029.
There is still funding available.
So because that's how long the currently contracted projects will take to complete, but there is no new money for new projects, and the policy aspect, as I understand it, has been terminated. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, correct.
Yeah, there is still funding that is unallocated within that program, and so we're
How much is unallocated?
I can find that for you, Senator.
Thank you.
So we're hoping that the jurisdictions that still have funding will expend that money over the next 2 years as well for important projects.
Is that WA?
I think it's New South Wales and Queensland and we'll just pull it up for you.
Yep.
Sorry, Senator, that's the Northern Territory, Queensland, South Australia and Tasmania who have funding left.
Yeah. Right, and can you quantify the amount of funding left?
Yes. Northern Territory has 5.2 million. Queensland has 35.4 million. South Australia has 8.1 and Tasmania has 8 million.
And how much has been expended in Western Australia on the Regional Australia Level Crossing program?
So Western Australia's had $17 million approved under that program.
And how much is still being, is any of these contracted projects rolling out in Western Australia?
They've completed 20 projects out of 35 approved in WA.
Okay, so the funding exists to make sure those 35
Correct.
will continue. This was a coalition program much needed for road safety when it interacts with rail, so thank you. There's been some horrific accidents over the years. So just in terms of the National Road Safety Action Grants.
Yep.
Action grants, yes.
Yep. So thanks, Senator. I think you asked, was that terminating this year? There are two different dates within that program of when the funding agreements finish.
Right.
So the community education and awareness stream and the vulnerable road users stream within that will finish 30 June this year. First Nations road safety, technology and innovation and research and data streams are due to finish 30 June 2027. But there's no additional funding. That's all contracted projects.
So, yeah, I just wanted to confirm that there was no additional funding for the National Road Safety Action Grants. Thank you. Any unallocated funding in those programs?
No, I understand that to be fully committed.
Has the government announced any new road safety programs as part of the budget?
Yes, Senator. We've announced a program to undertake some research into how we can investigate as to why accidents are actually occurring, and we will use some funding under the IIP to do that.
How much money?
That will go through a procurement process.
Sorry?
That's to go through a procurement process.
So is that sitting in the Debitchner? Where is that?
No, we're going to use, if you remember, Senator, parts 4 and 5 funding under, so our research bucket.
Yes.
Yes, so we'll use that. Yeah.
Okay, so effectively there's no new money for road safety programs. You're using existing money and reprioritising.
The government did announce, $50 million a year to the Active Transport Fund, which does have road safety focus area as well.
For cyclists and pedestrians, I would imagine.
Yeah.
To get off the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they are on the park.
They are a key vulnerable user.
They are. Yeah. Funding for the freight and supply chain strategy, the Freight Data Hub, is reported to be ending this financial year. Why is this funding ending, and what's been achieved by it?
Senator, my colleague Lulu Ong will be able to answer that. I can confirm that funding, we did receive funding in this year's budget to extend that. So,
okay.
Ms. will
so it's not ending?
Through that. No, it's not. We've received additional funding this year. I'm just going to pull up.
How much? Yep, thank you.
Lulu O, Acting Assistant Secretary, Bureau of Infrastructure and Transport Research Economics and Bureau of Communications Arts and Regional Research. The National Freight Data Hub has received in this year's budget funding of $1.9 million.
Mm-hmm. And what has been achieved thus far by this strategy?
Yeah, so the National Freight Data Hub was first established on the 30th of June 2023, and it allows users to access data sets and interact with maps and graphs to explore trends and patterns in existing freight data. The website includes a freight data catalogue, so that includes over 220 data sets from different organisations, including states and territories, as well as interactive visualisations and insights based on those data sets. Yeah.
Thank you. Joking. Why has the government refused to extend the Women in Aviation program? Minister?
Please repeat the question, Senator.
Why has your government refused to extend the Women in Aviation program?
I'll get some details for you on that, Minister and Senator, and come back to you.
Secretary, can you confirm, or can somebody confirm that measure, Women in Aviation, has been terminated?
Yes, that's one of the terminating.
And what did that program seek to achieve?
Okay. Ms Parry, who is the Deputy Secretary for Transport, may be able to help us with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Parry, Deputy Secretary of Transport. I just can confirm that program has terminated, and we can get those specific outcomes of that program when we appear at this afternoon session.
Okay, so I'd like to know not what's on the website, but what actually was achieved for Women in Aviation. Can we confirm the automatic dependent surveillance broadcast rebate program terminates and that no new funding is available for that? Because that list you read out to me, there's a lot of missing.
So, Senator, just to clarify, the list that I read out to you relates to where there was departmental funding that was terminating. So that's why you've asked for those additional programs.
If I've
just to
missed
clarify
any,
for the Hansard, they were the measures
you.
that were terminating from the departmental.
So I'll take you through the main terminating measures, which are administered funding, if you like.
Sure. Can I just finish mine?
Yeah.
Can I just finish my list, Secretary?
Sure.
You've got a minister you can complain to that you're not getting enough money. I'm happy to assist, as long as we can match up on what we agree should be funded. 50-50. So that is a terminating measure with no additional funding. What has that rebate program delivered thus far, or should I wait for the outcome?
The latter.
Yeah, okay. Funding to support the Northern Australia Indigenous Reference Group. Has that been terminated? Minister, you might have been involved in the decision-making on this one.
I will get to you in a moment on that, Senator. I know that the Indigenous Reference Group has been a very important part of some of the decisions that have had to be made.
Not important enough to continue to support, though, it would seem.
Well, I would say that the advice that comes through to me, in particular with the Middle East, in terms of what we're trying to do with remote and regional... No, you asked me a question. I just wanted to answer.
I wanted to know, had you cut the funding?
In terms of Indigenous input into regional remote area, that certainly comes through to me, but not through the Indigenous Reference Group.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just a bit of a personal interest in this. I established the Indigenous Reference Group, and I found it very, very useful in developing Northern Australian policies. Is the group is it disbanded now?
I understand that the reference group runs to the 31st of December this year at this point, okay. Senator.
And there's now a decision has been made not to fund it next year. Right. Then
I'll refer to the department.
My understanding is that the funding runs to the 31st of December, and it will be up to the government to make a decision, for instance, in my EFO, to extend that group. Okay, well, I strongly support that. I think it's a very effective group, and I'm not sure why it's sort of flagged to be or possibly terminating, but look, time to save it, so that would be good.
It's good you're interested in it, Senator Canavan. We'll certainly be able to speak with you about it in estimates in November.
Just clarifying, because I've got off the PBS that it terminates, the funding is only to the 30th of June. Yeah. So can someone clarify, is it end of the year, calendar year in December, or is it the 30th of June that for the Northern Australia Indigenous Reference Group, that funding only goes till the 30th of June?
Senator,
hang on,
my
we've got a
understanding
helper here.
That no decision has been made, that this does continue until December at the end of this year.
Ms Router?
Senator, the IRG does continue until December. There's funding provided for that through the Office of Northern Australia. So it is funded until the end of December. And then there's been no decision at all to terminate the IRG. We will just put some recommendations to government, and they'll make a decision as to whether that existing IRG is continued or not.
Okay.
Do the terms of all the members terminate at the end of the year at the moment?
They currently run, but we have the option to extend.
Okay, we'll follow up that. The Regional and Urban Precincts and Partnership Program, funding all but concludes on the 30th of June. Can you confirm the government has not provided any additional funding for these programs?
Senator, I confirm there's no further funding available. The projects are still ongoing, and we still have further funding available for programs that haven't been approved yet but are sitting with relevant ministers for decision. But once those...
How long have they been sitting there for?
So we just sent batch 6 of the Regional Precincts and Partnerships program last week to Minister McBain, and we sent the Urban Precincts and Partnerships program batch 3, which is the final batches for both programs.
So who gets the urban ones?
Minister King, Catherine King,
right.
And they were only sent up this morning.
Only sent up?
This morning.
This morning? Wow. A lot of... and have I covered, Secretary, programs terminating on the 31st of June 26?
There are a few other administered programs that I've got in my notes. Social media minimum age campaign, which is outside this portfolio.
Oh yeah, that's your comms, yep.
Yeah, I think Bruce Precinct Master Plan. I'll hand over to Ms Jordanowski to take you through the administered terminating measure.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Senator.
No, you're right.
So I have Bruce Precinct Master Plan, which is due to run for 2 years from 24-25 to the end of this financial year. A lot of work still going on that. Newcastle Airport International Terminal.
Yes, Senator, sorry, apologies, I had to find the page in my book.
No, you're all right.
So we had the Regional Australia Level Crossing Program, which we've already discussed, the Hobart Airport Runway, the Newcastle Airport International Terminal Upgrade.
So the Hobart runway's done? I'm assuming if it's terminating. We might follow up on that.
It's an administered measure.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
So the Women in Aviation, as we've already discussed, support for city deals, the Bruce Precinct Master Plan, the Northern Australia Development Program, supporting the Northern Australia Indigenous Reference Group, as we've discussed, and then the National Social Media Age Limits Campaign.
Thank you. The only questions I now have in corporate relate to the behaviour on site of the big build.
Yes, and we can get you something on that. In the meantime, there are a few other questions you asked, which we can work through, if you like.
Great.
Or that other senators.
Thank you, Secretary. In relation to your earlier question, Senator, about the movements and reductions of ASL over the last year, so for 25-26, so just a couple of things, as I think the Secretary mentioned. ASL is the average of full-time equivalents across the 12-month period and doesn't remain static, so it does change at different points in time of the year as a result of, staff movements, for example.
Yeah.
And the ASL estimates that we publish in our budget papers are sort of our upper limits that we work towards. So throughout the financial year, there are a number of changes that can happen, movements, natural attrition, and as I've also mentioned, we've also undertaken some prudent financial recruitment controls over the last 12 months, so we've been able to ensure that our ASL is affordable and lives within the means that government provide to us. And we also, as part of doing our ASL,
you will by the time we get to the end of this financial year.
Yeah, and we balance our supplier and employee expenses to ensure that our staffing remains affordable. I'll just talk you through at the group level, because there is, otherwise I might be here for another 10 minutes in terms of the divisional breakdowns. But I can say to you, so I'm giving you actuals over the last 12 months, so starting with August last year when we did our first financial report of the year after end of financial year. So the ASL for the executive was 39.7. The June forecast for this year is 44.3. The creative economies and the arts, so this is across the entire portfolio, the department, was 167 in August. That's now to 168.2. The Chief Operating Officer Group was 546.6, is now 545.8. The Transport Group was 319.2, is now 324.2. The Infrastructure Group, and all of these are withstanding all the restructures we discussed earlier, is 427.7. It is now 412.4. The Communications and Media Group was 312.7. It's now 308.6. The Sports, Territories and Regions Group was 320.5. It's now 310.4. And our departmental overhead, which includes a number of strategic initiatives, our ERP program that we mentioned earlier, and other sort of corporate costs such as graduates, was 70.8. It's now 58.2. So as I mentioned earlier, our estimated actual as published in our PBS is 2,172, and that forecast that I read out to you does go to that value as well.
Thank you. Just on the High Speed Rail Authority, the budget papers show there's a 70% increase in ASL for the High Speed Rail Authority. What is the reason, or is the department aware of the reason for the proposed increase?
Ms Hall can speak to that, but obviously the government's provided funding in MyEFO and again at budget to the High Speed Rail Authority to undertake 2 years' worth of development work to prove up that project, to settle the alignment, and to take preliminary works to enable an investment decision to be taken in a couple of years' time. So the HSRA, which for Senator Roberts' benefit is on at 4:45 tomorrow, not 12:45 as previously. 4:45 p.m. tomorrow, High Speed Rail Authority.
Maybe.
That's what the schedule says.
Given
I
we're
just don't
still
want,
on corporate at 2 o'clock.
but Senator Roberts asked for the time, and I just wanted to give him that information. No worries. And so Ms Hall can add anything that you want to add to that.
No, I think you've covered it.
So the 70% increase in ASL
is a reflection of an increase in the work of that authority as we move towards investment decision and all the de-risking activities necessary for the government to have confidence to invest in that big project.
So what proportion of the 659.6 million has been committed to the workforce?
The workforce?
Of the high-speed rail?
Questions of detail, probably best to go to the High Speed Rail Authority.
I know, but I'm hoping they're letting Ms Hall know what's going on.
They are. We can give you that. Just bear with us. I might see if my team is here as well.
Ms Jordanowski, don't leave. I've got a question for you. Senator, while we're waiting for a change of personnel, I might just put a question to Ms Jordanowski before she goes. I'm not sure if I heard that properly. You said, I think, that the heavy vehicle rest area initiative, the funding ceased. Now, that's 140 million over 10 years.
So to clarify, Senator, the measures that I read out were in relation to departmental funding associated with those measures. So in terms of that level of detail, I know that my colleagues will cover that off in outcome 2. Right. So the measures that I read out were only relating to departmental funding.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying.
Senator Mackenzie.
We can provide that.
So, James Savage, Assistant Secretary. So the question I understand was how much of the 659.6 is directed towards the Hasra organisation itself?
Workforce.
To the organisation, it's 62.0 million. In terms of the workforce, I'd have to break that down further because that encompasses all their corporate costs.
If High Speed Rail is employing, they're the designated employer, so they'd have to employ the 70% of increase of staff has to come from their 62 mil.
Correct.
That's correct. Okay, thank you. That is helpful. Now, suburban rail. Finish the corporate.
Corporate done.
No, we've got to get the answers.
We've got a few things.
A few more things to mop up.
You wanted a breakdown of ministerial responsibilities.
Yes.
We can provide that to you.
Thank
That'll
you.
be walked into the room and provided to senators. You wanted some information about unacceptable conduct. We were able to provide you with that as described. And I'm not sure what the question was about high-speed rail loop, but about suburban rail loop.
Well, it's related to the projects
Well, if you're
in
comfortable,
Victoria.
Senator, we'll go to the information about unacceptable behaviour.
Thank you. The reportable incidents.
So the reportable incidents for the 11
casually
projects at a high level for North East Link, which had 28 allegations, went to allegations of corruption, undisclosed conflicts of interest, fraud, breaches of workplace laws and criminal behaviour.
Thank you.
Clyde Road upgrade had allegations of workplace laws. Gippsland Rail...
that they had the workplace laws?
Breach of.
Yes.
Gippsland Rail Line upgrade was allegations of undisclosed conflict of interest and fraud. Barwon Heads Road Stage 2 allegations of breaches of workplace relations laws and theft. Barwon Heads Road upgrade was allegations of breaches of workplace laws. Shepparton Rail Line upgrade were allegations of fraud. Suburban Rail Loop allegations of fraud, bullying, corruption, breaches of workplace laws and criminal behaviour.
And yet we've funded it. But anyway, keep going. Sorry, Ms Hall.
Murray Basin Freight Rail Program, allegations of theft. Melbourne Airport Rail Link, allegations of theft. Ison Road Extension, allegations of theft. And Western Highway duplication, allegations of theft.
So you said 28 for the first one. That was the only one you gave numbers for. What was the suburban rail?
Clyde Road upgrade 2, Gippsland Rail upgrade 2, Barwon Heads Road Stage 2, 2 Barwon Heads Road Upgrade 1, Shepparton Rail Line Upgrade 1, Suburban Rail 16, Murray Basin Rail 1, Melbourne Airport 1, Ison Road 1 and Western Highway 1.
Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it. Were all of these, so let's just go to the suburban, did all of these 11 projects in Victoria receive additional funding in the budget just handed down?
No.
Did the Suburban Rail Loop did?
Suburban Rail Loop.
Any others?
I don't think so, Senator. I'll check, but I don't think so.
MRL might? Melbourne?
Not new.
No, not new money.
Airport? MAR?
No.
Minister, was the Minister herself aware of the allegations of misconduct, as you've heard outlined by the official, when she made the request to ERC for additional funding for the Suburban Rail Loop?
I'll take that question on notice, Senator, but I will just say this to the committee, that it is our government that has moved swiftly in terms of any behaviour, illegal or otherwise, in terms of infrastructure and construction right across the country.
I don't think so, because the last time we had this conversation... Sorry, Minister, this isn't your area of expertise, and I'll just let you know.
Senator, I will say this, though, that
sorry,
we
Chair,
have moved as a government to do something, if I may, Chair, and knowing that nothing was done by the previous government in this space, I just want to put it on the table that we have moved to deal with these matters.
So the last time this committee had a conversation like this, there was a handful of incidents reported. There is now a significant number of incidences, alleged incidences reported. But I want to know when the government knew about these incidences. So I might ask somebody who looks after Coro, coming in from the regulators, the agencies and the Victorian government when it comes to letting, under the National Partnership Agreement or the Federation Funding Agreement, whatever, let you know that this is what was happening and that these were under investigation.
So we get regular reports from jurisdictions.
Yes.
In regards to the last report that we got from Victoria, their report came in about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks, which is on time. It's when it was supposed to come in. We've recently introduced a new protocol that all jurisdictions are required to now let us know on a monthly basis around these issues as well in regards. So it's much more regular. So I would say that having more instances being reported to us is actually a good thing, to be quite honest. I expect the numbers to go up given that we've actually put these requirements in place. The Secretary also wrote to his counterpart in Victoria and sought advice as to what they were doing with these information, and we've also received correspondence back in regards to that. And I might get Mr Wood to read out additional work that Victoria has put in place as a result of this.
I will let Victoria speak for Victoria, but so we heard you got a letter from the Victorian government on or around the 15th of May, and I want to know when the previous correspondence was.
Yeah.
I'll get that for you. It won't take us long, Sarah.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you. So I've got my questions now. Now that was my number one question. Yeah.
Sorry, Senator, can I just correct? Senator, can I just correct? In Victoria, we did provide additional funding to the Western Highway. I think it was the Ballarat to Stall section.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yep. But that's about the Western Highway isn't one of the problem projects that you've listed that's had reportable incidents.
We did mention the Western Highway duplication.
The last one.
The last one, Western Highway duplication.
Oh, sorry.
With one-
That was
and
the
that was
allegation
one
of-
incident? So
One
what?
incident.
Allegation of theft.
Of theft. So you gave them money, but the SRL... Just remind me how much the SRL got again in the budget?
3.8 billion.
Right. And my question remains whether the 16 instances of alleged misconduct on the SRL project, were they known to the government prior to the decision being made on the $3.8 billion? When was the government advised? I know you got a letter 10 days ago.
Sorry? 4 were known beforehand.
4 were known?
12 came in.
And 12 came in 10 days ago.
In the most recent report.
And when was the amount of money, when was the $3.8 billion announced?
It was just prior to the budget,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
someone got a date.
We can find that soon. I think it was just prior to the budget.
A couple of days before the budget was announced. We'll give you the date of when the 3.8 was...
Yeah, I would like the date. Very convenient timing with the other 12.
As I said, Senator, Victoria has actually just been reporting regularly in accordance with the requirements.
I know, yes, I appreciate what you're saying, but it's taxpayers' money.
Yeah, Senator Sheldon, did you wish to...
Sorry, can I just also add that the commitment for the 3.8, no money has actually been paid yet.
Senator Sheldon.
Thanks. I think, Ms Hall, I think you're just about to outline some of the actions that the Victorian government was taking as well, because obviously this is a lot of these projects are managed by state governments, so I think it's critical that we sort of get some input on that. Could you just take us through what you were about to give us?
Lachlan Wood, Assistant Secretary. The Victorian Government has established the Construction Complaints Referral Service within the Workforce Inspectorate Victoria, which is a single point of contact for all allegations to be made, and then they evaluate and refer those on to the relevant regulator or law enforcement body. Industrial Relations Victoria is coordinating an alliance involving state and federal law enforcement agencies and other bodies to share information and coordinate action. The Labour Hire Authority in Victoria has its powers strengthened and has successfully cancelled over 150 licences and refused another 49 licence applications in the construction industry. Victoria has introduced into their project delivery contracts obligations on head contractors in requiring them to report unacceptable behaviours. The Task Force Hawk, which has been examining behaviour in the construction industry, including for offences like fraud, arson or threats to kill and assaults, have laid 88 charges as a result of their work. And Victoria has also established a new targeted audit and investigation program using independent experienced firms to review contractor probity, integrity and legal compliance.
Just on some of those, to what extent are they allegations against corporate entities on some of the breaches that were, when we went through a list of investigations or areas of concern, projects of concern that are being investigated. To what percentage of those were sort of corporate misdemeanours that were being investigated?
We'd have to take that on notice. We wouldn't be able to separate that out based on what I've got in front of me at the moment.
That's right. We can take it on notice if you're able to give us the broad nature, I appreciate it might be something we're giving specifics,
But they have, as part of the work that they're doing, they're supplementing all their contractual arrangements in regarding to expanding all of their conflict of interest requirements, expanding their gift benefits, hospitality requirements. setting minimum requirements for all of their timesheet systems, improving their supply chain transparency to set requirements for contractors to provide a live register of subcontractors and suppliers over 50,000, setting site security to install robust security access arrangements. Site conduct rules will be developed to ensure that anyone who breaches them will be removed from site. Increased drug and alcohol requirements, and this has led to, as we said, those increased number of cancellations for licences and licence applications and arrests and charges. So it is something that I think the Victorians, the Victorian VEDA and DTP are taking very, very seriously, and they are working with us to make significant difference to their contract management. And we talk to them on a regular basis and ask what they are doing, especially when we hear and they provide information to us through their regular reporting to understand what they are doing when they hand over these allegations.
Mr. Wokes, just you answered a question before, and before you were cut off a couple of times. But just so maybe for the record, clearer for us sitting on the committee, that and for Hansard, you mentioned there's a difference between what's happening now and what's happened in the past. And so maybe you just want to sort of expand on some of that question you gave us, that answer you gave us before, or one of the department.
So I think in regards to what we've found is that right across government, both at the state level and also at the Commonwealth level, in regards to the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations and the regulators, we are all grappling with this issue, and we are trying to work together to share as much information as possible so that we can understand exactly what the issues are, understand where they're happening within the organisation, whether they're happening at the subcontractor level or not, the type of allegations that they are, and then making sure that they're referred to the right authority, and then working through the right type of action that can be taken to address that. And we're working across governments as well. So we know that Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland are all working collectively through the behaviours guide that the Secretary and Senator Mackenzie were referring to before. Where we're at the moment is that we're hoping to capture, and we had a conversation with DEWA about this on Friday, is to start capturing some of that data to see that the measures that we are putting in place, both through regulation, through the work of those jurisdictions and at the Commonwealth level, is actually making a difference. And so from my perspective, actually seeing a greater number of reports is actually a good thing, because it is showing that people are feeling comfortable to actually report on behaviour, and it actually allows us to do something.
Is this very different from what the processes were 4 years ago?
Yes. We've made changes to, as we've said before, the FFAS. We've written on numerous occasions, and we're actually getting information provided to us that allows us to understand what's actually happening in the system and get the system itself to target the actions.
So just so I'm clear, so since 4 years ago, but if I even go back 14 years ago, this is very different from the systems that applied during 4 years ago and 14 years ago. Would that be correct?
I wouldn't be able to comment on 14 years ago, sorry. But it is different to what I have seen previously in regards to my role in the Commonwealth and the information that I have received. I'm sure that other people in the system may have their views as well, and I wouldn't want to take anything away from that. But having a more collegiate view across the system has been very, very helpful. That's not to say that there's not more that can be done, and we're working through that.
It's an ongoing project.
It's an ongoing process.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Smith.
Well, I agree with Senator Sheldon. It's an ongoing project, but it's an ongoing project which is particularly centred on Victoria, isn't it, Ms Hall? In the sense that 56 out of the 63 incidents relate to Victorian projects. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct, Senator.
And so in my home state of Queensland, it's only 3 out of 63. In New South Wales, it's only 4 out of 63. So the problem, the major problem from a national perspective, is Victoria. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, you've got the data. These things are allegations. The data speaks for itself.
But Mr Betts, surely you'd agree, if you're just looking at the question of allegations, the number of allegations, the fact you've got 56 out of the 63 allegations relate to Victoria, that would indicate, wouldn't it, that there's a major issue in Victoria as opposed to the other jurisdictions?
This is a major issue, which is why it's attracting your attention today, and it's why it's attracted our attention and the Minister's over the last 2 years.
So, Mr Betts, you haven't answered the question, but given the allegations, 88.88% relate to Victorian projects compared to the rest of the country, the major problem is Victoria. Isn't that correct?
Arithmetically, that is correct on the basis of what you just said. Yeah.
Well, it's not just arithmetically correct. It's correct.
What would you like me to add to the data that you just...
Sorry, Mr Betts.
We've given you the data. You're now playing the data back to me and you're asking me to confirm the data. I'm doing that.
Oh, well, this was after you dodged the question, if I can put it politely, in terms of not accepting the fact that there appears on the data to be a major problem with Victoria as opposed to the other states, which necessarily leads to the question as to what special initiatives, projects, allocation of resources do you have with respect to this particular problem in Victoria? Because compared to my home state of Queensland with 3, Victoria's got 56. So how is the department dealing with this specific issue in Victoria?
The specific issues relate to allegations which are being investigated by the appropriate regulatory authorities. What we've mobilised, and the Queensland Government has also mobilised, as has New South Wales, to make sure that unacceptable behaviour guidelines are in place, is a regime to make sure that where these issues come to light, they are reported to the appropriate regulatory authorities. We are not the police and we are not the Fair Work Ombudsman, but we can make sure, through the leverage that we have through our funding contributions, that those jurisdictions comply with the rules that the current government has put in place.
Okay, so what particular initiatives have you taken with respect to Victoria? Have you done anything more let me put it this way. Have you done anything more with respect to Victoria, given on the basis of the data, I think we agree, the arithmetic is telling us there's a major problem in Victoria as opposed to the other jurisdictions?
We are putting in place the same arrangements for Victoria as we are for all jurisdictions, because no other jurisdiction can afford to be complacent about this. So they accept that, and they've adopted this voluntarily.
So you're not putting any extra resources into Victoria, given that they account for 88.88% of the allegations?
We're not the investigatory authorities here. We have established a regime which is fit for purpose in Victoria, and similarly for New South Wales and for Queensland and for any other jurisdiction that is prepared to sign up to those unacceptable behaviour guidelines.
However, Mr Betts, you did say that you did have leverage with respect to allocation of funds, etc. So how have you used that leverage with respect to the specific problem in Victoria?
By working with our Victorian Government colleagues to ensure that things are reported to the appropriate regulatory and investigatory authorities in a timely fashion.
All right. Ms Hall, you said that it's a good thing that more of these allegations are being raised, but what are we going to say next year if there's another 56 next year, if it increases to 120? At some stage, there's got to be a material improvement so we don't have this cascading effect of these allegations undermining confidence in the projects.
That's why I was saying that we're working with the DUO and other regulatory bodies to actually understand that the actions that are being put in place is to capture the data to see that what we're actually doing is actually working, so that hopefully by the time next year comes around I can answer that question for you.
Okay. Do you have any benchmarks? Have you adopted any KPIs or targets?
That's what we're working through at the moment.
Okay, so it's still a work in progress. Sorry, did you have a
No, you're right. Yeah, I was just going to say on any sort of risk analysis matrix, one cohort of anything being captured to a tune of 88+% would indicate that we need a unique, specific, targeted response. Because it is Commonwealth taxpayer money that this government is continuing to give to Victoria, and particularly this project. So you said, Ms Hall, earlier that no money's left the building, the 3.8, no money's left the building. What caveats, given that you now have the letter with the 16 alleged issues on the SRL, have you had a discussion with the Minister around her ability to halt the payments to Victoria around this project?
So if I could take a step back, Senator, up until we received the report a week and a half ago, the numbers that we had were sitting at around 30. So these ones are, most of these are new, as we said. Of the 18 projects, and I think, yes, of the 18 projects that we have nearly 600 major projects in our program. So we're still only talking about 4% of the entire program.
Ms Hall, I'm sorry. We've got alleged criminal behaviour on a site that we're about to give $3.8 billion to.
And that information came to us a week ago.
I understand that, and my question is, are you?
So we will now look at that information and we will go away and have a look and see what that actually means and if there is anything that we need to do. Saying all of that, the issue is that Victoria has reported they have done everything in regards to in accordance with. We will go and we will, like we do with every other jurisdiction, when we have had these requests, and have a look at the allegations, and we will understand where they go to in regards to subcontractors. We will see if there is further information that we will need, and we will see what they have put in place to ensure that it doesn't happen again. We will look to see if there is any evidence that any of the Commonwealth funding is actually going to that, any of those issues. So, for example, we have done that previously to get assurance in projects of that sort before. So we have done a range of and looked at a range of mechanisms. We have withheld funding previously before we have received assurances. We do these things. But we will have a look and we will see if any conditions need to be placed on the funding. That is what we do.
The reality is we have not seen a level of systemic alleged corruption, fraud, harassment, as we are seeing now. I'm sorry, Ms Hall, I live in Victoria. And the reason the stats are the stats is because it's real. And instead of listening to the newspapers, the community, the subcontractors, and this government has then still put $3.8 billion of Australian taxpayers' money into this project. So I'm calling on, and I hope the Secretary and the Minister will actually let Catherine King know she is absolutely on notice after this that that $3.8 billion will be halted to the suburban rail loop, given the level of allegations on this project that are currently ongoing. And that not a dollar should leave the Commonwealth Treasury to this project until you can be assured that it's in line with other states. I mean, this is unprecedented. Victoria has nearly 89% of the problem behaviour. Now, in any other matrix of assessment of risk, that screams systemic. So, Secretary, can you take my concerns on board and convey them to the Minister, please?
They're on the public record, yes.
I think it'd mean more if it came from you. Thank you.
I've got further questions of corporate.
Just for the tidy up, the 3 Queensland incidents related to which project, and we did come up with a formula of words in terms of general category of behaviour I think everyone's happy with.
So, Senator, in relation to the Centenary Bridge project, it was an allegation of physical threats.
Sorry, of what?
An allegation of physical threats.
Physical threats.
Gold Coast Light Rail Stage 3, allegation of breaches of workplace laws and fraud. And the Coomera Connector Stage 1 Central, allegation of breach of workplace laws.
And in relation to the Centenary Bridge project, you can't. Do you have any date in relation to the alleged behaviour? Are we talking about something in the last 6 months or last 12 months? Just a general timeline. I'm not looking for a particular day, but how recent is the alleged behaviour?
If I remember correctly, we discussed this at a Senate estimates last year.
Okay, thank you.
And the 4 New South Wales projects?
The 4 New South Wales
and
projects,
the alleged behaviour?
The M12 motorway was allegation of corruption. The Newell Highway Upgrade Parks Bike Pass was allegation of corruption. The M1 Pacific Motorway extension of Raymond Terrace was an allegation of corruption. And the Sydney Metro WSA was allegations of fraud and breaches of workplace laws.
And for all of those, how many allegations for each?
They were 1 each.
1 each. Thank you so much, Ms Hall. I now that we've got that, I just have a series of questions on the big build, which is literally where we started a long time ago.
I've just got a bunch of people
Sorry?
I've got a bunch of people who are tied up not doing any work for taxpayers because they're sitting next door. If I can let corporate
This
go,
is work for taxpayers.
Not if you're asking questions about infrastructure and they're in corporate.
That's why I did say, is there any more for corporate?
As long as everyone that can answer about big build will be sitting behind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can release corporate?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll go to outcome 1.
Oh, yeah. Which you don't realise happens until you're here. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Okay.
Just give us a nod when you're good to go.
Good to go.
Good to go? Okay. Senator McKenzie, I will go to Senator Roberts. You've been waiting patiently for outcome 1.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again. My questions are about the suburban rail loop in Victoria. The Victorian Premier has put the project cost for suburban rail loop east at between $30 billion and $34.5 billion. The Victorian Parliamentary Budget Office has put the cost of both stages at $84 billion for the east and $132 billion for the north, by the time that the loans are paid back in 2084. This includes the full cost of construction, interest and operation. Do you agree or dispute the Victorian Parliamentary Budget Office figure?
Senator Lachlan Wood, Assistant Secretary. I don't dispute the PBO figure. We look at it from a capital cost point of view when we're looking at it from an Australian government investment perspective.
Good.
And our total project cost is, we are using $34.5 billion.
Sorry?
$34.5 billion is the total project cost that we're operating under. So that's for SRL East, and that's the only, the Australian government hasn't committed to SRL North.
Let's continue. Following completion of all stages of the suburban rail loop between Werribee and Cheltenham, the business case puts the daily traffic at 400,000 trips a day when averaged across a year. This works out at 7 billion trips in the first 50 years. Recovering the $216 billion cost from 7 billion trips equals a ticket cost of about $30 a trip, or $300 for a weekly in 2026 dollars. How is this project financially feasible without billions of dollars in subsidies every year?
because it's like every suburban train system in Australia, we rely on taxpayer subsidies to make the fare box affordable. So there isn't a suburban or an urban railway in Australia which washes its own face and recovers revenue and makes a profit.
These are staggering figures though, Mr Betts.
Well, if you look at the Sydney network or the Brisbane network, the level of taxpayer subsidisation, I don't have the figure in front of me, maybe 60-70%. And as things like free fares are instituted, that proportion goes up. So it's fairly commonplace.
What's the fare in Sydney, typical? This is $30 a trip, averaged out. $30 a trip.
It would be $30 a trip if you recovered the entire cost of the project through what people pay at the fare box, but there's no railway in Australia that does that.
No, that's my point though. This is a pretty hefty capital cost, and at $30 a trip, it's a very hefty allocation of that capital over the years. And yet I accept that we don't have many unsubsidised rails, but rail networks, suburban rail networks, but this is huge. It's staggering. You know, I'm surprised you're not falling out of your chair.
It's a big project, but then so are the metro projects in Sydney, which similarly don't cover their capital costs from fare box revenue, nor has any railway since the 19th century.
$30 a trip in Sydney too? Is that what the taxpayers are going to be on the hook for?
Taxpayers are already paying a very significant proportion of the cost of running that railway.
So let's add more, a huge amount more. Are you aware of this, Minister?
Well, I don't travel the Sydney or Melbourne lines.
You're a minister in the government of Australia.
Well, may I answer,
yes.
Senator? I don't travel those lines, and I don't know the cost of that. But I am listening here to Mr Betts.
The second stage, the north stage, which includes the airport link, is much more expensive. If the north stage is not built because of cost, what effect will that have on the ticket revenue on the smaller first stage? How much of the $84 billion will taxpayers lose by 2084? Or as you say, 35 billion. How much?
So the $34.5 billion is the capital cost to build SRL East. So that will be completed by 2035, and that's underway now. A SRL North would be a future decision of government.
SRL North would be what?
A future decision of government if it was to choose to invest in that.
If SRL North does not go ahead, what will be the impact on East?
So we've looked at the economics of Suburban Rail Loop East and the associated benefits, and that project continues to offer benefits even if the northern stage is not ultimately built.
At what cost? Minister, how can you terminate a real infrastructure project like Inland Rail and give the money to a project like Suburban Rail Loop, which will never pay for itself and always be a black hole for taxpayers' money, if it's finished at all? How can you do it?
The Minister's made the decision in terms of funding, Senator, and the Minister's made the decision based on advice from the department. So I'll refer to the department.
Really?
So what is that advice?
That was a...
What I want to know is how they can do it.
Sorry, Senator, I'd heard clearly this morning we were speaking about Inland Rail that money would be diverted to there's a certain amount, 1.8 billion, that's going to existing rail infrastructure, but I hadn't heard that all the rest of inland rail money was going to suburban rail, no?
I bet the department did not advise to invest in suburban.
I'm just trying to, sorry, Senator, we just touched on it today, so just
all over it.
trying to clear it up for you.
Thanks. No answers?
Sorry, Mr Betts.
I'll have a go at giving you an answer. Okay, so unlike the Inland Rail project, the Suburban Rail Loop project was subject to a business case which was independently reviewed by Infrastructure Australia. That evaluation is on the website. The Commonwealth Government's cap contribution to Suburban Rail Loop, even allowing for the $3.6 billion, is a capped contribution.
So is the two.
Whereas the budget for Inland Rail, established by the previous government and handed to the current government, is a third of the cost of building that project, and that would be sheeted home entirely to the Australian taxpayer.
In other words, nothing to see here. Snowy 2, Inland Rail, all messed. Minister, will you suspend funding for the suburban rail loop until you find where the missing $15 billion from Victoria's big build went, or are you happy to fund criminals ripping off the taxpayers?
Senator, is it my understanding that you did not support the Inland Rail?
Not where it was, but we're supporting it now, and we have been supporting it.
Yeah, you cancelled it.
We have been supporting it.
Pay that, Minister.
Pay more attention, Minister, because we have been supporting. We've been vigorously supporting, and we've been connecting it to the east-west northern line.
Well, you're having a good laugh there, Senator Mackenzie, but we know what your previous Leader of the Nationals thought about all of that as well. But I'll take your question on notice, Senator Roberts.
Can you answer it now?
I'll take your question on notice, Senator.
Thanks, Chair.
Right. Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. What briefings has the government received outside of the correspondence directly from the Victorian government, from the Premier herself, from the Victorian government, from the Victoria Police, from the Fair Work Ombudsman, or other workplace regulators regarding the allegations of unsafe workplace and inappropriate conditions affecting women on federally funded Victorian infrastructure projects?
I'll just wait for my colleague, Mr Robinson, to come to the table, Senator.
Mr Robinson, that's hard to see.
It's very disconcerting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I can't only read Mr Robin.
Sorry, Senator, could you please repeat the question?
Well, what briefings, warnings, correspondence has the government received from the Victorian Premier, her office, the Victorian government more generally, Victorian Police, workplace regulators, Fair Work Ombudsman, around the unsafe work conditions on Victorian infrastructure projects?
So, Senator, I mean, since these issues first came to light, there's been a range of correspondence that...
Okay, walk me through the corro.
All right, so Senator, Minister King has written to...
Sorry, Mr Robinson, sorry. We have done the letters. Outside of that, other briefings, warnings, correspondence, other than your letters that you've just been talking about, the reporting letters, or Minister King's please report letters, what other detailed briefings have you received? Have you received any... Has anyone from the Fair Work Ombudsman contacted the Federal Infrastructure Department raising their concerns about the unsafe work practices occurring? Alleged.
So Senator, we speak regularly with officers from the Fair Work Ombudsman and the Fair Work Commission.
And has this issue been raised?
So the meetings that we've had have related more generally to issues in the construction sector and how they relate to land transport infrastructure.
So, Mr Robinson, what does that mean?
So we've been meeting with officials from Fair Work Ombudsman, Fair Work Commission, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations to look at how information can be shared better, because obviously allegations are often reported directly to the regulators themselves.
And they're not telling you?
Well, there's only so much they can tell us at times, Senator, too, and that's why we're working with them to try and understand how we can share information more effectively. They are statutory bodies.
So you have been warned by the Fair Work Ombudsman about the...
We have spoken about the issues of criminal behaviour in the inland transport infrastructure. Yes, we have.
Yep.
And we are, as Mr Wood said and Ms Hall have said, We have been working with the jury, in particular with Victoria, and we actually spoke through a number of actions that Victoria have been undertaking since these things came out. Yep, that's right. So that's all part of what we've been working through.
So Fair Work Ombudsman is a tick. What about VicPol?
Well,
we don't get specific advice directly to us on specific allegations.
So my question, like, this is a serious matter, okay?
Yep.
This is a serious matter on work sites that we fund.
That's right.
And aside from Premier writing to King, I want to know what else is going on.
As the Secretary said, we are not the regulator, we are not the people who do the investigations.
You're the funder.
We are the funder.
You are the
funder. So in regards to that, all of those specific allegations, they have to go through the appropriate criminal or other investigations. So we don't talk about specificity.
No.
We talk about what happens at a high level in regards to actions that are happening.
So what I'm hearing from the department, and I want to give you the opportunity to correct me, that we're not getting any briefings, warnings from VicPol, Fair Work Ombudsman or workplace regulators regarding allegations of unsafe conditions or inappropriate conduct affecting women in particular working on federally funded infrastructure projects. It's a simple yes or no, and who?
We do get information about a lot of that stuff. We haven't had anything recently since that media release on women specifically.
I find this incredible.
So the way this works is we try to make sure that the relevant regulatory authorities are informed about these issues so that they can use their statutory powers to investigate them rather than them bringing these allegations to us. We don't have the statutory powers or the investigatory powers or the investigatory capability to deal with it. They are set up by the Parliament to deal with these things, and it's entirely appropriate that they should.
Yes, absolutely, Secretary, but you fund it.
Yes.
And if you are continuing to fund something that is as systemic as this clearly is, and it's not just the Sydney Morning Herald reporting it, then I would have thought that there would be, rather than treating all the jurisdictions, you know, we've got all the same, there is one jurisdiction which is a clear winner in this.
We have asked the Fair Work Commission, and we are working with DUA, for them to work out how they can share certain information with us so that we can get to the bottom of this. So that is what I was saying to you before.
Can I ask if there's been a brief to the Minister around halting funding, what she can actually do to stop funding these types of arrangements?
Yeah. We've provided a briefing to the Minister on options.
Okay. And when did the Minister receive that brief?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Senator, that brief was provided on the 19th of March 2026.
Okay. That would suggest you knew about it before the 3.8 was walking out the door, but anyway.
No, Senator, sorry.
This is not specifically to women. It was
no, broadly about the systemic issues. I appreciate that.
This is a part of our ongoing work to try and get in place better frameworks, better regimes with the jurisdictions which are actually happening, as we mentioned before with Victoria, on a number of things that they have recently put in place. This is all coming about because of these actions.
Yep, no, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Does the government require contractors delivering federally funded infrastructure projects in Victoria to demonstrate compliance with labour hire licensing laws and workplace safety obligations before federal payments are made?
So, Senator, they are state-based laws. We expect all of our jurisdictions to follow the law.
But they're not.
No, in Victoria, you've heard today, Senator, that the Labour Hire Authority has in fact relinquished, I think it was 150 licences, and in the process of of doing another 49, and plus that, which also includes the work, the Women in Construction company that was mentioned in the article a little while ago, that licence is not intended to be renewed. So action
Are
is
they
happening.
still operating now?
I don't have that information.
No, you don't know.
Well,
So is the
I
money
do-
still going out the door?
We're not providing.
So
We haven't made a payment, Senator.
We haven't made payments to Victoria's big build at all?
we have, Senator, but
Yes.
again, as we've talked about before, there are a number of allegations, but notwithstanding that, we have assurances from Victoria that should Commonwealth funding be misappropriated for such activities, that we will be informed of this, and then we'll be able to take action from that, as we've mentioned in previous hearings.
So, in answer to my question, federal payments are being made,
So, Senator,
irrespective of the licensing arrangements, because that's a state-funded thing.
So, Senator, we make
Or state-arranged
we
thing.
make payments to jurisdictions where they have they provide us the evidence necessary to make that payment, and we have also said where there are allegations which need to go through the full through their full processes. Should there be allegations that prove to be true, and there is funding implications relating to those allegations, then we'll work with the jurisdictions to ensure that the Commonwealth funding is not misappropriated.
And so can I just ask, is there a clawback provision then?
We have a number of mechanisms available to the Commonwealth.
Is there a
to do that.
clawback provision?
We can claw back the funding if necessary,
Thank you.
Senator.
Given recent allegations, has there been an audit or review of subcontracting and labour hire arrangements attached to federally funded Victorian infrastructure projects?
No, Senator.
No?
Not by the Commonwealth, that I know of.
How can the government assure taxpayers that federal funding is not indirectly, and this is something I've written to the Minister herself about on becoming the Shadow Minister, how can you assure the federal taxpayer that funds are not indirectly supporting contractors or labour hire firms associated with the CFMEU that fail to provide safe working environments for women on construction sites? How can you give us that assurance?
Well, Senator, we obviously... Yeah, we talk...
It's okay. You can say you can't.
No.
Because you can't.
But no, there are frameworks in place that jurisdictions follow, that have their own legal frameworks in place, where you've got the labour hire firms and those sorts of things doing their jobs. We rely on states to ensure that they are actually
That
doing...
wasn't my question.
Well...
How can you... I'm not in the Victorian State Parliament.
Yeah.
I can't ask the Victorian state ministers if they're misappropriating Victorian taxpayers' money. I'm asking the federal government and departments and ministers, can you assure us that federal taxpayer money is not indirectly being funneled through labour hire companies in Victoria on the big build to CFMEU? Can you assure us?
So, Senator, we are doing everything that we can to try and assure. So we have put in place information through the PPR process.
It's not your fault, Ms Hall. It's a no. I know that.
No, but what we're trying to do is make sure that each jurisdiction provides us with evidence that this is not happening, and they actually have to assure us before we make.
And when does that
payment.
protocol start?
The protocol's in place. So
when did they last report against it?
It's upcoming. This is recently put in place.
Sorry?
The protocol itself has only been recently put in place.
Correct.
But they also have the changes that we put in place as part of the review mechanism, which requires a positive attestation in regards to funding and requirements in regards to that. We've also put in place all of the governance assurance processes for all of our funding as well. So my staff now sit on a range of boards and things down in Victoria.
Great.
So, well,
it's not.
this information has to be provided.
It's not your fault. But the reality is, the money is still flowing to Victoria, despite all the good work of the department.
But it is all based on evidence and milestones. So that information.
Wow.
And then, so we've got those.
Well, the
in
evidence
place.
is clear
Then
about bullying on work
Then
sites.
we've got the jurisdictions now putting in place a whole range of criteria and requirements around subcontractors. So that's actually now in place. And then we've got clawback provisions. So throughout the life cycle of a project, at various stages, we have put in place different mechanisms that we never had before.
But the money is still going out the door despite the allegations and despite the behaviour, because the protocol isn't even in place yet, is it?
No, the protocol is in place.
Has it been reported against?
Not yet.
No.
But
When's the first reporting date due? When's Victoria due to report?
1 June.
1st of June?
1 July.
1 July, but I think that... Yeah.
1 July 2026?
Yes.
And they are auditing labour hire firms?
No, but we have
You've got the protocol?
We have the power to do that if we wanted to now. We have the power under our FFA to do that.
But you just told me you hadn't done it.
No, so the protocol requires them to report under a whole range of requirements.
Does the department track female workforce participation outcomes on federally funded infrastructure projects, including retention rates, workplace complaints, safety incidents and career progression outcomes?
Some of those, not all of those.
Which ones?
I can tell you.
Yeah, so Senator, under the Federation funding agreement schedule, the states and territories do need to provide information to the Commonwealth annually on women's participation in construction. Mm-hmm. So all of that information is in the funding agreement, but it goes to things like the proportion of labour undertaken by women apprentices and trainees on projects, the number, value and proportion of tenders that require head contractors to have a gender equity action plan in place, and qualitative reporting on policies and initiatives supporting women's participation and retention in construction.
So you only need to have a policy in place? You don't need to we don't have actual hard data on the number of women, career progression, safety incidences, if there was...
Number of women and apprentices.
Okay, but if there is a bullying issue on a federally funded work site, how would you find out about it?
Through our protocol process with jurisdictions.
Which comes into place on the 1st of July.
Yeah, but they've also... Yes, that's right, that's the protocol, but they have in the... As per how we've been able to tell you about the, was it 63 allegations now, they have been reporting to us.
The protocol formalises reporting arrangements that have been in place for some time.
So in light of the allegations of criminal infiltration and unsafe workplaces on Victorian infrastructure projects, has the Minister herself reviewed whether the existing procurement frameworks adequately protect vulnerable workers and women entering the construction workforce? Has she requested a review?
Not to my knowledge, and given that they are undertaken by the jurisdiction.
She has not requested a review. So what mechanisms are available for women that are working in and on federally funded infrastructure projects to confidentially report misconduct or workplace safety concerns independent of the unions, of labour hire firms or the principal contractors themselves? Where do they go?
Well, I think a number of jurisdictions have got dedicated call lines in which people can bring forward their concerns. I think most jurisdictions have those in place.
Does Victoria?
Yes, they do.
That was one of the things I mentioned before, but it also goes to the behaviours guide that I mentioned and the Secretary mentioned earlier as well.
In addition to obviously the other existing arrangements in place where they can go to the
I think Commonwealth taxpayers have a right to be quite furious about how this is playing out. We've been having this conversation over numerous estimates. I do not blame the department in this. The government is responsible for how Commonwealth taxpayer money is used in infrastructure projects, and the Minister should use her power to stop funding projects where these alleged incidents are occurring in such a high proportion. But I know Senator Scarr has some questions.
Senator McKenzie, just through the chair. Senator McKenzie, can I just check? You said you'd written to the minister about these issues?
A couple of years ago, yeah.
I thought you said when you came into the portfolio, shadow portfolio this year.
I've been in this portfolio since we lost the election.
But in terms of the letter that you were referring to,
yes.
Was it this year?
No.
Have you had a response? Okay.
No, I wrote back when this first started being raised in Victoria and encouraged the minister to use her power federally to get better behaviour on site out of
Senator Scarr.
The IIP.
I just had one follow-up question. And in a previous life, I used to negotiate contracts in the construction industry for mining projects, etc. You can have clauses in contracts with clawbacks and all sorts of mechanisms to deal with inappropriate activity on a site. The question, though, is how do you monitor the activity? How do you monitor what is actually occurring on site so that you become aware that various issues have occurred which would trigger the rights you have on the contract? To put it another way, how do you make sure that you've got the audit function, whatever that might take, the independent inspections, the oversight to make an assessment as to whether or not the Commonwealth has the ability to exercise the rights which you've negotiated into these arrangements?
So jurisdictions do have those things in their provisions in their contracts. They manage the contracts. They are the client to the head contractor. There are obviously also the regulatory bodies that actually get involved in that.
Okay.
Fair work.
Sorry to interrupt. Yep. I don't want to take too much time. I understand. So you're saying the jurisdiction in terms of the Victorian government. So the question I have for you as the Commonwealth government is how do you exercise your oversight function to make sure that the Victorian government is, or whatever other Queensland government, whoever it is doing the right thing, so you know whether or not the Commonwealth, through you, the taxpayers, have a right to exercise the rights to clawback, etc. So presumably you're not just leaving it all to them. There's some sort of
we've been doing
independent...
that through the reporting that they've been providing us, plus through the protocol that will come into place as well, plus through the arrangements that we have through our consultation through the broader Commonwealth agencies to receive additional data. And on
maybe you take it on notice. The concern I have is it sounds like you're dependent upon what the jurisdiction is providing you, right? As opposed to having an ability to independently audit, to independently review what is actually happening.
We have those functions.
We have those functions.
When we need to use them, Senator, yes, we do. But we are, to an extent, reliant on the jurisdiction who are at the pointy end of the contract space. But they have obligations through our FFAS to report through positive obligations where things occur, and also to advise of any criminal or unacceptable matters that may occur on that. So there are those provisions in our FFAS, and on top of other provisions that we can bring into place where needed.
So if you could take it on notice, what I'm particularly interested in is what measures and practices and procedures you have where the Commonwealth, through independent contractors, auditors, whatever, can actually independently verify what is actually happening in the project, so you're not dependent upon the jurisdiction. And to the extent you've got those powers, and it sounds like you do under your arrangements, what sort of program do you have with respect to the use of those powers, right? So wearing an old hat, it might well be once a year you'd visit a factory site, walk around, see what's actually happening on the work site, and get some sort of comfort with respect to that, right? That's the sort of thing I'm asking for. What sort of independent processes and practices do you have? So you'll take that on notice?
Take that on notice and come back to you.
So we're done, yes, Senator Colbeck?
Just one question. The new protocols that you've got in place or putting in place that start on the 1st of July,
you're already getting some reports, which has enabled you to give us the information.
Yeah, we're formalised. That protocol effectively formalises that.
what we've had in place for quite
So what is the
some time.
public reporting process for that? So we had to go through a whole process today to get the information as to what was happening on various sites in various locations. What is under the new protocol, what is the public reporting process? Or do we have to come back and fight it out at estimates each time still?
There is no formal public reporting. No formal.
So are we done on suburban rail loop?
No.
You got more? We're going to have a go. I think we'll just have a few questions. I know. Look, I'm very keen. I want to hear about the 26-27 budget announcement on the 55 million transport resilience and capacity, the kickstart stuff, which really, what? Sorry.
No road safety program.
I was asking a question around rail, and I'll ignore that. I'm keen to hear about it. I'm keen to hear how it works.
So the track program, we can give you a high level, but that actually is an outcome two.
No, let's wait till outcome two.
Yep.
I'm genuinely interested in that. Did you have any questions, Senator Mulholland?
I do. My questions are going to go to road projects in Queensland, funnily enough. So, the Albanese government made one of the single largest investments in the Bruce Highway. I understand the Bruce Highway Targeted Safety Program is a $9 billion package of upgrades. Can you please advise how much of that $9 billion is funded by the federal government?
7.2 billion of that 9 billion is funded by the Commonwealth.
Sorry, can I get that figure again?
7.2 of the 9 billion is funded by the Commonwealth.
Thank you. And since that program was announced last year, what's the progress on the overall package at a high level?
I can give you a high level, but then I might pass to Mr. Brummett. So far, of the 65 projects, we've had 8 completed, 3 with contract award, 28 under procurement, 19 under construction, and 5 under design. But Mr. Brummett might want to give you some greater detail.
Thank you, Senator. The early works, there have been 6 projects completed under the early works program. Wide centre lines at Bootaloo Road, pavement strengthening at Alligator Creek Service Station, pavement strengthening at Tamula intersection, pavement strengthening at Hencam Creek, pavement strengthening at various sections between Ingham and Innisfail, pavement strengthening at various sections between Innisfail and Cairns. And there have also been 2 projects under the main works are also complete. They're 1 pavement strengthening at Spider Creek between St Lawrence and Mackay, and just under a kilometre at Goodbye Creek between Bowen and Ayr.
Thank you.
And there's a further, as Ms Hall said, a further 3 projects where contracts have been awarded, and then a range of projects in procurement, which I'm happy to go through as you wish.
I'm satisfied with that answer. I want to move to Dolly's Rocks Road, Stage 1 and 2, if I can, in Queensland. So one of the biggest Bruce Highway upgrades in South East Queensland is Stage 1 and 2 of Dolly's Rocks Road at the Gateway Motorway. I know that stretch of road, I drive it every day, and we've got 2 great federal members there, in Emma Comer and Ailey France, who have been pushing pretty hard for that project to get delivered. Could you just give us an update on how Stage 1 is travelling? And we'll move to Stage 2 next.
So the Dolly's Rocks Road, there's 2 projects, just probably got the right one. Sorry, Gateway, this is Gateway Motorway to Dolly's Rocks Road?
That's right.
Yeah, sure. Apologies, I had the other one. So this project, this is Stage 1 of the project to deliver an upgrade between Dolly's Rocks Road and Anzac Avenue, including new northbound and southbound ramps and intersection upgrades.
Since we last met in March, there's been pavement and widening works commencing on the external lanes and drainage works commencing on Dolly's Rocks Road. And the next steps include median pavement asphalt works expected to be completed by the middle of 2026 and construction on the project in late 2026.
Thank you. I know Northside drivers will be very, very excited for that work to start. In this budget, $812.5 million was allocated for stage 2 of the Gateway to Dolly's Rocks Road upgrade. What will that particular stage mean for drivers on the north side of Brisbane? Can you give me a bit of an update about what that will entail, those works?
Yes, Senator. So essentially it's about expanding the crossing of the Pine River and reducing a key bottleneck at that intersection, really the commencement of the Bruce Highway intersection with the Gateway motorway. So it's expected to construct collector distributor roads and new bridges across the Pine River from the interchange with the Gateway motorway and the Gympie Arterial Road to north of the interchange with Dolly's Rocks Road. And it's, as I said, aimed at increasing capacity and traffic flow and addressing a key pinch point on the highway ahead of the 2032 Games.
Thank you. Just one more project on that north side of Brisbane, part of the road network, Linkfield Road overpass. It's another large upgrade on the north side of Brisbane. That project in particular, those local federal members have been fighting really hard to get that delivered as part of a partnership with the council as well. Can you give me an update about how the Linkfield Road overpass project is progressing?
So the project is aimed at widening Linkfield Road between Gympie Road and Lacey Road to 4 lanes and constructing 2 parallel bridges over Gympie Arterial Road. The early works for the project are ongoing, including relocation of gas mains and other utilities. And then in February of this year, an EOI for main construction tenders was released. So the next steps, looking at the early works, are expected to be completed in mid-2026 and a construction tender expected to be awarded in late 2026. And with construction expected to be completed by late 2028.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Senator, can I just clarify? The first project you're after was the Gateway motorway to Dolly's Rock Road, stage 1, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think we may have given you information for Anzac Avenue by accident. So, since last estimates, design work has been progressing, land acquisition has been continuing, and I think there's all but one site required, and that is expected to be acquired in August 2026. And TMR, I think, are finalising their application for the federal environmental approval under that project. Next steps, environmental approval is expected to be completed in late 2026. Detailed design is expected to be completed in late 27, with the early works package expected to commence in late 2026 and be completed by late 2027. And the construction on the main works package is expected to commence early 2028 and be completed in late 2031.
Thank you. I know I promised I was going to move on from the north side of Brisbane, but I just can't. I want to just quickly touch on, now that we've talked about Linkfield Road overpass, with also the section of the Gateway motorway upgrade from Bracken Ridge to Pine River. Again, a section of road I get to travel every day. Can you outline the status of those works and that project?
You certainly can, Senator.
Sure. So design works are progressing. Just make doubly sure I've got apologies for getting the wrong project before.
That's all right. There's just so much work going on the Gateway and the Bruce Highway.
Yes.
You're forgiven for getting confused.
Design work is progressing. What is happening? Gateway. Yeah. Design work is progressing.
Bracken Ridge
to Pine River. Correct.
Yeah.
Land acquisition is continuing on the project. With all the sites now acquired, with the exception of the site currently occupied by the Queensland Fire Department, which they're looking to have that acquired by August. And then TMR is in the process of finalising its application for federal environmental approval under the EPBC Act. Yes, and then the next environmental approval is expected to be completed in late 2026, and detailed design expected to be completed in late 2027, with an early works package commencing in late 27 and being completed in late 2026 and being completed in late 2027, and targeted at having construction on the main works package commencing in early 2028 and completed by late 2031.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to move to the south side of Brisbane. A significant local issue for residents in the Coopers Plains area has been the Boundary Road level crossing. This was an Albanese government election commitment to construct a new road over rail overpass at this location. I know our fantastic member for Moreton, Julianne Campbell, was fighting tooth and nail for that during the election campaign. If you can give me a bit of an update about that project. I understand the Queensland Government made a decision last year to defer the project. Has the Commonwealth Government undertaken any measures to get this project delivered sooner?
Senator, the government provided $100 million in additional funding at the in the 26-27 budget. Mm-hmm. We're working closely, we are working with Queensland officials to progress the project. Detailed design has been completed, including some important minor design modifications after consulting with the public utility providers, and a demolition contractor has been engaged to complete demolition of the acquired properties, which I know has been a matter of interest. And the next step on the project is for property demolition to commence.
And what is the scope of that project once it's landed?
Well, essentially, it's to construct a road over. The ultimate scope of the project is to construct a road over rail overpass and remove the existing level crossing.
Okay, thank you. I know that my colleague from Tasmania has... have you got a question?
Queensland always hogs the call, don't you, there? But I'm keen to ask about the East Urban Highway to Bowen Bridge announcement, if I may. And can you take me through the plans for this upgrade?
We'll just get the right person to help.
Thank you, Senator. Lachlan Wood, Assistant Secretary. There was $4 million committed to the project, the East Urban Highway Bowen Bridge to Bridgewater Improvements Planning. The project will support planning upgrades for the East Urban Highway and Goodwood Road intersection at Bowen Bridge, as well as improvements to bus stops, pedestrian facilities and active transport infrastructure along the highway. It's aiming to deliver works that will support congestion relief, safety, accessibility and sustainable transport outcomes.
And when do you anticipate the work will start for this one?
So the project's in planning at the moment and expecting the construction works to commence in early 2027.
And just on another TAS project that Labor is funding, do you have an update on the Mornington roundabout works and when construction might start on that one?
So yes, the Mornington roundabout, the traffic solution study was released, which identified 4 priority infrastructure components. So it's looking at it from a network point of view, not just the Mornington roundabout. Those 4 are building ramps on Gordons Hill Road that connect Gordons Hill with the Tasman Highway, moving and changing Mornington Road and South Arm Highway intersection, moving the westbound off-ramp from the Tasman Highway onto the South Arm Highway, and the replacement of the existing Mornington roundabout at the intersection of Cambridge Road and South Arm Highway with traffic lights. The works are expected to commence in... community consultation is expected to commence in mid-2026. And then construction to start in 2027.
Beautiful, thank you. Good, all good.
Done. Senator Scarr.
Can I ask some questions just in relation to the Doles Rock Road project? Is that...
Sorry.
Queensland. Sorry to get you up again. So just for the benefit of Hansard, if you could just summarise again what the new initiative contained in the budget was.
So, Senator, the Commonwealth provided $812.5 million contribution to that project, if that's what you're asking.
Right, and what proportion of funding of the total project is that?
That's at a funding split of 50-50.
It's a funding split of 50-50?
Yes.
Why isn't it a funding split of 80-20?
Well, Senator, that's a decision of government and is consistent with the government's infrastructure policy statement.
Right, so in terms of previous work done in relation to the Bruce Highway, and there's dozens of projects I can point to, the funding split has been 80% federal, 20% state. Is that correct?
There's been quite a number at 80-20, yes.
So why was there the change from 80-20 to 50-50?
There was a change which followed a review of the infrastructure investment pipeline a few years ago. It's the same quantum of money, it's just the way in which it gets distributed. So in the past there had been a predisposition for the Commonwealth to fund 80% of regional projects. Dropping that down to 50% doesn't reduce the amount of Commonwealth money flowing into a state like Western Australia. It just means the Commonwealth can co-fund more projects, and it means that whilst the state is procuring the project and delivering it, the Commonwealth isn't exposed to an 80% risk of cost overruns, but rather it's shared equally between the jurisdictions.
So if that's the case, Mr Betts, why is it then that the Queensland Treasurer, the Honourable David Janetsky, in commenting on the budget, actually said that at a time of growing global uncertainty, rising cost pressures and increasing pressure on state services, Queensland needed recognition from Canberra. Instead, we were left behind. While billions of dollars flowed to projects in southern states, Queensland was once again expected to do the heavy lifting. The federal government found billions for projects like Victoria's suburban rail loop, which we've spoken about, while Queensland was overlooked on nation-building infrastructure and left carrying growing pressures across health, housing and essential services. And in particular, end quote, and in particular, the Queensland Government has referred to the fact that the Labor government has moved away from the 80-20 funding approach and see that as having a negative impact in terms of infrastructure spending in Queensland.
So would it be of use to you to know that Queensland has the highest share of any jurisdiction of the infrastructure investment pipeline, and that's a combination of major projects like Sunshine Coast Direct Rail, the Bruce Highway investment, before you even get to Gold Coast Light Rail, before you even get to the venues program for the Olympics, for instance. So it's very hard for Queensland to substantiate a claim that they are being harshly treated relative to other jurisdictions. Quite the opposite. Queensland is a place where more infrastructure investment is going right now across the nation, and with a concomitant share from the Commonwealth.
But Mr Betts, you accept that this budget also announced the fact that Inland Rail is now, to use a somewhat quaint term, being consolidated at Parks, which means it's not going to Queensland, and that Queensland's losing the benefit of all of that infrastructure spending. So why don't we get, as a Queensland senator, why isn't that infrastructure spending going to Queensland instead of the 3.7 or whatever it is billion going down to Queensland suburban rail loop?
So ultimately these are decisions for ministers. My point is simply that based on the data, it's very hard to substantiate a claim that Queensland is being harshly treated either relative to other jurisdictions or how it's been treated in the past. And in terms of Inland Rail, a large part of that project has been stuck for the last 4 or 5 years in the Queensland planning system awaiting approval. So that's probably irrelevant.
But the fact of the matter is that infrastructure spending that would have come to Queensland through Inland Rail is now not going to occur because of the Inland Rail being consolidated at Parks. That's correct, isn't it?
So I go back to the point that Queensland is getting a higher share of the national pie than it's had in living memory.
But surely you take into account other things like the fact that Queensland is the most, and I'm sure my Queensland senators would agree, is the most decentralised state. The most decentralised state in Australia, is that correct?
There are plenty, yeah, each jurisdiction has its own reasons why it should be given a disproportionate share of funding. My point is that even by historic standards or by its own standards, Queensland is currently the recipient of a historically large amount of Commonwealth investment.
So no sympathy from Mr Betts for the good people of Queensland?
There's plenty of sympathy and there's plenty of support, which is why we're investing so much in projects like the Bruce, which is a really important productivity project, but mostly a safety project, and the investment going into the Olympics is very significant, running to billions of dollars.
Okay. Can I get an update in relation to the Ipswich to Springfield public transport corridor? Were there any new spending initiatives announced in the budget with respect to the Ipswich to Springfield public transport corridor, noting that this is an area in Queensland where the population's expected to double from about 250,000 to 500,000?
Thank you, Senator. There was the most recent update on that. The options analysis for that Ipswich to Springfield has been complete and is now feeding into a detailed business case to look at options for that corridor.
So has there been any funding provided for the detailed business case?
There is a detailed business case. So, Senator, there is a Ipswich Springfield detailed business case, which is currently, I'll tell you what, that has currently been developed, and a PPR, which is a project proposal report, is being developed by the Queensland Government and the Ipswich City Council, which will come forward for Commonwealth consideration around mid-2026.
So mid-2026 is the next milestone?
That's what we're expecting to get their PPR.
That's this year, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Right. Okay. Can I ask about the WAVE Sunshine Coast Mass Transport project? Was any new funding announced in the budget with respect to the WAVE Sunshine Coast Mass Transit project, given that Sunshine Coast is also experiencing extraordinary growth? Was there any new funding announced in the budget?
There was no additional funding announced in the budget, Senator.
So what's the reason for that?
It's already very substantially co-funded by the Commonwealth following decisions in recent budgets.
Right. So the state government's position is that there's no funding for stage 2 of the project whatsoever from the Commonwealth at this point in time, and that there needs to be support from the federal government with respect to that project, especially in the lead up to the Olympics.
Yeah.
Does the federal government have any position with respect to future funding of that project, or is that something which is under consideration?
Something that will be considered in future budgets. We recognise that it's a priority for Queensland, and we continue to have discussions with the Queensland Government every budget and every May.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Scott. Now, I believe Senator Mulholland has a couple, and then when we go to break at 4 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to quickly move to Inland Rail, if I can, and there was some discussion just then around the decision to consolidate Inland Rail at Parks. I want to just turn to some...
Sorry, is Inland Rail in the IIP or is
it Outcome 2?
In Outcome 2 transport?
Surface transport.
Outcome
One? Okay.
It's outcome one, but it's part of...
We're going to have SRL and Inland popping up for the whole next few hours.
And tomorrow. It's part of the...
Yes.
The pipeline is 120 billion. Yeah. The IIP is 105. The rest is made up of other projects such as Western Sydney and Inland Rail, but it's all outcome one.
And my question is around the track program is in outcome 2.
It's in outcome 2.
Yep. Okie dokie. Right, Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I want to turn to some of the feedback and commentary across the Darling Downs, in particular in Queensland. I want to get a sense of the feedback and the representations the department has received, particularly since the announcement to consolidate. In particular, I met with Millmerran property owners, farmers, truck operators about the Inland Rail project. They're hard-working locals. They were very concerned about the project's impact on agricultural land, their properties and their communities. Have you heard from the Millmerran Rail? Has the department heard from or government heard from the Millmerran Rail Group since the recent announcement about Inland Rail?
I haven't. Inland Rail may have.
ARTC, no. We took the inquiry.
The agencies may have, but the department has not.
Have you, Rachel? We've received a number of correspondence that we're working
you have?
since the announcement.
Do you want to answer?
Rachel Fugasi, Assistant Secretary, Rail Delivery. The department has received a number of correspondence regarding the decision, and we're working through that. We can check on hand if there's correspondence from the Millmerran Group and come back to you if that.
Yeah, if you could, because I certainly have seen a copy of that letter from the chair of the Millmerran Rail Group. And Mr. Wes Judd says, I want to formally acknowledge and thank the government for the decision not to proceed with Inland Rail. In its current form, this reflects a considered and responsible approach to public policy as foreshadowed in the SHOT review. The significant cost escalation associated with the project raised serious concerns about its long-term viability in the environment of necessary budget restraint. This decision protects taxpayers for an unsustainable project while safeguarding prime agricultural land. So that's certainly a copy that I've seen. But there are some other comments.
Senator, the Minister certainly has received information in regards to that.
Thank you for that, Minister. And I know there's been other commentary as well. On the 6th of May 2026, former leader of the National Party, David Littleproud, said, and I quote, "Routing major infrastructure through a floodplain was never going to be nation building. It was nation wasting. The corridor was wrong from the start, and regional Queensland has paid the price for a decade." When then Deputy Prime Minister Barnaby Joyce selected the Queensland corridor, it was routed through flood-prone land that was always going to require hundreds of millions of dollars in additional engineering. That decision condemned the project to 10 years of revised environmental impact statements, planning setbacks, and ultimately a cost blowout of $45 billion, more than 3 times the original budget. Quote, "Every dollar wasted on rerouting, re-engineering and re-approvals over the past decade, it can be tracked back to that original error." Are you aware of those? Is the department aware of those public comments about the project?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
Now, without asking the department to comment on the political nature of those comments, you've obviously had the shot review now in your possession for some time. Does the report reflect the federal member for Maranoa's assessment that bad decisions made early in the project have blown out the cost of this project?
Interesting. It's my report.
So I'll be guided by the shot review in terms of any commentary on that, just because that is an authoritative assessment of the project as it stood in 2023. Another quote from that shot review, quote, the ARTC estimate of the cost of the project has increased by an astonishing amount when compared to 2020. This was written in early 2023. 2 years ago, the estimate was 16.4 billion, and now it is about 31 billion. In my view, this cost estimate should not be accepted by the shareholder, as there is insufficient certainty about the scope, the related schedule, and delivery cost to have any confidence in the numbers. A full review of these matters is definitely needed by an experienced cost estimator. So that would tend to confirm that. A failure to adequately plan and de-risk the project up front had downstream implications in terms of the cost and schedule of that project being at large, and that the ARTC management and board at the time did not have the skills required to reach the appropriate judgments on that, which again is reflected in Kerry Schott's report.
Okay, thank you. We've also had some commentary, and I'm sorry that Senator Roberts isn't here, but Senator Roberts has, in this committee for the short time I've been on it, been a vocal critic of the Inland Rail alignment going through the Condamine and through the floodplain along the Darling Downs. In fact, on his website he says the current alignment in Queensland takes the line across the Condamine floodplain, which is quite frankly a stupid idea. He also goes on to say Inland Rail's preferred alignment also goes across the Condamine floodplain near Millmerran. Building a 2-metre railway embankment across a major floodplain is a really bad idea. The small culverts being built into the embankment will quickly block during heavy rain and flood out thousands of local residents and businesses. Is the department aware of Senator Roberts' concerns about the alignment and the impact of flooding for Inland Rail?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Look, there's plenty more quotes here, but I think
I'd like to hear another one.
I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would. But I'm happy to hand back to you, Chair.
Do you have any quotes about the Narrabri Park and that section of the rail?
Just interested in Queensland.
Yeah, okay.
All right, now, are there any further questions around this? We've got a 4 p.m. Yes, Senator Cadell.
So, in this review, when it goes past, we're heavily talking about the Queensland section and it's underperforming. What about the Narrabri to Narromine section? Was that individually identified and gone through its business case and its progress?
Sure.
We can take you through what the report said, Senator. That was a greenfield site. All of the approvals have been provided, however, construction has not started. But I'll get the team to talk to you a bit more about it.
So, Senator, there hasn't been an independent business case done on Narromine to Narrabri. The ASIL Allen report on page 6 notes that primary approvals have been achieved and preliminary design is underway. The estimated completion date was between April 2032 and November 2032. And ASIL Allen ranked the maturity of that stage as Class 3 with a range of different complexities, but one part of it was a high complexity. I might ask Ms Figursky to talk further about the process.
Thank you. So that section of the track, so it's 306 kilometres of new track connecting sections of inland rail between Narrabri and Narromine. It traverses the Pilliga State Forest. It involves millions of cubic metres of earthworks for new embankments, installation of thousands of concrete culverts, road realignment, and utility relocations as well. It would include 49 new level crossings, 75 new bridges and viaducts, and 7 crossing loops up to 2.2 kilometres long.
Why was no independent business case given on that section, seeing approvals had been given and got to that level? Why scrap the whole project on the basis of sections that weren't approved if one section was approved and ready to move to the next phase?
There weren't any independent business cases done on any parts of the project, Senator. There was one business case done in 2015 for the whole project, but there haven't been any business cases undertaken since then.
Given Infrastructure Australia has said one of their priorities is a new deepwater East Coast port, and that section of Inland Rail was seen as very important to the connection to the Newcastle rail lines, the 40-tonne per axle rail lines, and there is now no impediments to the development of a container terminal in the Port of Newcastle. Was that interaction between those priorities for Infrastructure Australia, the commitment to productivity gains, and ever considered before we cancelled that section, or was it just cancelled in global?
So, Senator, Inland Rail was always looked at as a project that was developed to bring goods and services from Melbourne to Brisbane. That was the whole purpose. That's what its business case and its BCR is actually based on. In regards to the extra benefits that it generates along the alignment, they have been generated as we've gone along, and obviously that has come up through the work that we've done by going from Beveridge to Parks and the connections into the east and west coast, which have demonstrated a huge level of resilience and reliability into that network. There was also more work that was done into connecting the wheat belt and the cotton into the additional ports as well, and those sections were actually finished reasonably early. In regards to the Narrabri to North Star, the Narromine to Narrabri section, this has been an extraordinarily complex section that is very, very, very expensive to build, given the viaducts and the bridging and everything like that that was required. It is, as we said before, a greenfield section that needed to be built. One of the key issues that has taken and led to the prolongation and the escalation costs around this project has always been the difficulty in getting the environmental approvals and getting the changes to the Pilliga State Forest. That has only just recently happened, but there are a range of other difficult conditions, hence why Ms Fagursky said that this is only a maturity level class 3. So the costs associated with this are still very much subject to further work and scope. I would suggest that if there was a need for this project or that particular component, or any component that could stand alone over a period of time, that would be a role for ARTC to come back to us with the business case that could go through IA in the future.
What was the last costing? You said it was very expensive. What was the last costing and when was that completed, of that section?
So it was $9.8 billion in the ACIL Allen cost verification, which was completed in August of 2025. In 2022, it had been estimated at $5.4 billion, and in 2020, it had been estimated at $1.8 billion. But the current estimate is $9.8 billion.
Okay.
And we would think that would be a minimum.
Yeah, I understand. No government project ever runs in below an estimate. My concern is
Fitzroy River Bridge.
Oh, well, okay, one.
Yeah, river.
Okay. When we're looking at a nation that needs productivity, and infrastructure is about delivering a lot of productivity, I get that, and we can hear about the subsidies for cities to grow and what goes in there. I was adjacent by disclosure. I was at the Port of Newcastle when we were doing the lobbying for the thing. When I see a business case where we can deliver a TEU to port, either Melbourne, Sydney or Newcastle, $1,000 cheaper for a primary producer from that catchment, by using an inland rail connection to port, $1,800 for a heavy box, $1,000 for a light box, for no difference. That is the sort of productivity Australia needs. So to go further with this project, it would have to be a separate application by ARTC specific for just that section, doing stuff like that in the business case. Is that the way forward?
So obviously in regards to what the government has agreed is that it will do what it can to secure the corridor, obviously, and there are a number of approvals that we've already secured up until the border. Obviously Queensland is a whole different kettle of fish. However, and a majority of New South Wales north of Narromine is still greenfield. There are some brownfield that could be looked at in regards to the existing $1.75 billion that ARTC has recently announced that they could look at potential upgrades, such as around Moree. That could be looked at. They should, any interested parties around Moree should go talk to ARTC in regards to what they could look at there. If it is a new project, I would suggest very strongly that that is something that ARTC would work on developing a business case for and would have to go through Infrastructure Australia. But we would be very keen to ensure that we do not make the same mistakes that have been made previously about not knowing where it would go, what the benefits would be, what the
but that alignment's already in place. They already know the route of that section.
And making sure that we've got the costs.
Okay, and at the time.
And that would be then a future decision of government.
Right, on that then, let's break for 15 minutes and see everyone back here at 4:15. Thanks, Senator Cadell. Bell, would you like to fire off?
Thank you. Very good afternoon. So the 26-27 budget estimate infrastructure program document, which we're all going through, that was tabled this morning, appears to be missing a lot of the detail regarding projects on the New England Highway. And these questions I'm asking on behalf of the Honourable Barnaby Joyce. Can you help me please fill in the blanks by providing the investment profiles for each of these projects and the most recent estimated completion dates? And if it's helpful, I think these appear on pages 4 of 28.
Senator Lockwood-Carey, Assistant Secretary, New South Wales and ACT Infrastructure. So this is for the New England Highway you're after?
Yes, correct.
All right. Maybe I'll do profiles and then come back to your follow-up question.
Certainly.
So New England Highway, Belford to Muswellbrook, safety and capacity upgrade planning. So 26-27, $3 million. 27-28, $3 million. 28-29, $3 million. New England Highway, Gnu Road duplication, Barnes Gully to Kalala Lane, 26-27, $5 million, 27-28, $16.22 million, 28-29, $14 million, 29-30, $10.5 million, 20-30-31, $1 million. New England Highway, Maitland, westbound upgrade, 26-27, $4 million, 27-28, $5 million, 28-29, $20 million, 29-30, $50 million, 20-30-31, $17 million, and 20-31-32, $4 million. New England Highway, Muswellbrook Bypass, so 26-27, $55.6 million, 27-28, $46.6 million, 28-29, $78.5 million, 29-30, $78.3 million, and 30-31, $45.8 million. New England Highway, Rocky Cut realignment, 26-27, $1 million, 27-28, $10 million, 28-29, $29 million. Sandy Hollow, Rest Area upgrade, Golden Highway, 26-27, $1 million, 27-28, $500,000, 28-29, $3.5 million, and 29-30, $1 million. For the Singleton bypass, so 25-26 is $180.72 million, 26-27 is $108 million, 27-28 is $15 million, 28-29 $5 million, and 29-30 is $1.7315 million. Tenterfield heavy vehicle bypass, 2033-34 is $96 million. Oh, sorry, I've skipped over one. So the Tenterfield heavy vehicle bypass, was no funding for that one over the 10-year profile. For the Tenterfield heavy vehicle bypass construction, that was the profile I read out. So 26-27.
Was the one in front, was that because that other one's completed?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that one had $700,000 in 26-27. So that was the planning project called New England Highway Tenterfield Heavy Vehicle Bypass, had $700,000 in 26-27.
Yep.
Tenterfield Heavy Bypass Construction, Sorry, that was the profile I read, but I'll read it again just for clarity. 26-27, $3.6 million. 27-28, $7.2 million. 28-29, $400,000. Have I missed one?
And the next two that I've got is the New England Highway Corridor Priority Intersection Upgrade and then the Maitland Westbound Upgrade.
Sorry, I've read the Maitland upgrade one earlier.
Yep.
Tenterfield Heavy Vehicle Bypass construction, $96 million in 2033-34. And final project, New England Highway Corridor Priority Intersection Upgrades, $3.6 million in 26-27, $7.2 million in 27-28, $400,000 in 28-29, $400,000 in 29-30, and $400,000 in 2030-31. Sorry for the confusion there, Senator.
No, that's all good. Now, and do we know the most recent estimated completion dates for these?
Yes.
And I suppose if those dates have changed since October 25, so if we've got the most recent, and if those are different from the last ones given at October 2025 estimates.
So I can give you an update on the project, Senator, if that's helpful. So the Singleton Bypass project, that's in major construction at the moment. And the project is progressing through the final construction stages. That's expected to be completed later this year. The Muswellbrook Bypass project, early works are underway. There's an early works package that's around compacting the area that was previously an open cut mine, so that contract has been awarded. The award of the main construction contract is expected this year, with main construction works expecting to commence next year, so in 2027. For the Gnu Road duplication, there's been some engagement with a developer there, which have now been finalised, so that project will now move into the procurement phase. For the Rocky Cut realignment, concept design was completed in mid-25 and released for consultation in late 25, and the final business case is expected to be completed later this year, which will inform the construction timeframes. The westbound overpass at the Maitland roundabout, there's a strategic design and development contract has been awarded late last year and planning works underway. We're expecting a business case will be completed in 2027, which will then inform construction timeframes. And they are the projects that are being prioritised at the moment. So we're working with the New South Wales government on the sequencing of the subsequent projects and the timing for those.
All right. Are you able to table those documents that you're reading from for the record? The ones where you've listed those particular dates, are you able to table those just so we've got the exact advice?
I can take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Then, in regards, so just to quickly double back, the ones where we've got a clear idea where you think we could be finishing up this year or start, has there been any major changes to the dates? Like, have any projects been pushed out? Is there anything there that's been pushed out since we last checked?
Not that I can recall, Senator. I think they're broadly in line with previous timeframes.
All right, and then one last one, and this relates to the Port Stephens cutting upgrade. Now, the funding has been provided, but I just wanted to check if you're aware, has that funding changed since October 25?
Since October 25, no. The government maintains a $20 million commitment to that project.
And the current start and completion date for that project, have we got one?
We have just received, so the process is the department receives a project proposal report. We've received that from Council and from Transport for New South Wales actually just last week. At the moment we're expecting construction to start late this year is the time frame that I've got for the latest advice.
And has that been revised since the October 25?
I would have to check that.
That's right. And then just if you're able to table that document you're reading from in relation to the Port Stephens upgrade, if that's possible, that'd be handy too.
What additional information would you like about that project, Senator?
Just in whatever you were reading to answer that question, just in relation to the start date and completion date for that project.
Okay. So at the moment, so rather than tabling something, the expectation that we've got, or the latest advice that we've got, is that project will commence later this year, so late this year, and take about 2 years to construct.
Right.
So
and
that's
just for clarity, so that's the advice from...
So that's as part of the project proposal report that we received from Transport and from the Council.
All right, I think that's everything. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you. I'd like to ask some questions about the Western Sydney infrastructure plan, please. Is the department able to provide a current status update on each component of the Western Sydney infrastructure plan?
Did you say the plan, Senator?
Yes, please. Yeah.
So there were a number of elements to the Western Sydney infrastructure plan, Senator. That was, I think, a 2014 commitment. So there were a number of projects that were part of that. Those road upgrades included Bringelly Road, the Northern Road and the M12 motorway, all of which have been completed. The latest of those was the M12 motorway, which was completed in March. I understand there's a local roads package, which was also part of the Western Sydney infrastructure plan.
So I've got some questions in relation to that also coming up, so yeah.
Okay. There are a number of those projects that are at the later stages, so happy to take any questions you've got about that.
So what's the current total Australian government commitment to the plan?
The total commitment? Yeah.
If you want to break that down, how much Commonwealth funding has been delivered and what is still yet to be delivered?
So the Commonwealth, the Australian government's commitment to the Western Sydney infrastructure plan, is that right? Yep. It was $3.5 billion.
So it's 3. So, and how much has been delivered of that 3.5? How much has been delivered and how much is to be delivered?
So as I said before, Senator, the M12 motorway has been completed. That was completed in March of this year. The Northern Road project was finished in 2021 and the Bringelly Road upgrade was finished in 2020.
What about with the M12, is the M7, M12 interchange now finished?
That's a New South Wales funded and delivered project, okay. The M7, M12.
Do you have a timeline of when you think the plan to be fully completed?
As I said, there's a number of smaller projects that are still underway that we expect will be completed over the next couple of years.
Okay.
If you're looking at funding as well, Senator, there is some residual funding for those road projects that have been completed that I talked about earlier. So there's generally an amount of money that's retained after completion, which is for following a post-completion report, so for part of the closeout of the project.
So I suppose with the local roads package, there were a number of rounds there. In relation to round 3, have all those projects been finalised?
I don't have them broken up by round. I think the answer is no. I think there's still some round 3 and round 4 projects that are still underway.
Well, on notice, could you please list I suppose, all the round 3 projects, those that have been completed and those that are yet to be completed, with what dates are expected to be completed by. In relation to round 4, I understand that one round 4 project was cancelled. Is that correct?
In what time frame are you referring to, Senator?
I don't know. I'm just I'm asking that I've been advised that one has been cancelled. I'm just confirming whether that is the case. And what I want to know is if that is the case, in relation to the money that was attached to that particular cancelled project, has that been retained within the local roads package? Has it been reallocated, or has it been returned to budget?
So, Senator, we might have to take that one on notice, but I can say, though, if it's funding through the IOP major projects, it will be retained by the jurisdiction, but we'll check that to make sure.
Yeah. So I did a question on notice before in relation to round 3 projects in terms of where the status of them. Could we do the same with round 4 projects also, please?
So you're talking about all projects, not just the ones that are still to be completed?
That's correct.
Those 2 rounds? Yep.
That's correct. In relation, has the department undertaken or was aware of any traffic modelling that has been undertaken for the opening of the airport in relation to traffic demand, freight demand and local road impacts?
So in regards to, there is a requirement by the airport as part of their master plan to do modelling around the airport. In regards to the rest of the network, that would be a responsibility of Transport for New South Wales in regards to the submissions that they put forward to us.
So does the department consider that the local roads package has delivered the intended congestion and local access benefits?
So we're anticipating that all of the investment, because there's, I think, about $18 billion of investment in Western Sydney for their roads, will meet the requirements of the airport traffic that comes in, yes.
Okay. Has Commonwealth been asked to provide any additional funding for Western Sydney infrastructure projects?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Has the Commonwealth been asked to provide additional funding for any Western Sydney infrastructure projects?
In what time and by?
In the last year.
In the last year by New South Wales.
Yeah, so the government did announce additional funding as part of the 26-27 budget to 2 projects in Western Sydney. So there was $200 million of additional funding for the 15th Avenue upgrade and $100 million for the Elizabeth Drive priority sections upgrades. Has the department provided advice to government about
east-west connectivity gaps in Western Sydney.
Sorry, did you say east-west?
Yeah.
Not specifically, but the government has committed to a number of delivery projects, including the 15th Avenue project, which runs east-west, so I'm not sure whether that's specifically what you're talking about, Senator. And Elizabeth Drive also runs east-west to the north of the Western Sydney Airport, so those priority upgrades will duplicate part of Elizabeth Drive. So I'm not sure whether there's something else specifically you're talking about, but there are upgrades that are east-west upgrades to roads around the airport.
Oh, where I'm coming from is a number of the mayors in Western Sydney have raised concerns about the east-west connectivity. So I was just determining finding out whether the department had provided any such advice to government in relation to that specific issue.
Not recently, Senator. As I said before, the investment in Western Sydney has taken into consideration the immediate growth of the airport through the investment that we're doing in Elizabeth Drive and 15th Avenue, plus all of the other investment that we've done through the M12, which is the main connectivity to the airport. Plus the work that has done previously on Bringelly, etc. So, however, as I said, the airport itself is required to do a master plan, and we will continue to monitor this as the airport grows.
In relation, I think you mentioned the figure before, was $18 billion, which covers the Western Sydney Infrastructure Plan. Will the department publish a status report on that $18 billion in terms of confirming the completion dates on a project-by-project basis, costs and any remaining works?
I just wanted to make a point, Senator. The Western Sydney Infrastructure Plan was a set of projects that were announced in 2014. There have been subsequent investments around Western Sydney since then. Sorry?
To bring it up to that $18 billion.
Yeah, so $18 billion is a broader investment that the government is doing for infrastructure projects broadly in Western Sydney, but there are a number of projects that are in Western Sydney that are part of the infrastructure investment program that are major projects that are in Western Sydney. So I guess I just wanted to make the point that Western Sydney infrastructure plan was a bespoke set of projects that were announced at that point in time.
Well, it is a large investment, and I suppose where I'm coming from is, will there be an evaluation of the investment to see whether the money that was spent on the infrastructure, will there be a formal evaluation, for example, in terms of impacts on congestion, travel time savings, freight efficiency and jobs and things like that? Will there be such an evaluation undertaken, or has one been undertaken?
So I guess we would see, well, there's a couple of things. One is that obviously when projects are finished, the government advises that projects have come to completion, all of those sorts of things that go up on our website, as well as media. Ministers make media announcements, etc. We also see a role for Infrastructure Australia in regards to when they do their priority lists. They actually do not only a bottom-up but a top-down analysis as well, where they look across regions and cities to see what is actually required, and we would see that through that mechanism.
I'm sort of new to the space, so hence the questions, but is there an evaluation, and it's not a partisan point, but is there an evaluation of whether taxpayers are getting value for money, that a certain amount of money has been spent on a specific project? Was that an appropriate amount of money to spend in terms of an evaluation that was taken afterwards?
So all projects have to do a post-project report as part of their completion. So that is one thing that we ask all jurisdictions to do for their final payment. So that is one thing that is required. But as I said, Infrastructure Australia, as the advisor on investment more broadly, looks at how infrastructure and cities work and regions work to say where are there still gaps and what is actually working well to say, well, this is what we think is the next tranche of investment that is required as a result.
I think that's just that tranche of questions, Chair. So,
thanks, Senator. I'll come across to Senator Waters and come back again. Okay, Senator Waters.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi there, Minister. I've got some rather specific questions about Barrambin Victoria Park in Mianjin, Brisbane, in relation to the intergovernmental agreement on the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. So hopefully you've got some folk here that can help with that. Thank you.
There may be questions that aren't relevant to us, though, and actually are a responsibility of DQ, so we might have to see what questions
thank you. I've got a tranche for them. Hopefully the ones I'm asking you are the right ones. So that intergovernmental agreement explicitly mandates, quote, genuine engagement, collaboration and consultation with impacted communities, including First Nations groups, as a condition of the $3.44 billion in federal funding. And currently, the Games Independent Infrastructure and Coordination Authority is planning to commence 30,000 cubic metres of cut to fill before the precinct master plan is finalised in September 2026. There's also 3 unresolved applications for protection under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, which I'll ask DQ about. But my question for you is, doesn't commencing works before those Section 10 applications are resolved and before the master plan consultation is finished, breach those funding conditions?
Thank you, Senator. Bill Brummett, Assistant Secretary, Queensland Transport and 2032 venues. So the funding, I guess the early works are not early works being undertaken at Queensland's risk. That's essentially a decision that the Queensland government has made to proceed at their risk with that. There is a range of engagement that has been taken or has been undertaken with First Nations people to date, including a cultural heritage agreement with the Turrbal people for the geotechnical work that's been concluded. There's a cultural heritage agreement currently under negotiation for the initial components of the early works package that will commence from the 1st of June. And there's also a Connecting with Country framework being developed by GICA to support First Nations involvement in design across all the venues. So that's the stadium, the National Aquatics Centre, and the 15 other venues. Ultimately, the Commonwealth will undertake our investment decision when the project validation report is complete. Yeah, I might stop there and happy to sort of take further questions, but I was just trying to give you I think a broad picture in response to, I think, what was a fairly...
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. Just a follow-up question. You mentioned the project validation report. So I understand as part of that... hang on, let me start again. So your department has advised that your final investment decisions are subject to that project validation report, and that any decision to undertake works prior to a final investment decision is one for the Queensland Government undertaken at their risk, which you've just reiterated for me. what mechanisms have you got in place to make sure that federal funds aren't used to bail out the state if premature earthworks lead to cost blowouts?
Most fundamentally, the $3.4 billion in funding that the Australian government is providing, that's capped funding, and that's explicitly called out in the intergovernmental agreement.
Okay, does the Queensland Government proceeding prior to project validation report prejudice your ability to objectively assess the value for money of the project?
The reason it's not uncommon on major projects for early works to be undertaken on a project, and so they've already undertaken some geotechnical work, and then the early works that they'll be undertaking from the 1st of June are essentially is essentially designed to, there'll be further site investigation. It's not just, everybody focuses on the bulk earthworks, which will happen later in the year, but there'll be considerable site investigation, more detailed site investigation undertaken in coming months that will provide more information to GEICA that they can feed into the contract. They've currently got what's called an early contractor engagement or early contractor involvement process going with 2 contractors, and I think I understand essentially what GEICA is, what they're trying to do in securing best value for money for Commonwealth and Queensland taxpayers is get as much information as they can from a sort of risk point of view while they've still got 2 contractors competing to try and get the best contract, so that the best contractual terms, so that when we make our investment decision, they can achieve the best possible value for money.
Okay, can I go back to the initial information? So that Section 10 application under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act is still unresolved. The precinct master plan is still unresolved, and yet that mass earthworks that you've just referred to is due to commence. You listed off a few engagements with First Nations mob that may well be of interest, but how is it not a breach of those funding conditions to proceed before that Section 10 is even finished?
Maybe the analogy I would make would be with, the analogy I would make would be with other approvals where it's not uncommon for work to progress while final approvals are being sought in relation to a particular project, and in this case, as you mentioned, there are a number of, well, I guess the overarching comment I would make is that you've got the PVR process the PVR will be considered. The other Australian government processes are proceeding just as usual. As I'm sure the DQ could talk about in their session, there was a non-controlled action determined under the EPBC. Yeah. That's already been determined. Yeah. And the ATSIP applications are ongoing, but my broad point is it's not unprecedented to have projects proceeding while assessments are ongoing.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I think in the case where it's cultural heritage significance and it's going to be turned into earthworks, the two are pretty incompatible. And I would have thought that the terms of the funding agreement are pretty clear in the requirement for engagement, collaboration and consultation with impacted communities, including First Nations groups. So who made the decision to not wait for that cultural heritage urgent protection application to be finalised?
Ultimately, as with all of the transport infrastructure that we deliver in Queensland, the project is being delivered by the Queensland Government, in this case by the Games Independent Infrastructure Coordination Agency. So it's not us making the decision, we're not delivering the project. What we are consistently advising GEICA and the Queensland Government is the importance, consistent with the IGA, is the importance that we place on engagement with First Nations people, including the cultural heritage agreements, including offers that they've made to engage with other First Nations people, the developing of the Connecting with Country framework, all of those different elements. We've been encouraging them to undertake those elements. We've been encouraging them, consistent with the IGA, that ultimately all of that needs to be documented for assessment when the final investment decision is taken. But ultimately, we're not responsible for delivering the project. It's the Queensland Government. We're providing a capped $3.4 billion contribution to a series of venues that are listed in the 2032 Games Delivery Plan, of which the stadium at Victoria Park is obviously one important one.
Yeah, will you now go back and have another look at the funding conditions and reconsider the need to wait for that Section 10 cultural heritage application to be determined before taking any further financial support decisions?
All I can say as an official is that my responsibility as the steward to essentially try and provide stewardship of the IGA, so that we are working with the Queensland Government to provide the best possible project validation report to form the basis of that investment decision. And there are a series of conditions called out in the IGA, and together with the project validation report, we'll provide advice to government on how those conditions have been addressed in our view, and kind of as an official, that's ultimately all I can say.
Okay. So how many breaches would there need to be before you'd recommend that the funding not be proceeded with?
I mean, that's a hypothetical. I don't think I can answer that.
I just don't understand the process very well, so it looks to me like a clear breach here. It sounds like one's not enough. Is there a quantum, or is it about the impact? Why are these terms of the funding agreement not strictly applied?
We have been focusing on, there are a range of conditions in the IGA, and including stakeholder, I don't have the exact words in front of me, but meaningful engagement with stakeholders, including First Nations, and we continue on a regular basis and through all of the governance that we're involved in at every level, encourage the Queensland Government to engage through a variety of fora with a range of stakeholders, including, very importantly, with First Nations people.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
In the indication, I know, Senator Pocock, how long have you got? Oh, hang on. Would you like 5 minutes, Senator Pocock?
Hopefully not that long.
Don't let him show me with that.
I'm in the hands of the committee, but have you got a short burst? Questions you wish to?
I've got probably 5-10 minutes.
Well, Senator O'Sullivan's been waiting patiently, and then I'll come across you.
Please, I'm asking questions about Western Australia.
I'm always pleased, especially when you come in.
Thank you very much,
You
Chair.
do.
I'd like to ask about my little favourite project in WA, the Nicholson Road, Garden Street grade separation. Keeps coming up at estimates for the last 4 or 5 years, I think. Ongoing delays dating back to 2022 has meant that this project hasn't yet started, at least not on the ground. Maybe there's some planning that you can enlighten us with today. But given the ongoing and lengthy delays to this project, has the WA government made any additional requests for the Commonwealth to top up the funding on top of the 80 million already committed?
Hi, Senator. Melanie Chai, Assistant Secretary, Western Australia, Northern Territory, Land Transport Infrastructure. So, Senator, just in regards to the progress of that project, the design works for the power relocation is actually expected to commence construction late this year. And so, as you'd be aware, and we've spoken about, as you mentioned at estimates, that a contract has been signed with Western Power for those service relocation works. And the Western Power has reached issue for construction design for the Yale Road design. And that's for the transmission and distribution. And for the Wilford Bannister Road intersection design, progress is 25%. So Main Roads has not requested any funding for any additional costs for this project, and they're continually reviewing and optimising the project delivery schedule in response to ongoing communication with Western Power.
Are there any milestones or funding conditions, timelines being required to be met, that sort of thing, in relation to the Commonwealth's $80 million contribution?
So we pay based on milestones, Senator, and let me just confirm. We have made payments, and that was for the completion of the underpass. I always get them wrong. The part of works that has been completed, which is, let me just check. It was the underpass, the pedestrian underpass that has been completed. So we did make a payment about 2 financial years ago for that, and we are holding the remaining funding until more actual construction.
Is there any
commences.
sort of use it or lose it type clause? I mean,
not with the infrastructure investment program.
WA government's just really, really slow at delivering this project. So what sort of pressure can the Commonwealth apply to get it moving a bit quicker?
So we are working quite closely with the Western Australian Government on this project, Senator. We meet quite regularly with them. I think it's important to note that Western Power have a wide range of programs and redistribution services, service redistribution, I can't talk this evening, service redistribution that they do need to undertake right across the state. So there are some long lead times for complex relocations, which are often involving high voltage transmission lines. There's also, as I mentioned, competing priorities across multiple concurrent government infrastructure programs, both for the Australian government and the state government. And there's a lot of asset replacement and end-of-life program works that they're working in parallel to also deliver. So between sort of our communication with Western Australia, as we understand it, Western Power have started to prioritise this project, and the construction of those movement of those transmission lines is expected to commence at the end of this year, and aiming for completion mid next year, Senator, so that we can then start our work.
Okay, so end of this year. Have you got a date?
I've only got late 2026.
Yeah, that's what your website says too. We've just seen ever-receding deadlines with this project. As I said, I've been asking about it for several years now. It's just always 6 months away. It's just always 12 months, you know, like it just keeps receding. I'll move on. The Tonkin Highway extension. In December, you told me on a question on notice 2458 that the design phase was scheduled for completion by mid-2026. We're at mid-2026, so how are we going?
Let me just bring that project up, Senator. So are you referring, just to clarify, because we do have a number of Tonkin Highway projects,
do you want that
the
number
Thomas
again?
Road, Southwestern Highway to Tonkin Highway, that project?
Say that again, sorry?
The Thomas Road dual carriageway, yeah.
To Southwest Highway.
Southwestern Highway, that's correct. So, Senator, we did provide a response to your question on notice at the end of April. Construction works on site are progressing, and what you'll have seen is, or if you have been in that area, expansion of the internal haulage track and associated drainage crossings and design is nearing completion. The service relocations, environmental approvals and land acquisition is also ongoing. So we are expecting that project, it does remain on track for completion in late 2028.
Sorry, is that the design phase?
So that's the construction and design. So,
So when's the design phase completed?
So usually, Senator, design is ongoing even after construction starts, so they often have to tweak design. But so construction has commenced on the new eastbound lanes, and that's the progress. So the project is under construction, and
sorry. Yeah. In answer to my question on notice of 2458, I was told that that the design phase was going to be complete by mid-2026, so there was sort of an end date there, but whereas you're saying it's ongoing.
So the detailed design is complete, Senator.
Okay.
We've actually started construction, but there's often tweaks to the design phase that happens throughout the project delivery. But yeah, so the major design has completed.
Yep.
Those tweaks will continue, but we do have construction on site that has commenced.
Yep. Are there compulsory acquisitions of land?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Can you come back to me on that?
I can come back to you on that one.
So
yes.
if you could tell me how many have been finalised and how many are still in negotiation, if there are any.
Sure, I'll take that on notice.
All right, moving on. This might be the last time I ask this one, but it is a serial question of mine. The Garden Island Highway Extension Project. I note that Main Roads WA Technical Note is now a public document. They're not wanting to. They're not proposing to go ahead with that project. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And on what date did the department receive notice that Main Roads WA was not going to proceed?
So we haven't received notice from Main Roads WA, Senator. That's a planning project through the Department of Defence, and that was communicated with us through our defence officials. So I'm not sure when the formal notification to the Australian Government was.
Right, yes, this whole defence thing, even though it's City of Rockingham, we're not talking on defence land. So do you know whether Minister King was advised?
I'm not aware if she was advised, Senator.
Do you know whether the local member, Madeleine King, the Minister for Resources, whether she was advised?
Minister Madeleine King, is on one of the community task force meeting groups, so she may have been advised, but I would have to take that on notice as well, Senator.
Thank you. Was the department asked to provide advice to the Department of Defence or the Prime Minister's Office about Main Roads WA Technical Note?
No, Senator. We do communicate with the Department of Defence regarding both the Garden Island precinct and the Henderson precinct, as it is an integrated defence capability system for WA, but we weren't asked for formal advice on that. No, Senator.
All right, I'll move on. I mean, I will place on the record that it is disappointing that there's not a treatment of the significant traffic congestion issues as a result of the intense amount of activity on the island, on Garden Island with AUKUS and everything that's going with it, which is all exciting, but it's of course having a major impact on the local community. But Main Roads has decided not to proceed, so I will also move on. I want to ask about the Henderson Defence Precinct. The Commonwealth is funding an initial $127 million over 3 years to support planning, enabling works and design, essentially for a master plan for this project. The design services contract has been awarded to Bechtel. In February 2026 this year, in estimates, I asked a question to Ms Hall. You gave me an answer indicating that the department is a member of the IDC. Is that still correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Since this task force was established, how many meetings have there been?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice and go back and have a look through my diary, but we meet regularly, so I would say that at least once a month.
Okay, once a month, thereabouts, but you'll clarify that.
I'll clarify that for you.
What departments and agencies are member of this task force?
Off the top of my head, it's Defence, PM&C, Finance, myself, DQ, and some of the defence agencies as well,
Treasury.
and Treasury.
Okay.
Department of Industry.
And Industry.
Plus the relevant state agencies as well.
Agency.
Yep.
So while the master plan will primarily focus on the defence estate, how will the department be providing input related to the enabling infrastructure, the road infrastructure requirements that will be needed to support the precinct?
So at the moment, the conversation has been predominantly around the precinct itself, and the advice that I have been providing has been more in regards to building major infrastructure, and that's probably all I could say at this particular point in time. I think any questions that you want to have on this might actually have to go to the Department of Defence.
Has your department, though, asked Main Roads to conduct any road traffic analysis around the area outside of the Defence Precinct?
No, not at this stage, no.
Okay. Is it not something that you'd, given the, again, sort of same issue, huge amount of infrastructure, huge amount of activity going to occur there, the impact that's going to have on the local area?
I think what we have been doing is working with them, or they have been working with us on a range of other projects in the vicinity, and Ms Chaiwal might be able to talk to you about that instead. So we made a recent announcement around Anketel Road, for example.
Good segue, but did you want to add something?
Oh, only, no, if you don't have any question, if you've got a next question, I can answer that, Senator.
Yes, I do want to go to the Anketel Road and just the broader Westport project. Prior to the announcement on the 29th of April, in relation to that project, did the Prime Minister's office request the department to undertake any background work?
So, Senator, that announcement was made as part of the budget process, and through our budget process we do receive project proposal reports which we assess like to whether or not we would recommend the Minister support the projects or not. And Infrastructure Australia also reviewed the Anketel Road Stage 1A and Stage 1B business case.
And in what form is that advice given to the Prime Minister? Is it a report? Is there a letter? Is it what's the? Oh,
so our advice went through to our Minister, Senator, not to the Prime Minister.
And then right. The Commonwealth contribution of $350 million was included in the announcement for the upgrade of Kwinana Freeway. Can you tell me how was that amount determined for widening Kwinana Freeway?
So, Senator, so this was a 25-26 budget process, and similar to the funding for Anketel, we received a project proposal report ahead of the funding being committed, and made some assessments. They include scope, costings, benefits, and the like. And we make those. We look at how it interacts with the infrastructure policy statement. We look at Infrastructure Australia also provided some advice on that funding commitment, and that goes, so the department's advice goes up to the Minister ahead of any projects she wishes to support through the Cabinet process.
So does the $350 million just cover the scoping and the design works? Does it actually cover any of the construction costs?
It will cover some of the construction costs. So we are hoping that with the $700 million in total, that the project will deliver the upgrades to the Kwinana Freeway. So it will include construction.
Over the next 12 months, what stages does the department anticipate will occur in relation to that project?
For the Kwinana Freeway, sorry, yeah. Senator. Certainly. So it actually reached a major milestone in March of 2026, so just a couple of months ago, with shortlisted contractors and consultants invited to submit detailed proposals for their version of delivering the project. I do have the 3 shortlisted groups if you'd like them, Senator. So it's BMD Construction. They're grouped with Georgia Group, GHD and WSP Australia. We've got CPB contractors, McConnell Dowell constructors, Arup Australia Projects and Jacobs Group. And the third is NRW Contracting, DT Infrastructure, Oricon Australasia and BG&E. So they will submit their sort of procurement, go through the procurement tender process, and obviously a range of environmental and technical investigations will continue to be undertaken while those tenders are assessed.
And final question, Chair, thanks. This goes to budget paper number 3, part 2 for the payment for specific purposes. Can the department confirm whether the Commonwealth funding for Western Australia is projected to decline significantly in the out years across multiple infrastructure programs, including the rail investment component, the road investment component and the Safe Local Roads and Infrastructure program?
Yes, Senator. So currently we do have a large amount of projects or significant construction projects that are closing and in their final stages, things like MetroNet. So we're making those final payments and we're working with our Western Australian government colleagues just to identify future work. So it's the nature of the infrastructure program that as things roll off, they will then roll on.
So this was the answer I was given 12 months ago at the last budget, when you see a huge drop off to West Australian infrastructure projects. And the answer was essentially the same, that MetroNet was a big ticket project and that was coming to an end. We have significant cost overruns on that project, but putting that aside, the answer I was given 12 months ago was that there hasn't been a pipeline of projects proposed by Western Australia that the Commonwealth can consider. Is that still the case?
No, Senator, that's not still the case. We do have 9 planning projects that will have been part of the major projects table submitted and tabled this morning. So there is 9 planning projects currently active and underway in Western Australia. And so once those planning projects are completed, that's part of developing that pipeline, is identifying...
But it's not in the budget.
So the planning funding is in the budget, but the delivery, we don't know the delivery costs until those planning works are undertaken.
Can't they walk and chew gum at the same time? Or why can't they deliver a rail project while also designing and keeping the pipeline of critical infrastructure coming?
Well, that sort of does happen, Senator, but there are a couple of quite significant planning projects underway that, depending on the works that...
It just seems to me that the focus was just on this one single project, notwithstanding it was a major project, the MetroNet, but then we now have this fall-off in terms of the pipeline of continuation of delivery of infrastructure into Western Australia.
I think with Western Australia, similar to the conversation that we were having about Queensland before, is that they had a significant level of funding, and so to ensure that it's a more sustainable level of funding, they are just working through how they manage that and how we manage that from a sustainable pipeline perspective. So they have some really good projects coming through that pipeline. Westport obviously being one of those, which will be a multi-billion-dollar program that if they want to put that up and seek Commonwealth funding for. So it's just a matter of them prioritising those projects and letting the Commonwealth government know which ones that they would want to seek that funding for, and then the Commonwealth government.
So final, Chair. Thank you.
Third time, no way.
So can you confirm that this drop-off in funding has got nothing to do with offsetting Western Australia's GST distribution?
So that doesn't factor in our considerations.
At all.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's always good to hear about projects in the great state of Western Australia. My question is about funding commitments for the ACT, so will no doubt be briefer. I want to ask about the $50 million in federal funding for the Canberra to Sydney rail upgrades. How was this number arrived at? I was struck sort of looking at the media releases and the announcements that over 5 years will hopefully cut 15 minutes from travel time. And just interested, why 50 mil?
Thanks, Senator. So the Australian government's committed $50 million, as you said, but that's jointly funded with the New South Wales and ACT government, so it'll be a total $100 million commitment. There's 2 parts to it. There's some immediate works that will be done to improve the travel times and the track. And there's also a business case that will be funded out of that to plan future upgrades. So I guess they're the two components. And yeah, those initial, I guess, upgrades will be the first part. You talked about time savings, but there's also expected to be some safety elements to that too. So level crossing upgrades is expected to deliver safety outcomes as well as time savings. So there's broader benefits there.
Thank you. Will there be any more rolling stock purchased out of that money?
Not out of that money. The New South Wales government they're responsible for the rolling stock for the passenger rail. They are going through a process of upgrading their rail stock across their network, but that is a matter for the New South Wales government.
Okay, so there was no request for funding for additional rolling stock?
Our program doesn't fund rolling.
Okay.
We tend to do infrastructure and intermodal stuff rather than rolling stock.
Yeah.
Okay. And the planning for faster rail, how does that dovetail with high-speed rail? I've had concerns raised that it makes no sense to be spending money on this if it's not actually aligned with what will eventually happen with high-speed rail.
So this investment will give immediate benefits to commuters between Canberra and Sydney.
What are the immediate benefits?
They were just outlined by Mr Potticari in regards to the safety benefits, and there'll be some time travel savings.
Over 5 years?
Over 5 years. Yeah. High-speed rail between Canberra and Sydney would not be rolled out in 5 years' time.
No, I understand that. Yeah. I guess the concerns that get raised with me is that the corridor is being encroached upon, and the government has chosen the most complex, the most expensive section of high-speed rail that this country will likely do, Sydney to Newcastle. That's a political decision. But in the meantime, this corridor, and particularly it's been raised to be the Wentworth deviation from Macarthur to the Southern Highlands, will this work align with what the High Speed Rail Authority will ultimately want in terms of the alignment and the corridor?
That would be a question for the High Speed Rail Authority at some time in the future.
Sure. So we haven't spoken to them?
The priority of the High Speed Rail Authority at the moment is to build and to investigate Newcastle to Sydney.
No, I understand that, but my understanding is that there's a report on the whole potential route that hasn't been published yet, although it should have. But I'm just interested, there was no conversation with High Speed Rail Authority on this, given that parts of it could actually potentially be where the high speed rail will be.
So the federal government hasn't made a decision on where the next stage of high speed rail would potentially go. A high speed rail track is a completely different track to a normal track. So it wouldn't be on the same, it may be in the same corridor, but it wouldn't be on the same track. And the track that is being used currently for passenger rail, is my understanding, is also used for freight. So you wouldn't get rid of the track that you've got at the moment between Canberra and Sydney for high-speed rail.
So it's in the nature of high-speed rail of the kind that's being contemplated, it can't coexist with other types of traffic, including freight trains and including stopping trains. And obviously that's a feature of the Canberra-Sydney services. It serves intermediate destinations. So think of the two as being separate, parallel corridors, if you like, but serving very different purposes.
But I met with some rail experts last week who said that you could, in fact, develop, so say, the high-speed rail corridor that they refer to as the Wentworth deviation, and run existing rolling stock through it. It would then just need to be slightly upgraded when we do finally get to high-speed rail. And I guess I'm just concerned that we're spending money on something which is welcome, but it's potentially not aligning with the longer-term vision?
I think the current investment for the short term is not a waste, given the long-term objectives of high-speed rail.
And you mentioned freight trains. One of the things that gets raised with me is passenger trains getting stuck behind freight trains. Will this 100 million have passing loops?
I think the specific upgrades that will be rolled out as part of this first tranche are going to be discussed with the asset owners. I think those sort of things that you're talking about, Senator, are probably part of that'll be looked at as part of the business case for longer term upgrades.
How long does a business case take?
I don't have a timing estimate on that, Senator.
So we're giving money, but we're not saying we want a business case by this date.
Well, we'll work with the New South Wales government around the timing of that.
How quickly was this announcement put together? Like, where's this come from?
Sorry?
Where's this come from? Is this ongoing work, a request from New South Wales? Like, how come there's not a lot of detail?
So this, I think it's on the public record that the New South Wales government and the ACT government have been working to look at ways to address the current rail corridor. So this is part of a request from the government. Okay. It was considered in the context of the budget process.
And do you think there should be more ambition than 15 minutes over 5 years?
Like I said, I don't want to express an opinion on that, Senator. What I would say is the announcement is for short-term initial upgrades that will have the benefits that I outlined before, and then a process to look at what longer-term upgrades might be, which would be expected to reduce that travel time in the future if they move to construction to upgrade.
And so if there's no passing loops, ways to get around freight, where does the 15-minute time saving come from?
I think there are things like improvements to track alignment and turnouts, so changes of track lines, station improvements, that sort of thing. So they're elements that are expected to make incremental gains in the time for the rail travel.
Okay. Senator, if you do that stuff well, it enables a train to go quicker. Depending on the quality of the track will determine, speed restrictions can apply depending on the track quality. So improvements in the ways that Mr. Potterkerry said can generate time savings.
Cool. And again, I really welcome this investment. It just seems fairly token when you look at infrastructure spending for it to be sort of, there's 100 mil over 5 years, 15 minutes. I just hear from so many people that would love to see a bit more ambition, and I know that's probably a decision for the government. On the other funding announcements for the ACT, so there was the 50 mil for Drake Brockman Drive. Was there any other infrastructure?
In the budget, there was the $50 million for the duplication of Drake Brockman Drive. There was also an additional $4.6 million for, it was previously called the Molonglo East-West Arterial Planning. That name's changed as part of this budget to Molonglo Parkway Drive Connector Planning. So there was an additional $4.6 million to allow that to go to detailed design. So it's additional funding to do additional scope for the planning work that had been previously funded.
Anything else?
In the infrastructure investment program space, they're the commitments to the ACT in the 26-27 budget.
Minister, it's a bit harsh asking you this, given you're also the senator for a territory, but it seems pretty slim. 50 mil for a joint Sydney to Canberra rail upgrade, 50 mil for a road and 4 million for a study in the context of one of the fastest growing cities in the country. Is this...
Are you asking my opinion, Senator? Or?
Yeah, like the government's, we hear a lot about value in Canberra, just interested how we can get more investment in the nation's capital?
Into the territory, into the ACT. Well, like you, I'm always wanting to see more investment in territories, but I can certainly take your question on notice.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. Then I've finally had some questions about some of the scoping studies and previous funding commitments for, one was the Bruce Stadium, is this Bruce Stadium precinct? And
that comes through.
Okay, and the aquatic facility?
That's National Capital Investment Framework, which is 3. Yeah.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll get it to that tonight.
Were there any, how does it work? Were there any other projects that the ACT government asked money for that weren't funded? Do we find that out, or?
So we generally don't go through what might be asked by jurisdictions, just to ensure that we have a continued flow of information between jurisdictions, but those were requested by the ACT government and were decisions that were made at the budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Buckle. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. I just wanted to go to some comments that the Premier of New South Wales made about the budget spends. So if you include the new $3.8 billion commitment to the SRL, what percentage of the $5.5 billion new project funding announced in the budget was allocated to New South Wales projects?
I might have to work that out.
Oh, I might have to do a calculation.
It's easy to do. It's Year 8. The little
You're talking about new projects?
Yes.
Okay, so there were
So they've got $95 million in new funding.
So on page 124 of budget paper 2, let's be specific so we're all talking about the same apples. Here we go.
Got about, I think it's around about 6%.
Say that nice and loud, Mr. Byrne.
6%, Senator.
6%.
Around about that.
6% of the new project funding, the Albanese budget, goes to New South Wales projects. Well, no wonder Premier Minns is furious. Check your maths, but 6%. So Premier Minns took a dixer in the Parliament on the federal government's infrastructure budget on the 13th of May, and he said, and I quote, "It's my duty to inform the House that New South Wales will receive $2.8 billion in infrastructure spending, but that's is $219 million less than forecast in my EFO. What is the reason for the budget cut announced by the Premier?"
So, Senator, I don't think it's necessarily a budget cut, but as we mentioned...
Of course not. We don't use cuts anymore when the numbers change in the budget.
I think we made the point, though, before where, you know,
Slippage.
No, Senator, we're talking about allocations to states here, and as we made a point earlier, they do change at various times subject to their priorities and as projects roll on and off, and there have been some significant projects rolling off in New South Wales. I will say again that, New South Wales has a number of planning projects which are currently being worked through relating to significant potential investments there that we obviously need to understand and will be a matter for government consideration in future budget processes. And on top of that, I think they get around about 20% of the IOP, and there's also other investments that we make specifically in that state, such as the Western Sydney Airport.
So I think
which is not included in the IOP figures.
But the Premier is right that there's been a significant cut to funding new projects in New South Wales. He noted the state share of infrastructure funding had fallen to 17.7% compared with 31% of the nation's population. Are you suggesting the reduction is due to a slippage factor that is applied to all states and territories?
No, Senator. That has nothing to do with the allocation of funding to states. What I did say was priorities for jurisdictions change over time, and also we also need to take into account the fact that projects roll on and off the IIP. And as I said before, there have been some significant projects in New South Wales that are coming to close to completion, or if not complete, and that there are a significant number of planning projects within New South Wales right now that once completed and considered by government would lead to significant further investment in the state.
So New South Wales, for example, Senator, has has the highest number of planning projects in the IIP. I think they're sitting at around 28 planning projects. Once those planning projects come to completion, we're anticipating that New South Wales will come forward with a significant number of requests for construction funding.
So when the New South Wales Premier said that $6 billion had been given from the Commonwealth to the Victorian suburban rail loop, he went on to say on a per capita basis for the year 27, Victoria will receive $657 of infrastructure spending per person compared with $344 per person in New South Wales. Is the Premier correct?
I haven't done that calculation, Senator.
On notice.
I don't know what's included in those numbers.
Well, on notice, because I want to be sure, because a lot of people listened to him and got very concerned about. And the Premier's department, I'm sure, will have as many people in it as PM&C.
Senator,
so I think they will be checking their facts.
As Mr Bourne said, there is funding within the IIP, but then there is also funding more broadly within the pipeline, which we discussed before. And there is significant funding in New South Wales through the Western Sydney Airport, through the National Intermodal...
I hear you, but it seems like the suburban rail loop, or the need to get Jacinta Allan re-elected, his factional ally in the Labor Party, the need to get Premier Allan re-elected in November seems to be trumping the need to get Premier Minns, a foe, shall we say, of a factional foe of the Prime Minister re-elected come March, because the new project funding in this budget clearly favours Jacinta Allan and the derided suburban rail loop project, which I know we've got questions on how we ended up making that decision in the first place. So, like, how can the Minister look the people of New South Wales in the eye and say, well, you know, you get 6% of the new project funding because we thought it was better to give $6 billion to the suburban rail loop?
Well, it's not for me to explain the deliberations of Cabinet, but I would point out that a $5 billion airport is going to be opening in Western Sydney, funded by the Commonwealth Government later on this year. That there will be an equivalent investment, or has been an equivalent investment in the enabling roads infrastructure. That during the course of the current year, in 25-26, $3.5 billion of Commonwealth Government funding is going out of the IIP into New South Wales, which is more than any other jurisdiction bar one.
Well, it's 6%
and these things go in cycles, and as Ms Hall has pointed out, New South Wales has a large share of projects which are in planning at the moment. There has been a major boom in infrastructure in New South Wales going back over the last 15 years, and those things don't sustain at their exactly the same level every year. So looking at a single year's allocation for new projects does not paint the whole picture or a balanced picture of the level of investment going in. So is Premier Minns
painting an unbalanced picture?
Well, I would say, for instance, that the $6 billion which the Australian Government has committed to suburban rail loop is a very large amount of money, but it's a fraction of the amount of money that has gone into Western Sydney over the last 10 years, for instance. So each jurisdiction has a story about how it has been underinvested, and that's completely fine, and we work with the jurisdictions to help them set priorities. But these things even out over time. Queensland is the centre of a lot of investment over the next 5 years, but there will still be significant investment going into both Victoria and New South Wales and indeed other jurisdictions. But it won't be the same every year, and an individual budget is not an accurate representation of the overall picture of the Australian Government's commitment.
Senator McGrath.
I've got, as indicated earlier, some questions in relation to the suburban rail loop, and I was away this morning at another committee, so some of these questions may have come up. Apologies in advance. When was the department first asked to provide advice on a further Commonwealth contribution to suburban rail loop east?
Over and above the $2.2 billion that was announced previously.
That was capped, the capped announcement.
Yeah, it's capped, it remains capped.
Yeah.
So the Victorian Government has ongoingly requested an additional $9.3 billion in funding since it actually got the 2.2, but I'll give Mr Wood an opportunity to go into more detail.
Sure. So the request, I believe, was on the 1st of September for the $9.3 billion. That's 2025 was the most recent. And then it was, the decision was made in the context of the budget.
Who requested that advice?
So we provide advice as part of each budget and MyEFO process, and each of those, the Minister, King, typically writes out to state counterparts asking for them to put forward projects for consideration, and then the department reviews that information and provides advice to government for decision making in the budget.
But in relation to this specific issue, who sort of requested the advice? Like
So
you gave a general answer there.
So it's not a specific issue per se. So historically, for over any government of either side, the relevant infrastructure minister has always written out at MyEFO and budget times to say to jurisdictions, please let me know what projects you would like additional funding for cost pressures, and please let me know what projects you would like that are new projects so that they can be assessed for appropriate funding consideration through those processes. So that has been a historic process that has happened for at least 10 years that I know of. So that has happened through this process.
And SRL was proposed by the Victorian Government as a priority project for it, and that fed into budget considerations.
And so the date of the 1st of September, that's when the department was asked by the minister?
No, that was asked by Victoria. For
that was
us.
asked by the... Okay.
Yeah.
On what date did the department provide advice to the minister on the additional $3.8 billion commitment?
That would have formed part of the budget process, which is subject to the usual provisions around cabinet confidentiality.
Did the, notwithstanding that answer, did the department recommend that the government provide the additional $3.8 billion?
So what the department would have done is, among other things, have reference back to the advice from Infrastructure Australia, which had been provided back end of 2024, I think, or early 2025, which stipulated a series of documentary requirements, evidence analysis that would need to be provided to the Australian Government by the Victorian Government in IA's view before it was prudent to proceed with further investment. So among the advice that we would have given to government was to go through that list of analysis and documentation, identify what was still relevant, and identify whether that documentation had been provided and in a satisfactory form and we were able to ultimately to provide positive advice on that basis to the government, and it was then able to weigh suburban rail loop against other priorities in the budget process.
Did you raise any concerns? Did the department raise any concerns about the provision of an additional $3.8 billion to the suburban rail loop project, notwithstanding your previous answer there that you made that recommendation?
So I'm not going to go into what advice the department provided in the context of budget processes, but I would say I've made reference to the further work that IA recommended should be undertaken and shared with the Australian Government, so we were keen to make sure that that was satisfactorily acquitted. And we've also been keen to ensure that appropriate governance is established so we have a line of sight into that project, not least in the context of matters that were being discussed earlier this afternoon in this committee, and that remains a precondition for Commonwealth funding. And we are in receipt of a project proposal report from Victoria, and again, as we explained earlier on, when you were out of the room, Senator, there is a standard next step, which is for us to work with our Victorian counterparts to identify how milestones can be established as a basis of turning a general commitment into something practical that Minister King can sign off on as the basis for funding actually to flow to Victoria.
So what date, was it the budget, but what date was the funding for the suburban rail loop announced?
I asked this morning, so they should.
We think it was a couple of days before.
It was the 8th of May, Senator.
8th of May, okay. And this may have been touched upon this morning. When was the decision made to cancel Inland Rail north of Parkes?
When you say cancel, you mean consolidate, because we continue to preserve the corridor, etc. So that was made as part of the budget process.
So the $2.2 billion that was provided earlier for the suburban rail loop was tied to specific construction and property acquisition activities. Are you able to detail what the $3.8 billion is for?
So the $3.8 billion is not tied to a specific portion of the scope. It is $3.8 billion towards the overall project.
Oh. I probably should know this bit, but what is the first year in which the additional funding will be paid to Victoria?
Just one moment. So in 26-27 is expected to be the first payment of that $3.8 billion. That's subject to agreeing milestones with Victoria.
Okay. What milestones?
So in terms of progressing through the project, whenever we approve a project, we establish milestones that when they're achieved, they are able to be paid out against.
Okay, so for the $3.8 billion, it's not related to a specific part of the project, but it's related to the completion of certain milestones.
Certain milestones, yes.
And can I just confirm, the milestones, you can't provide a list of those milestones?
They haven't yet been set, Senator. It's normal for the budget commitment to be made, then for the project approval process to go through, which we are in now, as the Secretary referenced, the project proposal report, and then after that is the establishment of the payment milestones.
Has the government sought assurances that Commonwealth funding will not be used for cost overruns on components already funded by Victoria?
Sorry, can you just repeat that question again, please, Senator?
Sorry?
Can you repeat that question again, please?
Has the government sought assurances that this Commonwealth funding, the $3.8 billion, will not be used for cost overruns on components already funded by Victoria?
So That goes to the process which we now embark on with our Victorian counterparts to make sure that the payments which we make are tied to specific tangible milestones which relate to the delivery of scope in that project, not to any cost overruns which may apply to other parts of that project.
I think you touched on this. Did Infrastructure Australia recommend that the Commonwealth provide additional delivery funding?
So Infrastructure Australia did provide advice in the budget context in regards to this funding request. They also have added SRL to the infrastructure priority list as at March.
Did Infrastructure Australia recommend the specific amount for $3.8 billion?
Senator, that's a part of Cabinet considerations. We wouldn't talk about those matters.
Did Infrastructure Australia provide advice on whether Suburban Rail Loop East represents value for money?
Sorry, Senator, could you please repeat that?
Did Infrastructure Australia provide advice on whether Suburban Rail Loop East represents value for money?
I think that forms part of their budget advice, Senator.
So it didn't?
No, I didn't say either. I said we wouldn't talk about advice that forms part of a cabinet process.
So we are required to satisfy ourselves during these processes, including under the PGPA Act, that when investments are being made by the Commonwealth, they represent an efficient and ethical use of public funds. One of the things that we have reference to is advice from Infrastructure Australia. We've referred to their evaluation of the SRL East business case, which is in the public domain, and the further information they recommended we obtain. We also undertook our own due diligence and economic analysis and fed that into the Cabinet process to support government decision making, and the combination of those things indicated to government that the $3.8 billion was a justifiable investment which it could safely make.
So did Infrastructure Australia provide an updated cost-benefit ratio as part of that advice?
Well, we're not going to go into the advice that IA provided in the budget process, but the department, drawing on a number of sources, again as part of the budget process, provided advice to ministers on the balance of costs and benefits on that project.
So the department would have provided to the minister a cost-benefit ratio analysis?
Yeah, we did a rapid economic appraisal on that project, drawing on detailed information provided to us by the Victorian Government, and that formed part of the budget deliberations.
Infrastructure Australia previously raised concerns about cost estimates, overstated benefits, and the need for updated analysis. What had changed by the time the government decided to provide a further $3.8 billion?
We'd received the information from Victoria which answered the questions that IA had legitimately raised, and on the basis of that further information was satisfied that the government was in a position to be able to proceed with that further investment.
So Infrastructure Australia had advised that those concerns had been resolved?
We'll come back to what, if any, further information or confirmation IA provided to us as an input to the budget process, but IA, in supporting the allocation of the original $2.2 billion, stipulated a series of further steps that would need to be taken by Victoria, sharing information with us before the Commonwealth could contemplate further investment in the project. In IA's view, we as the department then responded to that, worked with our Victorian counterparts, and were able to confirm to ministers that all of those further steps recommended by our IA have been completed, where appropriate.
So, just to be specific, did Infrastructure Australia advise that an updated cost-benefit analysis had been completed?
So I can run you through what additional information Victoria provided. That was a funding and financing strategy which was recommended by Infrastructure Australia, similarly with an updated cost breakdown summary, as well as details of the benefits of SRL East. Victoria also provided a project proposal report, as we've said, demand modelling outputs and reference design report.
So we were able to draw on all of those ourselves as the department to provide advice to ministers on the balance of costs and benefits on that project.
So has Victoria provided the Commonwealth with updated costings?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, they provided the information that Mr Wood has just listed.
Yep. And they provided the Commonwealth with an updated delivery schedule?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, Senator.
And Victoria has provided assurances that it can fund its contribution?
They've provided their funding and financing strategy, which includes their consideration of value capture.
So they have provided assurances that their value capture mechanisms will raise the expected amount?
So they've outlined what the value capture mechanisms are that they are looking to generate that revenue as part of that strategy, yes.
Has the department tested Victoria's value capture assumptions?
We haven't gone into that specific area.
That ultimately is a matter for the Victorian Government Centre.
So what's that, sorry?
That is ultimately a matter for the Victorian Government Centre. The Commonwealth, the Australian Government has made a commitment of $6 billion to this project.
Has the department sought advice on whether developer contributions and car park levies could affect housing delivery around suburban rail loop precincts?
No, Senator, not to my knowledge.
We haven't, although we note that the business case of suburban rail loop is heavily predicated on actually stimulating housing supply. That's it's been characterised as the biggest housing project in the country, and that is a significant part of the benefits. So whilst we can point to aspects of the funding and financing strategy and their impacts on housing supply, the overall purpose of the project is to stimulate urban development through greatly enhanced public transport access to key suburban locations in Melbourne.
Has Victoria provided an exit strategy if the project becomes unaffordable or undeliverable?
No, Senator, they haven't provided an exit strategy, given the progress on the project, which is now well into construction.
So the exit strategy recommendation, and IA can talk about this tomorrow, was relevant in the context where the Commonwealth was making a $2.2 billion commitment tied to preparatory works around land acquisition and utility relocation. The project has proceeded since then with major works packages and construction activity underway. So the so-called exit strategy is no longer the relevant consideration it was when IA gave its initial advice.
So was the department asked to provide information to finance on whether the suburban rail loop should be included in the statement of risks?
I'm not sure why it needs to be included in the statement of risk, Senator.
Given our funding contribution is capped, I think
at $6 billion, as I mentioned before.
So, what was advice provided? Notwithstanding your answer just then.
Not to my knowledge, Senator, no.
Okay. Are you aware, can funding be withheld if the project does not satisfy value for money, probity or delivery assurance requirements?
Yes, Senator. If there are, if jurisdictions are not compliant with the FFA obligations, then yes, money can be withheld.
But, Senator, as part of the PPR process, that we evaluate the projects on that basis.
Given, notwithstanding the answer from 2 questions ago, I mean, $6 billion is a lot of money, and the Commonwealth has put $2.2 billion in, plus now 3.8. Does the department consider suburban rail loop a high-risk project?
So the department has a risk ranking approach for projects in the IIP, and that takes into account a number of factors, including the value of the project, the complexity, approvals required, stakeholder engagement, any schedule pressures, and yeah, Suburban Rail Loop is a Tier 1, which is the highest tier project from a risk point of view.
And so that means that we have a particular level of governance oversight over the project at that level?
Minister, what exactly are taxpayers getting for the additional $3.8 billion?
In terms of Victoria, they're certainly getting certainty that the Commonwealth supports this construction opportunity for Melbourne. I mean, it's certainly something that Minister King has been working on for quite some time, and we know that it is important in terms of developing the infrastructure for those who live in Melbourne and those who visit from the surrounding regions.
Minister, can you guarantee that the Commonwealth's total contribution to Suburban Rail Loop East is capped at $6 billion?
I can certainly say that this is an important project, Senator. It's not for me to say beyond that what the Minister has in mind, but I'm happy to take that question on notice for you.
But I can confirm that it is a capped contribution of $6 billion.
But wasn't that the $2.2 billion was capped, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're both capped. That's the nature of the Commonwealth's contribution.
But this is, we've had one figure of $2.2 billion that was capped, and now we've got an additional $3.8 billion which is capped.
Yeah.
So what's to stop?
What's the cap next time?
It's whatever the government of the day decides it chooses to invest. So it's capped in the sense that this is the funding contribution we have committed to make to Victoria. We are not committing to make any further investment unless the federal government decides otherwise.
We won't do it unless we want to.
Okay.
It's pretty standard practice across all infrastructure projects that our contributions are capped unless we choose otherwise.
We're very keen to underline bold capital letters capped when it comes to SRL, because you know it's a political liability. Well, you don't say capped on anything else, you say slippage.
We do. We say no.
Like, it's like, seriously.
It's capped contribution to the Olympics. It's capped contribution to the
What's the
highways.
locked box mean when it comes to this project investment? The Prime Minister referred to locked boxes. It's not language the department uses.
I've never used it. I've never heard it used. So
Minister, I'm happy to take that question on notice for you, Senator.
Yeah. Locked box.
Following on from some other questions, the New South Wales and Queensland governments say you are shortchanging them to prop up Premier Allen's Suburban Rail Loop. Indeed, the Queensland Transport Minister, Brent Mickelberg, has said, and I quote, "They've chosen to put more money into the pockets of a Victorian government who have demonstrated they're incapable of delivering projects on time or on budget, and have demonstrated they're incapable of effectively managing an economy." That's true, isn't it, Minister?
Senator McGrath, given that Victoria had to go it alone in terms of infrastructure when you were in government, and given that they have a vision, why are you against Victorians having
a vision?
Infrastructure in terms of this railway? But don't you want it, Senator Mackenzie?
A corrupt infrastructure pipeline, which is actually what we're dealing with.
Victoria. Don't you want to see Victorians have infrastructure in that state?
Order. $15 billion.
I'll have to tell Victorian Senator that as Victorian Senator you're not interested.
I suppose
Senator McCarthy, that is absolutely untrue.
But I suppose my question was, and I put you a quote from the Queensland Transport Minister, Brent Mickelberg, and he said that the Labor government have chosen to put more money into the pockets of a Victorian government who has demonstrated they're incapable of delivering projects on time or on budget, have demonstrated they're incapable of effectively managing an economy. I'm saying that's true, isn't it, Minister?
Senator McGrath, we were asked questions earlier. I'm not sure if you were here in terms of that, and I thought Mr Betts answered it very succinctly in terms of the funding that's going to Queensland over a period of time. In each budget, we show a different focus. That doesn't mean that Queensland is not getting a certain amount of infrastructure funding, and nor does it say that New South Wales is not getting a certain amount of infrastructure funding over a 10-year period. This is important for Victoria.
WA's doing good. We're good.
Good to hear, Chair.
And the GST, I'm happy with that.
Happy with Victoria changes,
Very happy. Yeah.
Chair, I'm...
Oh, sorry, Senator.
That's okay.
Sorry,
I was enjoying you ruminating.
Did you...
so I'm finished there, so...
Thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think I've got outcome 2 questions. Am I able to proceed with those?
No, we're not there yet, unfortunately.
Oh, gosh.
Why don't you just ask and just make
I
sure...
would love that, because they're only short, and then I can leave
outcome
to all of you. Well, let's give it a crack.
Yeah.
I'll take your invitation.
You'll get told quick enough.
They're questions about flight path noise in Brisbane.
That's not us. That is definitely
I'm sorry, I
outcome
can't hear what you're saying.
That is definitely outcome 2, and that is not us.
Are the officials here by chance? They're quite short.
I don't believe so.
No.
Even though they were scheduled to start at 3.
We can take them on notice.
Better go to outcome 2.
We do instill discipline that we stick to our outcome so we can get moving on to other senators whose staff are watching know exactly where we are.
Okay.
So if we go to outcome 2 now, all hell will break loose, and then about 9 o'clock tonight there'll be someone saying, oh, hang on, I haven't finished with outcome 1 yet. So, sorry.
Do we have a sense of when we might move to outcome 2?
I'll have to ask.
Well, we haven't even got to inland rail yet, Senator.
We've got any idea? No idea. Sorry,
If you'd like to ask them, or we can take them on
definitely
notice.
into the evening, if we're lucky.
So while we're on a roll, outcome 1. Sorry.
I think
we're
Ms Hall was
just going to
just
take them on notice.
inviting me to
Senator
verbalise
Waters.
them, and then they'll take them on notice, and then we can all get back to it. That'd be all right?
How long will that take? Senator
Not long.
Jeez, I tell you.
Well, there we go.
We've really had this discipline. Look, I'll consult with the committee. Myself personally, Senator Waters, I think let's just stay on the outcome that we're in.
Okay.
And that's the way it's been working good, because it had not been working good in this committee
I
for the
can live
last
with that. It was a kind invitation.
5
Thank you
years.
for your concern.
20 minutes. You can always ask it after the event.
Yep.
Sorry?
I'm good with that.
You're going to put them on notice for us? Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. Thank you.
We can
So outcome 1. We're still in outcome 1.
Yep. Inland rail, please.
Nothing personal, but one of your other colleagues will be near like a shop in agriculture. Sorry.
On what date did the Minister sign the decision brief to cease the inland rail north of Parkes?
It's part of the budget process.
Yes, I know that.
So it was a decision of Cabinet.
So the Minister didn't take a recommendation to Cabinet?
The Minister would have taken a recommendation
Yes.
to Cabinet. You asked when she signed a decision brief.
Yes, to take it to Cabinet.
You mean
You
when
will
did the
have put
Minister
up a-
walk her submission into Cabinet? I'm not going to talk about Cabinet processes. You know that they're subject to confidentiality. We have this conversation every time.
The Cabinet deliberation is,
Yeah.
not whether the department sent a brief up for the Minister to sign.
If we did, it was as an input clearly to Cabinet processes and Cabinet decision making. We've told you already that on the 4th of December 2025, we provided a briefing to the Minister covering the final report from ASL Allen, and everything that occurs after that is part of a budget process.
What consultation was done with local communities north of Parkes prior to the government making the decision?
Years of consultation has taken place around that project across its entire length, including north of Parkes, through statutory planning and other processes.
But to actually halt the project at Parks.
That was a budgetary decision taken in the budget.
But without consultation of the communities impacted. And I don't want this project's been going since 2015. We've done all the consultation for over 10 years around the decision to cancel the project north of Parks. Were the communities impacted by that consulted prior to the decision being made?
No, it was a decision of Cabinet as part of the budget process.
Yes, but there's a process around decision making, and my question is, did the government consult anyone other than an ASIL Allen report, which the iterative drafting process heads off to Cabinet? But my question was around the impacted community. So you've said no, Secretary, and I thank you for being honest.
We had conversations with rail operators, many of whom instigated those conversations, saying that above all, as I explained earlier on, their priority was investment in the ARTC network more generally to make it more resilient, more reliable and more competitive. And that was a higher priority for them than in the medium term than the Inland Rail project itself.
The Forbes Shire Mayor, Phyllis Miller, very concerned about the incomplete property acquisition piece between Parks and Brisbane. These acquisitions are currently underway and negotiations will continue as I understand it. Is that the case, that the negotiations and acquisitions will continue?
There's details to be worked through there, and we can talk about that, and maybe Inland Rail can talk about it tomorrow.
Yes, I'll go to Inland Rail,
but part of the government's decision is to preserve the long-term option for it and future governments to return to Inland Rail in some form or other, and a precautionary approach to keeping that prospect alive is to acquire property where we know it's going to be needed and to preserve corridors by doing that. I'll see if Ms Hall wants to
Have you sort of stymied your negotiating position by saying you're not going to be proceeding north of Parks? Like, why would anyone say... I know how hard it was to get those properties along the route. You're in negotiation with them for years. Now you've said, oh, we're not going to do it, but we still want to buy your property?
For God's sake, don't sell it.
What was that?
For God's sake, don't sell it.
I think in regards to since 2023, the government has made it very clear that north of Parks has actually been working on a least regrets process anyway, which has included doing exactly that, which has been preserving the corridor and buying land as we've been going. So,
how much land's been purchased then since 2023 along the corridor north of Parks?
I don't know if I can tell you exactly since 20. I might have to come back to you on that, but I can tell you how much land has been purchased. So bear with me for a second.
Thank you, sir. No, you've done a great job. Thank you.
I think in regards to... Can you find it? Because I've just lost it. Yep. Yep. Oh, here we go. In New South Wales, 157 out of 185 properties have been acquired, which is 85%.
How many of those are north of Parks?
I believe there is 62 remaining north of Parks. Is that right? I'll just guess, Mr. Gursky.
There's only one property, one property south of Parks left to purchase.
Yeah,
so.
but how many are still north of Parks? We'll come back to you on that. We've just got that in a different document.
Yep.
And then B to G, which has always been our most difficult. We've only got 21% acquired, which is 30 out of 149. And then G to K, we've got 59% is either acquired or gazetted. So 89 is out of 296 has been acquired, which is 29%, but at least the other 30% has been gazetted along the corridor.
And so a negotiation's still ongoing?
Yes.
And that's something ARTC's
IRPL, yes.
IRPL, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah.
IRPL. Okay, I'll have more questions for them. What about consultation with freight operators, contractors, logistics businesses, agricultural producers before announcing the cancelling of the cancellation decision?
As the Secretary said, there was quite a bit of consultation with industry, which did include companies like Coca-Cola and those, because we were talking more broadly, not just about inland rail, but the issue of freight on rail more broadly. As you know, Senator, there has been a constant decline in freight on rail over a period of time, with freight on rail only doing about 10% of freight movements. And this has been an ongoing issue because of the reliability and the resilience. And so there were a number of conversations with both above ground and below ground operators in regards to above rail and below rail operators in regards to how we could actually make rail more efficient, which led to conversations around the track program, which I know Senator Sterle's interested in, as well as what we could do to increase the efficiency, which led to the additional $1.75 billion investment as well, and the idea of the prioritisation of those to try and encourage greater movement of freight onto rail as a higher priority to get those issues fixed, rather than the increased investment that would be required to finish inland rail.
Have you had any consultation or communication with councils along the inland rail corridor following the announcement?
Yes, there has been consultation. Ms Figursky participated in that. She might want to talk to that.
Yes, please.
So there was a meeting with the mayors in and around from Moree and from Parks. I'll have to get the exact list. I can take that on notice and provide that to you. And there was discussions in terms of their concerns in terms of the cancellation of the pausing at Parks.
Yeah.
And what it meant for their communities, and sort of work that they would, like to see in and around that area.
So just one Zoom meeting with Moree to Parks councils?
There was a number of them there, and I'll get the exact list of who attended.
What about north of Parks?
Sorry, Parks, Moree, Gilgandra.
Yep.
Yep, through there.
North of North Star?
I do need to double check my notes in terms of who attended and can come back to you in terms of that. Who was attending that, and that meeting was held with the Minister's office the day after budget.
The day after budget?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was their feedback?
They were obviously disappointed that the project wasn't progressing at this stage through their communities.
And did they outline the economic impact of that project not continuing?
They had talked about some of the works that they had been undertaking in readiness for that project. So that was raised, yes.
Was the Minister present at the meeting?
No, the Minister was not present.
Has the Minister met with the mayors along the inland rail?
I'd need to take that on notice, Senator.
And if so, when?
Yep, I can
whether
take
it was
that on
face-to-face or Teams. What assessment is the government undertaking regarding the productivity losses associated with abandoning the Brisbane connection?
Brisbane connection to...
Okay, so the inland rail was Melbourne to Brisbane.
So you're spending the $30 billion necessary to get to Brisbane, you mean?
Yeah.
So I think we might, for instance, as a rule of thumb, go back to the original benefit cost ratio on this project, which is extremely marginal when it was costed at 10 billion. It's now 4.5 times that figure. And so the overall economics of the project no longer stack up in the way that they did when the original investment decision was taken, unfortunately.
And so it's your view that there is no productivity loss associated with abandoning the project north of Parkes?
Or that the money which has been saved as a result of the government's decision could be invested in things which would have a higher productivity impact per dollar, for instance, the investment in the ARTC network.
Has the government quantified the increase in freight costs that will be borne by producers, exporters and households as a result of cancelling the northern section?
So in regards to I'll start off with the benefits that will be given from the beverage to Parkes, and then the benefits from Parkes across to Perth. We anticipate that that will actually be a saving of 6% in regards to freight costs. In regards to north of Parkes, and the freight costs, as we said, what we're finding is that rail is currently not competitive with road at the moment, and so we're hoping that the investment that we're actually putting into the rail network through ARTC's investment program and through the track program will actually incentivise and be able to create a greater mode shift in the first instance to actually get freight onto rail.
Okay. What impact will the cancellation have on the projected reduction of 200,000 truck movements annually from this freight route?
So again, Senator, we're hoping that, we're anticipating that the benefits of beverage to Parkes and the Parkes across to Perth will increase the freight onto rail from about 77% to around 98%, and that will take at least 50,000 B doubles off the road. And then again, the investment that we're hoping that we can do through the additional $1.8 billion through the ARTC network will go some way to alleviating the other gap in regards to the freight network by being able to create longer trains and greater mass limits to between Melbourne and Sydney and Brisbane.
Thank you. I just want to go to road funding in Victoria. Okay, after the break. Would it be too much to get you on that side? Too hard to come around. It's a big day at the office, isn't it, Mr. Bond? Okay. Just looking at road investments in Victoria, it looks like they're set to fall from $2.6 billion 2026-27 to $1.9 billion 27-28, $1 billion 28-29, and just $701.9 million in 29-30. Was the government's commitment to the suburban rail loop the reason for these cuts to road infrastructure investment in Victoria?
Senator, are you looking at the slippage numbers in regards to...
Am I looking at the slippage numbers?
So...
I'm looking at the numbers on budget paper 3, page 74. I knew we'd get back there eventually.
Right.
This has been
Senator, as you'd
the
appreciate-
identification and development of the slippage
So the first
matrix is
the first question in regards to
fascinating thing of the
there is
day.
road funding. There is no cut to funding,
There's no
and
cut to funding. There's only slippage.
so that's the first question. And then the funding that has gone to suburban rail loop has not been at the expense of road funding. There has been
What has it been
additional-
at the expense of then?
So
It's not inland rail, and it's not road funding.
It's
what is the billions of dollars to this project at the expense of? Something has to give. Budgets are about priorities.
That's right, Senator. That's
Yeah,
right.
it's a priority project.
It's
So
balancing
what
the priorities.
didn't get prioritised? Nothing. We've committed to everything we committed to previously. We've added 3.8 billion, but everything's still a priority.
I don't think you can ask us to list all the things that haven't been funded in the budget, because that's
No.
an infinite list.
No, I'll pay that. I'll pay that, Secretary. Okay, I would like the funding profiles, including total project costs, total Commonwealth funds and state funds for the Victoria Road Blitz project.
Road Blitz.
Sounds great. So, the 5 ways, have we got the spreadsheets that you need?
Yes, Senator. So the 5 ways,
5 ways?
intersection safety improvements, the total project cost is 25 million.
Yep.
The Australian government contribution is 20.83 million.
Yep.
And the Victorian government contribution is 4.17 million.
Yes, and can I have the profile?
Sorry,
Funding
Senator?
profile?
I don't have funding profiles for each component. I can give you the funding profile for Road Blitz as a whole, but I don't have it split out by the 20 with me.
By projects.
So I can come back to you on that.
Do you have it over the forwards? Just
No,
by the forwards?
I've only got it at that Road Blitz level. I don't have it by each of the components.
Give me the road blitz level and then we'll go through the rest of the projects.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in 25-26, the Australian government contribution 49 million.
Yep.
26-27 is 135.8 million.
Yep.
27-28 is 251.6 million.
Yep.
28-29 is 295.8 million. And 29-30 is 250.4 million.
Okay.
And then
the
20-30-31 is 55 million.
50. And state contributions with that same profiling?
I don't have that. I would
Okay, so that's
expect it to
something
be
that's
consistent with the
negotiated
broad funding split of 83-17 over those years across the Road Blitz project.
Okay. Berwick Cranbourne Road, Clive Five Ways Road,
Yes.
Patterson Road intersection.
So the total project cost is 100 million. The Australian government contribution is 83.3 and the Victorian government contribution is 16.7. Those are millions.
Calder Freeway and Calder Park Drive interchange upgrade.
Total project cost of 345 million. Australian government contribution of 287.5 million and Victorian government contribution of 57.5 million.
Central Avenue upgrade.
Total project cost of 55 million. Australian government contribution of 45.8 million and a Victorian government contribution of 9.2 million.
Donnybrook Road and Mitchell Street intersection upgrade.
The total project cost is 170.1 million. The Australian government contribution is 141.6 million and the Victorian government contribution is 28.5 million.
When does that one start?
The planning is expected to be completed by Q3 of 2027. The indicative construction dates for stage 1 are Q1 of 28 to Q4 of 29.
Okay, start. Sorry, while you've got those, I might just get the 5 ways. I'll start from the top again. 5, when they're starting. 5 ways intersection, safety improvements.
So that's
only a planning project.
Yes.
Righto. So when is that completed, or when does that start?
So the planning has commenced.
Yep.
It's expected to complete in Q3 of 27.
Got it. The Berwick Cranbourne one, when does that?
The planning is expected to be complete in Q3 of 27.
Yep. And construction?
Construction dates are Q4 of 28 to Q1 of 2030.
Yep.
So these will evolve as the planning
of course,
continues.
depending on what the planning says.
Yes. So,
Calder Freeway and Calder Park Drive?
planning is expected to be completed in Q3 of 26, and construction dates are Q3 of 28 to Q4 of 2030.
Okay. Central Avenue upgrade?
The planning is expected to be complete by Q3 of 27.
A lot of planning. Yep.
Indicative construction dates are Q4 27 to Q3 29.
Thank you. Donnybrook, we've done. Drew and Warrigal Arterial Road Network.
The total project cost is $3 million. The Australian government contribution is $2.5 million, and the Victorian government contribution is $0.5 million.
Yeah, that would be correct. And when is that going to be completed?
The planning dates are Q2 26 to Q1 of 29, and that's a planning only project.
Evans Road.
The total project cost is $30 million. The Australian government contribution is $25 million. The Victorian government contribution is $5 million. Planning is underway and is expected to be complete in Q3 of 27.
Mm-hmm.
And the indicative construction dates are Q4 of 27 to Q1 of 29.
Okay. High Street Road and Malbury Drive intersection.
The total project cost is $10 million. The Australian government contribution is $8.3 million, and the Victorian government contribution is $1.7 million.
Start.
And plan is expected to be complete in Q3 of 27.
Yep. Maroondah Highway and Yarra Road intersection upgrade.
The total project cost is $3.5 million.
Yep.
The Australian government contribution is $2.9 million, and the Victorian government contribution is $0.6 million.
When's that
The
got to be?
planning is expected to be complete in Q3 of 27.
Yep. McLeod Road and Station Street.
The total project cost is $3 million. The Australian government contribution is $2.5 million. The Victorian government contribution is $0.5 million. And
third quarter, 27.
Sorry.
Third quarter of 27.
No, the construction dates are expected to be Q3 of 26 to Q4 of 26.
Okay. Mickleham Road upgrade.
The total project cost is $250 million.
Mm-hmm.
The Australian government contribution is $208.3 million, and the Victorian government contribution is $41.7 million. And the planning is underway, and the indicative construction dates are Q2 of 27 to Q1 of 29.
Okay. Nepean Highway and Overton Road.
The total project cost is $35 million. The Australian government contribution is $30.8 million.
Yep.
The Victorian government contribution is $4.2 million.
Yep.
The indicative construction dates are Q4 27 to Q3 29.
Okay. Old Sydney Road upgrade.
The total project cost is $45 million. The Australian government contribution to that is $45 million. The planning is expected to be complete in Q2 of 27, and the indicative construction dates are Q3 27 to Q2 29.
Thank you. Point Cook Road upgrade, Jamison Way to Dunnings Road, planning.
Total project cost is $3.5 million.
Yep.
The Australian government contribution is $2.9 million.
Yep.
Victorian government contribution is $0.6 million. And the planning is expected to be complete in Q3 of 27.
Okay, thank you. Princess Highway and Harmer Road, resurfacing.
The total project cost is $6 million. The Australian government contribution is $0, and the Victorian government is $6 million. So they're fully.
How'd you manage that?
And the construction is expected to be complete in July 26.
How's that looking?
The construction's underway.
Yes. Is it going to be completed
It's
in
on track
6
at
weeks?
this point. So it commenced on the 10th of May.
Okay. Brunt Road and McMullen Road on the Princess Highway intersection.
The total project cost is $16.5 million. The Australian government contribution is $15.5 million, and the Victorian government contribution is $1 million. The component 2 will upgrade Brunt Road intersection Beaconsfield, and that is expected to be under construction from late 26 to Q2 28.
On that column, being 630.
There's three more columns.
Three more projects.
Sure. Let's go.
Thank you, sorry. I mean, I'm happy to break, Chair.
Let's keep going.
Thompson Road and Mornington Peninsula Freeway intersection upgrade.
The total project cost is $25 million. The Australian government contribution is $20.8 million.
Yep.
The Victorian government contribution is $4.2 million.
Yep.
Plan is expected to be completed in Q3 of 27. Indicative construction dates are Q4 27 to Q1 29.
Western Port Highway safety upgrade planning.
Total project cost is $10 million. Australian government contribution of $8.3 million. Victorian government contribution of $1.7 million. The planning is expected to commence in Q3 of 26 and finish in Q1 of 28.
And Wyndham Ring Road.
The total project cost is $85 million. The Australian government contribution is $70.8 million. The Victorian government contribution is $14.2 million. The planning dates are expected to be complete in Q1 of 28 for component 1 and Q4 of 2032 for component 2. And the construction dates are indicative at this point of 2032 to 2034.
Gotcha. Thank you. I have some questions on this when we come back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that.
We'll now suspend for an hour.
Boring
and
but useful.
Continue in outcome 1. Thank you. At 7:30.